The Wyndham Legacy. Author Catherine Coulter. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. And any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, business establishments, events, or locales is entirely coincidental. Wyndham Legacy, a Jove book, published by arrangement with the author. All rights reserved. Copyright 1994 by Catherine Coulter. This book may not be reproduced in whole or part by mimeograph or any other means without permission. Making or distributing electronic copies of this book constitutes copyright infringement and could subject the infringer to criminal and civil liability. For information address, the Berkeley Publishing Group, a division of Penguin Putnam, Inc., 375 Hudson Street, New York, New York 1014. The Penguin Putnam, Inc. worldwide website address is http://www.penguinputnam.com. ISBN 0-786-511051. A Jove book. Jove books first published by the Jove Publishing Group, a member of Penguin Putnam, Inc., 375 Hudson Street, New York, New York 1014. Jove and the J design are trademarks belonging to Penguin Putnam, Inc. Electronic edition, May 2002. Titles by Catherine Coulter. The Edge, The Cove, The Maze, The Target, Beyond Eden, Impulse, False Pretenses, The Courtship, Mad Jack, Rosehaven, The Wild Baron, The Wyndham Legacy, The Nightingale Legacy, The Valentine Legacy, Lord of Hawkfell Island, Lord of Ravens Peak, Lord of Falcon Ridge, The Sherbrooke Bride, The Hellion Bride, The Harris Bride. To Karen Evans, a sweetheart of a person and a wonderful friend, who's endowed with inexhaustible supplies of compulsive brain power. You're bright and funny, and you deserve all the very best. You've got it all over Len D. Thanks for always being there for me. CC. Prologue. In June of 1804, on the second day of her first visit to Chase Park at the age of 9, she overheard one of the upper floor Wades tell the tweenie that she was a bastard. A bastard? Go on with ye. Ye're not bammin' me, Annie. The little nit's a bastard. But everyone said she were a cousin, maybe from Holland, maybe from Italy. Cousin from Holland or Italy, me elbow. Her mum lives down near Dover. That's as close to them strange places as she gets. His lordship visits her ever so often. At least that's what I heard Mrs. Emery tell cook. Aye, she's his lordship's bastard daughter, all right. Just look at those eyes of hers, bluer than the speckles off a robin's egg. The nerve of his lordship bringin' his brat here, right under her ladyship's nose. Aye, but that's the way of the quality. His lordship probably has a quiver full of bastards hid about, so what's one more? But this one's heir, so that means she's special. Aye, she's all smiles and sweetness and laughter, just like she belongs here too. Her ladyship will ignore the little twit, you'll see. I heard she'd only be here a fortnight. Annie snorted, shifting the now empty chamber pot from one hip to the other. 'Tis more than enough for the likes of her. Just imagine, bringin' your bastard to Chase. But she's awful pretty, the little one be. Aye, but his lordship is as beautiful as his granda was. My grandma said he were as lovely a gentleman whatever breathed. So it makes sense that she wouldn't be a prune pit. I'll bet her mum ain't no scrub mouse either. 12 years, I heard Mrs. Emery say they were together, just like they were married, only they bain't, so it's just awful. The upper floor maid and the tweenie moved away, still gossiping and twittering behind their hands. She stood there in the shadow of one of the many deep-set niches along the first-floor corridor and wondered what a bastard was. It wasn't good, she knew that much. The Earl of Chase was her father? She shook her head vehemently even as she thought it. No, he was her Uncle James, her real father's elder brother, who visited her and her mother every few months to see that they were all right. No, her real father had been killed by the French in February 1797, when French troops landed on British soil. She never tired of hearing her mother tell her how there were nearly 2,000 Frenchmen, not really soldiers, but French criminals, all released from jails and pardoned if they would sail up the Avon and burn Bristol. Then they would go to Liverpool and burn it as well. Ah, her mother would say, but those French criminals landed at Pencaquern, and there they fought and surrendered to the Pembrokeshire yeomanry. And her father had led those brave Englishmen who had defeated those wretched French who dared come onto British soil. No, her real father was Captain Geoffrey Cochrane, and he died a hero for England. Her mother's eyes would always grow soft then, the deep blue glazing just a bit, as she would say, "Your Uncle James is a nobleman, my dear, a very powerful man, a man with many responsibilities, but he will take care of us forever. He has his own family, so he can't come to us all that often, but it's the way things are and the way they will always be. But don't forget, he loves us both, and he won't ever desert us." And when she was 9 years old, her mother sent her to spend a fortnight with her Uncle James at his magnificent mansion called Chase Park, near Darlington in northern Yorkshire. She'd begged her mother to accompany her, but her mother had simply shaken her head, making her incredible golden curls tremble about her beautiful face, saying, "No, dear, your Uncle James's wife isn't fond of me. You keep away from her, promise me you will. You have cousins there, and you will become friends with them, but stay away from Uncle James's wife. Do remember, love, never to speak about yourself. It is a boring thing, don't you think? Much better to keep secrets and be mysterious." She had avoided the Countess of Chase with little difficulty, for the lady, once she'd seen her, had frozen her with a look of utter contempt, turned, and left the room. Neither she nor any of her cousins joined the Earl and his Countess in the grand dining room each evening, so avoiding the Countess in the evenings never came into it. Uncle James was different here, in this mansion, with all its servants in their immaculate blue and green livery and shining buttons, than he'd been the other times she'd met him. There seemed to be servants everywhere, behind every door and just around every corner, always there, always looking, but never speaking, except for Annie and the tweenie. Uncle James was quite attentive at Rosebud Cottage when he came to see her and her mother, but not here, at this huge, sprawling edifice they called Chase Park. She frowned, wondering why he hadn't even hugged her. But he hadn't. He had called her into his library, a chamber that was nearly as large as her home. 3 of its very high walls were covered with bookcases, and there were ladders that stretched upward forever, and they moved on rollers around the room. Everything seemed heavy and dark, even the luxurious carpet beneath her feet. When she came in, she had seen nothing but deep shadows, for it was late afternoon, and the curtains were nearly drawn. Then she'd seen her uncle, and smiled. "Hello, Uncle James. Thank you for inviting me to stay with you." "Hello, my dear child. Come in, and I will tell you how you are to go along here." She was to call all his children cousin, but of course she knew that already, for she was a smart puss, wasn't she? She would take lessons with her cousins, she would watch them and copy their manners and their behavior, all except for her cousin Marcus, her uncle's nephew, who was currently visiting Chase Park. He was the devil's own son, Uncle James told her. And then he smiled, an odd smile that seemed at once resentful and proud. "Yes," he said again slowly, "the devil's own son. That's what my brother spawned. He's all of 14, nearly grown, and thus very dangerous. Don't follow him or your male cousins into mischief. Of course, it is likely that the boys will ignore you, for you're just a little girl." "I have another uncle?" she'd asked, eyes shining with excitement. He frowned and waved away her question. "Yes, but you are not to say anything to your cousin Marcus. Just be aware of how people conduct themselves. If they behave well, then you will emulate their behavior. If they don't, close your eyes and turn away. Do you understand?" She nodded. He came around from behind the huge desk and patted her on her head. "You will be a good girl, and I will allow you to visit me here once a year. Never speak of your mother or of me or of yourself. You are to say nothing about anything personal. But your mother told you this, didn't she? Yes, uncle. She said I was to keep secrets, and the better I kept them, the more fun I should have, and you and she would be very proud of me. His mouth curved into a smile. Trust Bess to make it into a game. Heed her, and heed me. Go now, and get to know your female cousins. He paused, then added, They have been told to call you cousin as well. But that is what I am, Uncle James. Well, yes, there is that. She understood none of it, but she wasn't stupid, and she loved her mother very much. She knew it was important that she be obedient and agreeable and pleasing. She would keep mum about herself. She didn't wish to bore anyone. That first day, the boys had been civil, then ignored her. But her female cousins, the twins, as everyone called them, were delighted to meet her. Everything had seemed beyond glorious until now. What was a bastard? She didn't ask her Uncle James. She went directly to the person who disliked her, Uncle James' wife. She knocked on the door to the morning room and heard a crisp, "Come in, come in." She stood in the doorway, just looking toward the very pregnant lady who was seated on a settee, sewing something white and long and narrow. The Countess was not only very pregnant, she was also heavy. She didn't understand how the Countess could sew what she was sewing, for her fingers were very fat. Her face wasn't pretty, but perhaps it had been once when she'd been young. She looked nothing like her mamma, who was slender and tall and so graceful. No, the Countess looked old and tired, and now that the Countess saw her, she looked mean, and she didn't bother to hide it. "What do you want?" At the Countess's very cold inquiry, she licked her lips, suddenly dry with foreboding. But she took a step into the room and blurted out, "I heard one of the maids tell another that I was a bastard. I don't know what that is, but I could tell from hearing them that it was bad. You don't like me, so I thought you would tell me the truth." The lady laughed. "Well, it's already out, and it's only your second day here. I say, if one wants to know something, anything, just ask the servants. They never fail. Well, child, a bastard is properly called a bastard, and indeed, that's just what you are. A bastard," she repeated slowly. "Yes, that means your mother is a whore and is paid by my husband, your so-called Uncle James, to be at his beck and call, and you were the result of one of those becks." And she laughed again, throwing her head back, laughing and laughing, and she looked even nastier because her laughter was mean. "I don't understand, ma'am. What's a whore?" "It's a female who has no morals. Uncle James is your father, not your damned uncle. But I am his wife, and your precious mother is nothing more than a rich man's mistress, a woman he keeps to provide him with, well, you won't understand that either, but given your budding looks, I imagine that one day you will quite surpass even your mother. Haven't you wondered why your dear Uncle James is a Wyndham, and you are a Cochrane? No? Well, it appears you aren't any smarter than your slut of a mother. Now, get out of here. I don't wish to see your face again unless I must." She fled, her heart pounding, her belly roiling with fear and nausea. From that day on, she was very quiet, never speaking unless spoken to, never volunteering a word or a giggle or even a snort when she was with others, so that she wouldn't draw attention to herself. It was toward the end of that visit that her cousin Marcus began calling her the Duchess. Her cousin Antonia, only 6 years old, frowned up at Marcus and said, "Why, Marcus, she's a little girl just like me and Fanny. We're not anything but Wyndhams and ladies. Why is she a duchess when we aren't?" Marcus, the devil's own son, looked down at her from his vast height, his expression very serious as he said to Antonia, "Because she doesn't smile, and she doesn't laugh, and she is aloof and more reserved than she should be for a child her age. Already she dispenses smiles and approving nods as if they were guineas, and she only has 3 of them to last forever. Haven't you noticed how the servants rush to do small services for her? How they melt if she but nods pleasantly to them? Also," he added slowly, "some day she will be bloody beautiful." She said nothing, merely looked up at him, and wanted to cry, but she didn't. She merely pushed her chin up and looked beyond him. The Duchess, he said, tossed her a laugh, and went riding with her 2 male cousins. She bore her title of the Duchess well, for she had no choice. When she heard someone say she was perhaps too proud, another would say, not at all, she was merely becomingly reserved, allowing for no forwardness, her manners a joy to all those in her company. When she was at Chase Park in June of 1808 at age 13, Marcus was also there. He was down from Oxford, visiting his cousins. When he saw her, he laughed, shook his head, and said, "Hello, Duchess. I hear it is your name now. Has anyone told you that it fits you perfectly?" He was smiling at her, but she saw it only as a disinterested smile, a smile he gave because he had nothing better to do at the moment than speak to her. She looked up at him coolly, her chin going up a trifle, and said nothing at all. He raised a black eyebrow at her, waiting, but she held silent, hating his mocking look as well as his mocking, disinterested voice, until he said at last, "Ah, how very aloof you've become, Duchess, how very haughty. Is it because of my prediction when you were a little girl? Perhaps not. And to go with that, you are well on your way to becoming as beautiful as I knew you would. You are 13, I hear. Imagine when you are 16 or so." He paused, adding under his breath, "Jesus, I don't believe I want to see you after you've grown up." He laughed again, patted her shoulder, and strode out of the entrance hall to join Charlie and Mark. She stood there with her 2 valises beside her, Mr. Sampson now coming toward her, smiling at her as he always did, Mrs. Emery at his heels, Mrs. Emery smiling as well, calling out, "Welcome, miss, welcome." And everyone now called her Duchess, even her father, Uncle James, even the tweenie, who had first unintentionally informed her of her illegitimacy 4 years before. But everyone also knew she was a bastard. Why were they so nice to her? She would never understand it. She was James Wyndham's bastard, and there was no way around it. Had anyone ever asked her, she would have said without hesitation that she had lost her innocence at the age of 9. When her Uncle James visited Rosebud Cottage, she came to realize that he slept in her mother's bedchamber. She became aware that they touched each other and laughed, their heads close together, like the devil and an angel, his dark head and her golden one, so distinct, but blending nonetheless, 2 such beautiful people, fascinating and gay. Once she even saw them kissing in the narrow corridor of the 2nd floor, her mother's back pressed against her, Uncle James hard against her, his fingers clutched in her glorious hair, his mouth heavy on hers. Just 3 months before her yearly visit to Chase Park, it was Uncle James, and not her mother, who told her she was his daughter. She said nothing, merely looked at him. She was seated opposite him on a small pale blue brocade settee in the cozy drawing room of her mother's home. He said without preamble, "You are my daughter, and we will no longer pretend that you are not, at least not here. You are old enough to understand, aren't you, Duchess? Yes, I see from your eyes and the set of your mouth that you already know. Well, no surprise there. I told your mother that you did, that you weren't stupid or blind." He shrugged, then said, "Unfortunately at Chase Park, the pretense must continue. My wife wants the pretense, and I have agreed to it." He said other things, too, things she no longer remembered, for she'd thought at the time that they were just words spoken to a child by a man who felt guilty. Did he care about her? She didn't know. She doubted if she would ever know. She had her mother. She didn't need him. She merely nodded and said, "Yes, Uncle James, I am a bastard. I have known that for many years now. Please do not let it worry you, for I am well used to it now." He'd started at her calm words, sounding so disinterested and flat, but he said nothing more. He was relieved. What more was there for him to say? He looked into his own very dark blue eyes, at his own ink-black hair, the shining braids thick and smooth on her small head. But her mother hadn't been forgotten in the daughter. There were errant curls loose from the braids that curled around her small ears, and he loved to wind his fingers around the mother's curls, so very soft and sweet-smelling. Ah, and she had Bess's mouth, full and beautifully shaped, and her elegant nose, thin and straight. He shook his head and regarded his daughter sitting quietly across from him. He thought fancifully that she was so still, so utterly self-contained, like a statue. She was disconcerting, this daughter of his, not filled with laughter and mischief, not teasing and bounding about as the twins always were. It was hard to remember now that he'd not wanted her at first, that he'd ordered Bess to get rid of the brat. But Bess had told him plain out that she would birth the child and he could do what he pleased. What he'd pleased was to keep both of them, for he wanted Bess more than he'd ever wanted any other woman in his life. And now here was his daughter, staring back at him with his eyes, and she looked indeed serene and aloof as a duchess, this once unwanted child of his loins. The Duchess remembered the 2 weeks of 1808 very clearly. Her cousin Marcus had made her withdraw even more, with his mocking words that had really been born of mischief only, nothing more, but the pain of them had made her tremble. Then, on that second Wednesday, her only other 2 male cousins, Charlie and Mark, were both drowned in a boat race when 2 sailboats collided on the River Derwent, with more than 200 horrified people looking on from shore, and at least a dozen other boys leaping into the river from their own sailboats to help. But no one had come to their rescue in time. When Charlie was struck in the head by the wildly slamming boom, he was killed instantly and hurled overboard. His younger brother, Mark, had tried to find him beneath the wreckage of the other sailboat along with several other boys. He'd drowned as well when the jib halyard had twisted about him, holding him under the water. The boys were buried in the Wyndham family cemetery. Chase Park was in despair. The Duchess's father locked himself in the library. The Countess could be heard crying throughout the night. Marcus was white and drawn, speaking to no one, for he'd survived and his cousins hadn't. He'd not even been on the sailboat with them. He'd been buying a hunter at the Rothermere stud. The Duchess went back to Winchelsea to her mother. Over the next 5 years, the Countess of Chase was pregnant every year in an attempt to produce another male heir for the earldom of Chase. But alas, none of the babes born to the Countess survived their first year. All of them were boy children. The Earl of Chase brooded, becoming more solitary as time passed, and bedded his wife endlessly. No pleasure in it for either of them, just grim duty, made more grim by the year. And he began to look upon his nephew, Marcus, differently. Of his blood, certainly, but not his own son, not the blood of his own blood, and he wanted his line to go through his own flesh, not through his brother's. He came more often to Rosebud Cottage. He was quiet, his laughter becoming as rare as his daughter's. It was as if he clung to her mother, and she kept him close, loving and undemanding. But when the Earl returned to Chase Park, as he ultimately had to, there was nothing he could do except watch his wife produce one child after another, and watch each of them die. Marcus Wyndham was the heir to Chase. 1. Rosebud Cottage, Winchelsea, January 1813. I'm very sorry to tell you this, Miss Cochrane, but there is more, and it isn't good. Mr. Jollis, her mother's solicitor, didn't sound sorry at all. He sounded unaccountably pleased, which was strange, surely. But she held silent, not only because of her grief over her mother's death, but because she was used to holding herself silent. It was a habit of many years. Over time, she had learned a lot about people, simply listening and watching them as they spoke. She realized in that moment, in Mr. Jollis's meaningful pause, that her father didn't yet know of her mother's death. She'd forgotten him in the suddenness of it, in the numbness it had instilled in her. Now there was no one else to tell him. She had to write to him herself. She could see him reading her words, see his disbelief, his bowing pain when he finally realized it was true. She closed her eyes a moment against the pain she knew he would feel. He would feel endless pain, for he loved her mother more than he loved any other human being. But her mother, alive and laughing one moment, was dead the next. Her death was so needless, so stupid really. A wretched carriage accident, the shaft snapping for no apparent reason, sending the carriage hurtling off the winding road that ran too close above on the chalk South Downs cliffs, near Ditchling Beacon. Those cliffs rose 813 feet into the air, then plunged to the deserted beach below. Her mother was killed instantly, but her body was washed out with the tide and never recovered. At least it hadn't been recovered yet, and it had already been a day and a half. She looked up when Mr. Jollis cleared his throat, evidently prepared to finish his thought. As I said, Miss Cochrane, Mr. Jollis continued, that smug tone coming more to the surface now, I am very sorry about this, but Rosebud Cottage is leased, and the lessor is your, father, Lord Chase. I didn't know that. Indeed, she'd always assumed that her mother owned the cottage. But then again, perhaps that was the way of it, when a man supported and kept a woman. All remained his. Thus he retained his power and all his prerogatives. It was merely another unexpected blow that she didn't feel at the moment. She waited, silent, her body utterly still. His face changed then, and he was looking at her differently, not as a man feigning sympathy for a bereaved daughter, but as a man assessing a woman for his own uses. She'd seen the look before, but not that many times on that many male faces. She'd been protected, but now, she realized, she was unprotected. Her father was in Yorkshire, and she was here, quite alone, except for dear Badger. I must write my father, she said then, her voice curt, colder than it would normally be, but she wanted him to go away. I imagine that since the lease will run out soon, that I will have to go to Chase Park. There is another option, perhaps, Mr. Jollis said, and he leaned toward her like a hound on a scent, she thought, eyeing him with more hostility than she'd eyed anyone in her entire life. No, there isn't, she said, her voice as cold as the ice shards hanging from the cottage eaves outside. Perhaps, he said, still sitting forward, his right hand outstretched toward her now. Just perhaps his lordship won't want you to live at Chase Park. His wife died 7 months ago, just before my yearly visit. I cannot imagine that he wouldn't want me there. She was the only one who didn't care for my presence, and that, I suppose, is very understandable. She held him as her husband, but she didn't have his regard. I have long understood her bitterness. However, now she is dead. Ah, but now his lordship must be very careful, you understand, Miss Cochrane. His lordship is in mourning, very deep mourning. All his neighbors will be watching him closely. Indeed, all society, all those whose opinions are important to him, will be watching him closely. Why? Surely he won't wed again, at least not any time soon. I am merely his bastard daughter. Who would care if I lived at Chase Park or not? People would care, and they would find out very quickly. It shows the ultimate disrespect for his dead wife, Miss Cochrane. You must believe me, for I know the ways of society, and you do not. She didn't believe him, but she didn't wish to argue with him any more. I do not believe men are watched all that closely, only women, she said, her voice remote. Nor do I believe that men mourn anything all that deeply for all that long a time. Her body became even more still, even though she could feel herself shrinking back from his still outstretched hand. She remembered when her father's wife had died. His reaction, she'd thought during her visit, when the Countess had finally died birthing another babe, had been one of profound relief. When tears had wet his eyes, she knew it was from the death of the small infant boy, dead 2 hours after its birth, not from his wife's expiration. That is possible, he said, but you have no one to look after you now, Miss Cochrane. Perhaps you should consider looking for someone well-circumstanced who would protect you and keep you in this lovely little cottage. She smiled at him. Mr. Jollis, like everyone else who knew her for a long time, was startled at the smile. It was beautiful, and it made him feel warm all the way to the bunions on his toes. She had 2 dimples, and her teeth were small and white and as perfect as her smile. He could not recall ever seeing her smile before. If I choose to remain here at the cottage, will you tell me who owns it? It is Squire Archibald, but surely, since you have so little money, you cannot consider keeping the lease. Why, it's absurd. It's—" She rose, her hands by her sides. "I should like you to leave now, Mr. Jollis. If there is more I need to know, please write me a letter." He rose then as well, for he had no choice, at least not at the moment, and stared down at her, her beautiful smile forgotten. "You think to be above yourself, Miss Cochrane. No matter. You're a bastard, nothing more, and that's what you will always be. You cannot remain here. The lease on the cottage ends on the 15th of next month, and you will have no money to renew it. Squire Archibald is all of 70, and certainly not a candidate for your wiles. No, it is money he would require, not you warming his ancient bed. You will leave then. If your esteemed father wants you, then he will give you a home. But for how long? Don't forget, your beautiful mother is dead. Do you truly believe he ever wanted you? No, it was your mother he wanted, no other, certainly not you. I would consider becoming your protector, Miss Cochrane." Her face was very pale now, her eyes dulling in her rage, but he saw only the dullness, not the fury, for she just stared at him, then turned on her heel and left the small drawing-room without a word. Mr. Jollis didn't know what to do. Would she consider his well-phrased proposal? He thought her uppity, arrogant, but that would change. He wondered if she was a virgin. He wasn't left to wonder anything then, for Badger, the servant who had stood as protector to both Mrs. Cochrane and the Duchess, appeared in the doorway. He was a large man, well-muscled, ugly as a fence-post, his hair white and thick as a prophet's, and at this moment there was blood in his eye. Mr. Jollis backed up a step. "Sir," Badger said gently, too gently, "it is time to remove your carcass from the premises. If your carcass isn't absent within a very few number of seconds, I will have to see that his lordship learns of your most regrettable behavior. He won't be pleased." "Huh," Mr. Jollis said, for he knew that this man didn't know what he was talking about. His lordship would be glad to get the little bastard off his hands, and no mistake about that. Soon, Badger, you will be without money yourself, for she has none to pay you. Then I dare say you won't speak to your betters like this. It doesn't matter that you have more wits than you should, that you have excellent speech. Who taught you to speak like a gentleman? No matter, you're still here, and you're nothing but a servant, of no account at all." Badger just smiled at him, shook his head, was on him in an instant, lifting him bodily, and tucked him under his mighty arm. He carried him to the front door and dumped him out onto the frozen ground that would, in 5 months, bloom wildly with the Duchess's red, yellow, and white roses. He turned back into the cottage, saw the Duchess, and grinned, showing a goodly-sized space between his front teeth. "He'll rest a bit in the snow, but he's all right, don't you worry." He picked up her hand and made it into a fist. "Now, Duchess, I've told you how to swing and strike and keep your thumb tucked under. Why didn't you knock him over the flower box?" She tried to smile, she truly did, but her face seemed as frozen as the earth outside. "I just didn't want to see him any more, Badger." "No wonder," he said, and gave her back her hand. "But don't forget now, if a fellow goes beyond the line, you shove his choppers down his throat. That, or you slam your knee upward as hard as you can." "I will, I promise. Thank you, Badger." He grunted and took himself off to the kitchen to prepare the curry sauce for the chicken, currently roasting gently over the open grate. The cook and maid, Miss Priss, Badger had always called her, had left for Welford-on-Avon to see her ailing auntie some 2 years before. Badger had taken over her duties. He was an excellent cook. He just wished the Duchess ate more of his wonderful concoctions. Mrs. Cochrane had told him many years before that when the Duchess visited Chase Park, everyone, at least outwardly, that she was some distant cousin from Holland or from Italy, though her Dutch was non-existent and her Italian was singularly bad. But no one ever said anything, because she was, after all, the Duchess, and she was so very beautiful and so glorious in her pride and arrogance that all simply stood in awe of her, striving to please her, to make her give them one of her rare smiles. Mrs. Cochrane had smiled her beautiful smile at that, saying that she'd been positively terrified to let her go to Chase Park, and just look what had happened. She'd come back the Duchess, and that was what she'd remained. Badger heard the door to the drawing-room close. He could see her going to the small writing desk, seating herself gracefully, her movements slow and elegant, and writing his lordship of their mutual loss. The Earl of Chase read of her mother's death before she could write to him of it, and he informed her through his secretary, Mr. Credicator, that she was to pack her things and be ready for the carriage that would bring her to Chase Park. She was to bring Badger along for protection. He gave her 2 weeks to comply with his wishes. The 2 weeks came and passed. No one came to fetch her. She didn't know what to do. She stood by the window of the small parlor and waited. She wondered if she should write to her father and remind him of his instruction to her, but no, she couldn't bring herself to do that. It was too humiliating. She would wait. 4 more days passed. He saw the Earl standing in front of the fireplace. He appeared to be doing naught of anything, save standing there, warming himself. Still, it was near to midnight. "What is it, Critiker? Didn't you work me enough all day? I had to scrub to get all the damned ink off my fingers from signing those interminable papers. Well, man, speak up. What new crisis besets me now?" "My lord," Mr. Critiker began, not really knowing how to confess his sin, not really knowing if the Earl would merely chastise him verbally or boot him out into the March snowstorm. He cleared his throat and began again. This time he simply blurted it out. "My lord, by all that's holy, I forgot Miss Cochrane." The Earl just stared at him, obviously at a loss. He said finally, slowly, "Miss Cochrane?" "Yes, my lord. Miss Cochrane. Who is Miss Cochrane?" "The Duchess, my lord. I forgot her, sir. Her mother died, and, well, then your uncle died, and well, in all the preparation for your arrival, forgot her." The 8th Earl of Chase continued to stare at his now dead uncle's secretary, now his. "You forgot the Duchess? Her mother died? When, man? My God, how long ago was this?" Then he waved Mr. Critiker to a seat. "Come here and tell me the entire story, and don't leave out any details." Mr. Critiker, heartened that he mightn't be cast out into the frigid night by the easiness of the Earl's deep voice, came forward and said, "Your uncle's, his mistress," the Earl said sharply, "his 20-year mistress." "Yes, what about his mistress?" "Yes, his mistress, Mrs. Cochrane. She was killed in a carriage accident. Your uncle immediately told me to write to Miss Cochrane to tell her to be packed to come live at Chase Park. I wrote to tell her she would be fetched in 2 weeks." "I see," the Earl said. "How many weeks have passed beyond the 2 weeks, Critiker?" "8 of them, my lord." The Earl once again simply stared at his secretary. "You mean that an 18-year-old girl has been left alone for 2 months?" Mr. Critiker nodded, so miserable that he wanted to sink into the elegant Aubusson carpet beneath his shoes. "There must be a servant, my lord, surely." The Earl waved that information away, saying slowly, "I wonder why she didn't write my uncle to ask him why he hadn't sent a carriage for her." Mr. Critiker didn't have to pause at all, just said, more miserable now than he had been just the moment before, "She must have believed that your uncle no longer wanted her since her mother had died. He never treated her with any affection when she was here, my lord, on her yearly visits. How he treated her when he visited her mother at Rosebud Cottage, I don't know. No, she wouldn't have said a word to your uncle. She's very proud, my lord, you know that. She's the Duchess. Or perhaps her letter never arrived. Or it did arrive, and you simply misplaced it, Critiker. Mr. Critiker could hear the howling wind outside. He thought again of standing in the blowing snow with naught but his greatcoat for protection. He was forced to admit, "It is possible, my lord, but I trust, indeed I pray, that such a thing didn't occur." The Earl cursed heartily and at great detailed length. Mr. Critiker was impressed, but was wise enough not to compliment his lordship on his fluency. His lordship had been a major in the army, selling out only 6 weeks earlier when he'd come to take his place as the 8th Earl of Chase. The Earl finally ran himself out of verbal bile. He said, "How is it that you just now remembered the Duchess?" Mr. Critiker tugged at his cravat, a somber creation that immediately unfastened itself with his pulling. It was Mr. Spears who remembered. "Spears?" the Earl repeated, then smiled. "My uncle's valet, now mine, reminded you about the Duchess?" Mr. Spears took a liking to her when she was just a little mite. That's what he called her, Mr. Critiker said. It occurred to Mr. Spears that something might have slipped through the crevices, as he phrased it, my lord. He had believed that Miss Cochrane was perhaps in London at his lordship's behest, but of course she wasn't, but Mr. Spears couldn't have known that. "I see," the Earl said, and appeared to withdraw himself into deep thought. Mr. Critiker didn't move. He wanted to pull on his ear, a habit he'd had since boyhood, and it took all his concentration to keep his hands at his sides. The Earl said finally, "It appears I must make a short trip into Sussex. I will leave in the morning and fetch Miss Cochrane back with me." "Very good, my lord. Oh, Critiker, your cravat is a mess. Also," the Earl's voice dropped markedly, "if something has happened to Miss Cochrane, you will be finding yourself a new employment." The Earl continued his perusal of the glowing embers in the fireplace, kicking one with the toe of his boot. Forgotten! Good God, Critiker had simply forgotten her. It froze his blood to think of the Duchess, alone and unprotected for 2 damned months. On the other hand, he'd not given her a thought either, nor, for that matter, had anyone in the house, save for Spears. Marcus hadn't seen her in 5 years, not since that long-ago summer when his 2 male cousins had drowned in a boating race. He wondered if she'd grown as beautiful as he'd believed she would then. Not that it mattered. She was his bastard cousin. But he owed it to his uncle to see that she was taken care of. What would he do with her? Ah, that was the question. The Duchess was the topic of conversation the following afternoon in the snug and very cozy Green Cube room at Chase Park. "The Duchess," Aunt Gwyneth said, in the general direction of the twins, speaking in her precise way, for she always prided herself on her enunciation, "is quite the most beautiful girl I have ever seen." "But you haven't seen many girls at all, beautiful or otherwise, Aunt Gwyneth," Antonia said, looking up from her Mrs. Radcliffe novel. "You've never ventured beyond York. However, I do hope she's all right. How perfectly awful to be forgotten. She must be very hurt." "Marcus will take care of her," Fanny said. "He can do anything." "Yes, he will make her feel better about her being forgotten. I wish I could have gone with him. I could have kept his spirits up." "I do wish you would get over your unfortunate infatuation with your cousin," Aunt Gwyneth said, looking up at Fanny. She thought of the new Earl, Reed Wyndham's only son, now the Earl of Chase. And he'd been in the fighting in the peninsula. He could easily have been butchered by those damned French, or by those guerrillas that seemed to abound in Marcus' few letters to his uncle over the past 3 years. But he'd survived, thank God, even though she doubted that James had thanked anyone heavenward. So many dead babes, so very many, and all of them male. She would have sworn to anyone who had bothered to ask her that her brother would remarry the day after the Countess had been placed reverently in the Wyndham family tomb, the primary consideration being whether the girl was likely to be a good breeder. But given the opportunity, he had not remarried, to her great surprise, and now he was dead. She would give Marcus credit for the consideration he'd shown his twin cousins and her. He had, in truth, surprised her greatly, for in her experience, gentlemen had the sensitivity of toads. She would also allow that Marcus was a handsome man, had much of the look of his uncle, with his thick dark brown hair and heavily lashed blue eyes. Ah, and that chin of his, stubborn as a demented mule, at least that had been what it depicted in Jane's. In Marcus? She remembered James referring to Marcus as the devil's own son, and smiling slightly. She sighed. They still all had yet to see either the limits of his good nature or the depths of his irritation. He was taller than his uncle, towering over even Spears, his uncle's valet, who had consented, his voice at its driest, to take over, and doubtless improve upon, the appearance of the new Earl. Spears, Gwyneth had heard Sampson say, believed the new lordship to have a good amount of potential and grit, the latter commodity something he would have dire need of. He'd only been here at Chase Park for 4 weeks now, having left his widowed mother in Lower Slaughter where she refused to budge from Cranford Manor. He was the head of the Wyndham family, this new Earl, who still couldn't seem to remember to answer to Chase rather than simply Marcus Wyndham, only son of a second son with no particular prospects for anything, save a life in the military. Life was uncertain, Gwyneth thought, and served up wretchedly unexpected dishes on one's plate. I am not infatuated with him, Fanny said, as she poked her needle through a piece of very poorly stitched embroidery, whose dubious platitude would be eventually rendered as home and heaven. It is just that he is wonderful. He has been very kind, Aunt. Even you admit that. And you remember how Papa always went on and on about how Marcus didn't have pure blood, whatever that means. Marcus does have pure blood, Fanny said, her voice sharp. It's just that it isn't your papa's blood. Such a pity. I hope nothing is wrong with the Duchess, Antonia said, oblivious of almost everything except her novel, effectively camouflaged by a tome of Dr. Edwards' daily sermons. 2 months alone. You don't think she went back to Holland, do you, Aunt Gwyneth? Her twin sister, Fanny, identical down to the split thumbnail on her right hand, put down her embroidery and said, if Papa were alive, he would have provided her a season in London to find a husband. He would have provided her with a dowry. Do you think she went back to Italy, Aunt Gwyneth? She isn't from Holland, Antonia. Aunt Gwyneth shook her head, even as she said, pain and anger deep in her voice, your papa was most unfortunate in his choice of mounts. The brute killed him. The brute was his only mount for 8 years, Aunt, Fanny said. Her lower lip trembled as she added, Papa loved that horse. I remember once when it started raining, and he took care of his horse before he took care of Antonia and me. Gwyneth didn't doubt that her brother had done exactly that, not for a moment. He rode to the hounds all the time and took risks that made even Spears raise an eyebrow, but nothing had ever happened to him, not even a fall, until 6 weeks ago. He'd turned in his saddle to shout insults to a longtime friend riding behind him when he struck his head on a low-hanging branch of an oak tree, since cut down in a spate of reprisals, knocking him off his horse, killing him instantly. Within 3 weeks of the fatal accident, Marcus, 23 years old, stationed in the peninsula with his army battalion, was informed that he was the new Earl of Chase, the 8th Earl of Chase. Gwyneth wondered if Marcus still felt like he was walking in his uncle's shoes, treading down his uncle's huge, ornate central staircase, gliding across his uncle's rich Turkey carpets. In short, if he still felt like an intruder. I wonder if Marcus will give the Duchess a dowry and a season to find a husband, Fanny said, as she rose, shook out her skirts, and walked to fetch a scone from an exquisitely formed silver tray service. Antonia snorted. She doesn't need a dowry, just a chance for the gentlemen to see her. All of them will be on their knees, begging for her hand in marriage. This heroine in Mrs. Radcliffe's novel is ever so beautiful and kind and sweet and good, but she's as poor as a church mouse. There are already 3 gentlemen who hold their hands over their hearts when she passes by. What drivel, Gwyneth thought. If there was ever a gentleman with his hand over his chest, it wasn't from undying love, but from indigestion after imbibing too much brandy. Fanny, you will eat just 1 scone, and when you chew on it, don't converse with us. Maggie remarked to me the other day that your gowns were getting a bit snug around your waist. You and Antonia are near an age where you should begin shedding your baby fat, not anchoring it on. As for you, Antonia, I sincerely doubt that Dr. Edwards' sermons include gentlemen eyeing young ladies. Mrs. Radcliffe, indeed. Your mamma wouldn't have liked that at all. Antonia's lower lip trembled. Gwyneth sighed. Why don't you read a passage aloud for Fanny and me? Pipwell Cottage, Smarden, Kent, June 1813. Marcus pulled his raw-boned bay stallion, Stanley, to a halt in front of Pipwell Cottage, as it was called by all the locals, dismounted and tied the reins to the iron tethering post. He was weary to his bones, angry at the delay, and ultimately so relieved that at last he'd found the Duchess that he wanted to fling himself to the ground and kiss the dirt, then strangle her for causing everyone such distress, particularly himself. He'd gone to Rosebud Cottage in Winchelsea over 3 months before to fetch her, only to find that she was gone, long gone, no one knew where. At least she'd had a servant with her, a man, but surely that was odd, an 18-year-old girl traveling alone and living alone with a man, servant or not, old or not. It had taken him 3 months to track her down. He wondered if it would have taken 3 years if Spiers hadn't chosen to involve himself. In ways still mystifying to Marcus, Spiers had traveled to Winchelsea, where Marcus had already questioned everyone in the bloody town, offering bribes and making threats. Then he'd gone on to London. He'd stayed in both places for merely 2 days, then returned to Chase Park, bowed formally to Marcus, and gave him a slip of paper that had said simply, Pipwell Cottage, Smarden, Kent. She'd been alone, except for that manservant, for nearly 6 months. Marcus calmed himself. He'd found her. At least Pipwell Cottage wasn't a slum property. It looked charming in its early summer plumage, and there were at least a dozen oak trees, and lush green maple, larch, and lime trees as well. The small yews lining the path leading to the front door were neatly trimmed, the granite slab path itself smooth and firm beneath his feet. There were myriad plants behind the yews and set in symmetrical beds as well, roses and dahlias he recognized, but others too, huge blooms and giving a riot of color. The cottage was painted white, the window boxes white as well, trimmed with red paint. It was a very snug little property. Too snug, too prosperous. However did she pay for it? He again dismissed the recurring thought that she, like her mother, had a protector. No, he thought, not the Duchess. Too much pride in that girl, much too much. He realized, as he strode to the front door, with its window boxes on either side dripping with roses and hydrangeas and primroses as purple as the black eye he'd given to Jimmy Watts 18 years ago, that all he wanted was to find her healthy and well-fed. He knocked and continued to pray. Badger opened the door and stared at the young gentleman who was staring back at him. Marcus blinked in confusion and said slowly, "You live here now, sir? You are the owner of the cottage? The Duchess? Miss Cochrane has moved away." I live here," Badger said, not budging an inch from the doorway. Marcus cursed, earning a spark of interest from Badger. "You were in the peninsula then," said. "Yes, but now I'm a damned earl, and I had to sell out. May I be allowed to ask your lordship which damned earl you would be?" "Chase, the Earl of Chase." "That," Badger said slowly, readying himself for a fight, "is quite impossible. You'd best take your leave, sir. I won't be asking you again, if you take my meaning." He moved to stand more squarely in the doorway, and Marcus saw those huge hands of his curl into fists. Marcus, no fool, knew the man was ready to spring for his throat, but he didn't understand why. "It's true, I'm the new Earl of Chase, the 8th Earl, not the 7th. I had hoped Miss Cochrane still lived here. I have come for her, you see. She was forgotten after her father's death, and then when Mr. Critiker remembered her, I went immediately to Winchelsea, but she was gone. It's taken me another 3 months to find her, and now she's gone again." Badger eyed him up and down. "You're Marcus Wyndham?" "Yes, I am." "The old Earl called you the devil's own son. You are he?" Marcus grinned. "My uncle never minced matters. I'll own up to it." "You're telling me that her father is dead?" "Yes, he died nearly 6 months ago. He was thrown from his horse and died instantly." "She's still here, then?" "You are her servant?" So that's why no one came for her. Strange that neither of us considered such a possibility. I assume it was an accident. At the young man's nod, Badger said, "The Duchess used to speak of you when she returned from Chase Park. Actually, she said only that you were the one who named her Duchess, and that you were the devil's own son. I don't believe, sir, that she has much liking for you." Marcus laughed. "I don't care if she hates the very grass I tread upon. Just tell me that she is all right." "Aye, she is just fine." "She is eating sufficiently." "Aye, she eats enough." "But how does she afford this cottage?" "That, sir," Badger said, suddenly as austere as a bishop, "you'd best ask Miss Cochrane." "If I may ask, sir, why are you here? Would you like to invite me inside? I do need to speak with her, as you just suggested. Incidentally, who are you?" "I am Badger. I look after the Duchess, as I did her mother before her. I am her chef as well." "Ah," Marcus said, "you cook." The huge, ugly man nodded and finally stood aside for Marcus to enter. He did, striding into a small entryway. A staircase rose just beyond him, leading to the upper floor of the cottage. He smelled roasting meat just off to his left, potent and rich. His stomach growled, and his mouth began to water. He thought he heard a woman humming a neat little tune. "Wait here, sir," Badger said, and left Marcus without a backward look. He opened a door to the right and disappeared through it, closing it behind him. The humming stopped abruptly. Marcus tapped his riding crop against his thigh. He was hungry, tired, and couldn't believe that he'd been left to stand in a narrow hallway by a man who was a maid and a chef, but a man who spoke English like a little Etonian gentleman. At least she was all right. At least she wasn't alone. But who was paying for this cottage? Her food? Her cook? When the door opened again, Badger said, "You may come in, sir. Miss Cochrane will see you now." Like she's the bloody queen, Marcus thought, irritated. The room was small but pleasant. It had a lived-in feeling, that's what it was, a very welcoming feeling, and felt wonderfully cozy. There were stacks of London newspapers on the floor beside a blue brocade settee. Odd that he saw those newspapers before he noticed her. Stacks and stacks of them. It had been 5 years. She was the most beautiful girl he'd ever seen in his life. She'd more than fulfilled the promise he'd seen in her when she was 13. It wasn't that she was gowned gloriously, because she wasn't. She was wearing a simple muslin of dark gray, its collar nearly to her chin, the sleeves tapering down her arms to button tightly around her wrists. Her black hair was in fat plaits, interwoven atop her head. She wore no jewelry. There was a smudge of ink on her cheek. She was standing utterly still, just looking at him, not moving even a fingertip. He remembered that stillness of hers, the aloofness, the serenity that sat so oddly on the shoulders of a young girl. She was more beautiful than she should be. He said, "What are you doing with all those newspapers?" "Hello to you, Marcus." "Ah, hello, Duchess. It's been a while." She merely nodded. "Badger tells me that my father is dead, and that was why no one ever came for me. Odd, isn't it? Dead or alive, I was still forgotten." "Yes, Critica nearly choked himself to death when he informed me of it over 3 months ago. I am sorry it happened. I am here to fetch you back to Chase Park with me." She frowned at him, still not moving. She didn't even offer him her hand or her cheek to kiss. She was his damned first cousin, for God's sake, yet she was standing 6 feet away from him, and her frown was becoming more pronounced. He realized in that moment that he'd given her a profound shock, first her mother and now her father, both of them dead within weeks of each other. "I'm sorry about your father. He was my uncle, and I was fond of him. He had a quick death. There was no suffering." "Thank you for telling me that. I thought he had forgotten me, that he no longer wanted me since my mother had died. Now you know he did want you at Chase Park. He had no say in what happened to him." Badger appeared in the open doorway. "The duckling is perfect now, Duchess. It sits on a plateau with small boiled potatoes around it and some fresh green beans. I decorated the potatoes with snipped-off bits of parsley. I also made some apple tots, your favorite. Would you care to have dinner now? Would you like to have his lordship join us?" She nodded, clearly distracted. "Are you hungry, sir?" "Yes, I have ridden hard all day." "Is it possible for someone to see to my stallion?" "You will have to see to your own horse," she said. "Badger hasn't the time to do it." "I see," Marcus said. He turned on his heel and strode out of the small drawing room. Badger called after him, "There is a shed behind the cottage. You may stable your horse there." Marcus didn't say anything further. He was perfectly capable of looking after Stanley, but what he wasn't used to, what he couldn't seem to accept, was the fact that the Duchess was living alone with a man who spoke the English of a gentleman, was also her chef, and decorated a roasted duckling with boiled potatoes and parsley. Even though Badger was ugly as a gnarly old oak and old enough to be her father, still, it just wasn't right. What was going on here? She didn't look on the verge of starvation. She'd been humming when he arrived, and she had a spot of ink on her left cheek. And she looked so beautiful, he just wanted to stand there and stare at her, at least until Badger had come in and announced that dinner was served. As far as he knew, there had been no provision at all for her in his uncle's will, thus his growing fear over the past 4 months. As far as he knew, she had nothing. What was going on here? Runner style, chapter head 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 style, basic information, basic information, basic information, basic information. 3. Marcus pushed back his plate, sighed with pleasure, and folded his hands over his lean belly. The Duchess had finished some time before, and was simply sitting there, calm and composed, not ruffled in the least by his presence, as if having a man to dinner was a daily occurrence. She merely waited for him to finish, waited for him to speak, just waited, as silent and calm as she had always been since he'd first met her when she'd been 9 years old. She was slowly turning her wineglass between her fingers, a wineglass of good quality, he saw, surely a wineglass made of fine crystal that clearly cost a few guineas. It must be part of an expensive set. Who had paid for them? The man who ate evening meals with her. He said, easily, with deep appreciation, "Badger is a chef of great ability." The parsley was a nice touch. Greenery enhanced the paleness of the potatoes and highlighted the duck. Yes, it was a touch of artistry. He is a man of many abilities. Such as? She merely shrugged, looking as unruffled as could be, dismissing his sharp question as an impertinence, as he supposed it was. "You're looking well," he said. "Everyone was very worried about you." After they'd finally remembered she even existed, she thought, but said only, "Thank you." "You have quite grown up yourself. Were you a gentleman of leisure before my father, before the Earl died?" "Oh no, I was a major in the army." "I had to sell out after my uncle's death. I didn't want his damned title, though I know he never believed that. And I honestly didn't care that I was his nominal heir. Like everyone else, I believed he would remarry after my aunt died in childbed, and continue to try procreating a male child. Undoubtedly, he would have succeeded if he hadn't died. It is odd. I wonder why he didn't remarry. He was killed only 7 months after my aunt died. To have remarried before a year, well, perhaps 8 or 9 months, given his need, would have laid him open to censure. My uncle was conscious of others' opinions. He visited my mother often after the Countess died. Indeed, he spent most of his time with her. He'd changed so much after Charlie and Mark's deaths. At least, those last months were very happy. Marcus wasn't particularly surprised to hear that. After all, his uncle was always a lusty man who paid to have his mistress constantly at his disposal. However, he didn't say this aloud, not to his uncle's bastard daughter. He only nodded. He said abruptly, "Do you resemble your mother?" "Yes, but, as you probably have noticed, I have my father's eyes and his black hair. My mother's hair was incredible, all gold and blonde." She paused a moment, then said easily, "I know what you're thinking. A man has the same mistress for 20 years. It boggles the mind. My mother was always beautiful, always charming, always here for him. She never carped at him, never demanded. She loved him, you see." "Yes, I see," he said quietly. "I'm sorry, Duchess." "Your apple tarts," Badger said, coming quietly into the small room. Marcus wondered if he'd overheard their conversation and picked his moment of entry. If he had, it wasn't badly done. "Thank you, Badger. They look delicious," she said, smiling up at him. She said to Marcus, "You will be quite prepared to give up all your wealth after you have tasted Badger's apple tarts." Marcus smiled and forked down a bite. He closed his eyes. "My tongue couldn't offer an insult if it tried," he said, grinning. The Duchess merely nodded, saying, "It's difficult to believe that you really didn't care, that you didn't want the title and all the wealth that goes along with it." He shrugged. "I didn't care, it's true. I was quite content with my life as it was. I didn't want to sell out. I was only the son of a second son, but I was needed. I like to think that I made a difference, that my judgments affected the outcome of at least a few events. At least I pray I saved some lives and didn't stupidly waste any." "Did you spend all your years in the peninsula?" He nodded. "I joined up in August of 1808, right after Charlie and Mark drowned. The Spanish refused to have us help them in Spain, so we went directly to Portugal, to Figueira de Foz, near Coimbra. My commander was Wellington." He paused, then looked a bit embarrassed. "Sorry for boring on about it. Please continue," she said, and nothing more. He looked at her askance, because no woman before in his life, including his mother, had ever wanted to know what he'd done. He leaned forward, saying slowly, "Napoleon subdued Spain, then headed to Lisbon, traveling through Talavera and Elvas." Suddenly, the Duchess said, "Didn't Napoleon say, 'I shall hunt the English out of the peninsula'? Nothing can for long withstand the fulfillment of my wishes." "I believe he said something like that," Marcus said, frowning at her. "Do go on." He winced, remembering, saying to her, "There was this awful midwinter crossing, led by Sir John Moore through the Galician mountains, but we managed to outrun the French. There was little food, the animals—" He shook his head, looking at her now, hating those damned memories, seeing the faces of his men, of officers he'd called friend, so many of them dead now, and he'd not been able to do anything to help. "No," he said, "that is quite enough tonight. What do you think of the armistice made by Napoleon after he beat the Prussian armies at Lutzen and Bautzen?" Marcus shrugged. "We will see how long it lasts. None of the men I know think it will go much beyond the summer, if that. Is it true that Wellington wishes all his generals to avoid fighting Napoleon directly? That Wellington always tries to go up against his marshals?" He was truly surprised, for few people knew of it. "How do you know of this?" "I read," she said flatly, and he knew that he'd insulted her, treating her like a lady, in other words, like a bit of fluff with nothing noteworthy between her beautifully shaped ears. "Yes, you're quite right. Wellington has said that Napoleon's presence on a battlefield is worth 40,000 men, not just men, soldiers." She sat forward, resting her elbows on the table. The candlelight was soft, the room quiet, the apple tarts sitting unnoticed on their plates. "That is excellent. I'd never heard that. Is it also true that it wasn't the Russian winter that defeated Napoleon, but rather the Russians themselves?" "Yes, but there are arguments about that. Needless to say, all who deem Napoleon the greatest military leader of all time blame the vicious Russian winter. I have heard it said that the Russians learned from Napoleon's victories and copied him, thus defeating him at his own game. And don't forget that his supply lines broke down. Imagine the distances from the west all the way to Moscow. It quite boggles the mind to imagine how much food would be necessary, and clothing and equipment." "Yes," Marcus said. "Imagine." He couldn't help himself. He was staring at her and continued to stare at her. "Did she have a protector who was in the army or navy?" He said abruptly, "How long will it take you to be ready to leave?" "Leave? I beg your pardon? You are coming back with me to Chase Park, naturally." "There is nothing natural about it that I can see," she said, and to his surprise, he saw her hand clench into a fist. The Duchess making a bloody fist? No, surely he was seeing things. Not something so violent as a fist, not the bloody Duchess. What had he said to ruffle her serene feathers? He couldn't imagine that bloodless, elegant hand fisting. You should have been living at Chase Park for the past 6 months. I have apologized for what happened. There is nothing more I can say. I've spent the past months trying to find you. Now that I have, I'm here to offer you a home, proper chaperonage, and if you wish to go to London for a season, you will certainly go. I will also see that you have a sufficient dowry. With your looks and your show of interest in military matters, I dare say that you will have many offers of marriage, at least from lonely officers home on leave." She merely looked at him, still again, her hands smoothed out on the white tablecloth. He noticed ink stains on her fingers, and said, "If marriage is what you want. But what else is there for a lady?" "No," she said calmly. "No, I don't want marriage. This is my home now. It is kind of you to search me out. But a long time has passed, and I find that I am become self-sufficient. I have no need of a season, or a dowry, or a husband. There are things for a lady, Marcus, other than marriage. How have you become self-sufficient? Is there a soldier you met after your mother's death? Is it he who has told you?" Marcus shrugged then, his mouth shutting, but his meaning was quite clear, appallingly clear. She smiled at him, but it was a cold smile, one that held infinite secrets and a serious level of anger. But as usual, there was no sound of anger in her cool voice. "That, sir, is none of your business. Your line of reasoning is interesting, however. My knowledge of military matters, or my interest in such occurrences as Napoleon's failure to survive in Russia, obviously can't spring from my own brain, but it has to come rather from another, specifically from a military man who is doubtless keeping me in this charming cottage, just as your uncle kept my mother in Rosebud Cottage." He hunched forward and smacked his fist onto the table. "Damnation, Duchess! I didn't mean that. Are you forgetting that I am your cousin, that I am the damned head of the Wyndham family, and am thus responsible for you now? You are my cousin. True, but I am nothing but a bastard. You owe me nothing at all, Marcus. Certainly you aren't responsible for me. My father was, but like most men, he must have believed himself immortal. Thus, he made no provision for me. However, I find now that I quite enjoy being on my own. You are 18 years old. You are a gentlewoman. You cannot be on your own. I am nearly 19, and the fact remains that I am on my own, and I am a bastard. Don't put respectable icing on this particular cake, for it doesn't fit." He felt equal parts of anger and frustration. Here he was, a perfect knight-errant, and the damsel was refusing his assistance. The devil of it was she didn't even appear to be at all in distress. Suddenly, she laughed. "I can see exactly what you are thinking. You have gone to all this trouble to save your poor bastard cousin, and she is turning you down. Goodness, she is turning you down after feeding you probably the best dinner you've enjoyed in many a long evening. I'm sorry, Marcus, but there it is. No, it isn't. You will pack your things and you will return with me to Chase Park. I would never serve your father and my uncle such a turn. I would like to leave tomorrow. Can Badger have everything ready?" She didn't appear to be paying any attention to him. She was looking off into space, her eyes narrowed in profound thought, or something. All of a sudden, she began to hum a tune he'd never heard before. "Excuse me," she said abruptly, and rose from her chair. "Don't go away, Marcus. I shall return very soon." She was gone from the small dining room, leaving the Earl of Chase there with a half-eaten apple tart on his plate and a look of utter incomprehension on his face, wondering how the devil she was managing. And now she'd run out on him without a by your leave. "Would you like a brandy, my lord? Or perhaps port or claret?" "Port," he said. He sipped at the port, waiting for her to return. 15 minutes passed, and there was no sign of her. He said to Badger, who had just come into the small dining room to clear the dishes from the table, "What is she doing?" "I couldn't say." "Of course you can, but you won't, will you? Come, Badger, how the hell does she afford this cottage? How does she afford to have you? There's a man, isn't there? He's a military man, and he's footing all the bills. You will speak to Miss Cochrane, my lord. I wish to leave tomorrow. Can you be ready, Badger?" Badger straightened to his full height, which would make many a short man envious. "You will discuss this with Miss Cochrane." Then he softened, adding, "You must understand loyalty, sir. You were in the army. There is little more precious than absolute loyalty." Marcus sighed and set down his port. "You're right, naturally. Do you think the Duchess would mind if I tracked her down now? I believe I hear her returning." "Ah, sir, it is doubtless difficult for her. Just learning that her father had been dead for 6 months, learning that he did want her and didn't forget her, that instead the rest of you forgot her. There has been too much death for her in the past months. She has hidden it well," Marcus said. "No tears, no sobs, nothing. No pleas, no explanations, no pleasure in seeing me or agreeing with anything I say. Naturally. What would you expect from her?" "I don't know anymore," Marcus said slowly, now lifting his port and swirling the dark red around in the crystal glass, a quite well-made crystal glass. Damnation, he wanted to strangle her. "Go gently, sir." Marcus watched Badger hold open the door to the dining room as the Duchess came back in. "Forgive me for taking so long," she said, adding, "Would you like to remain here or come with me into the drawing room? Here is fine." "What were you doing?" "Just a bit of this and that, nothing to concern you." He felt frustration rising to new heights and announced with the heavy hand of a complete autocrat, "You will come home with me, and that's that." "No, but thank you for your feelings of guilt or responsibility or whatever it is you're feeling that engenders such a fist on the reins. Listen to me. You are absolved, Marcus, please believe me. From you, I learned that my father did want me. That is important. I thank you for that. Now, I'm sorry, but there is nowhere for you to sleep. In Biddenden, very near to the sign of the Biddenden Maids." "Who the devil are the Biddenden Maids?" "You didn't come through the village? No matter. They were Elizabeth and Mary Chalkhurst, and they lived in the 12th century. They were Siamese twins. In any case, the Checkers Inn is not to be despised, but it is small, but perhaps not too small for the new Earl of Chase." She rose and smiled at him. Not much of a smile, but something. He stood and strode to her, looking down at her, knowing his stance was intimidating, but not caring. "I will be back tomorrow morning." He left her without another word. Badger was waiting in the small entrance hall. He opened the door and silently ushered him out. "The Checkers Inn will stable your horse, my lord," he said. "That is something," Marcus said, shaking his head. "Siamese twins. Remarkable." When Marcus rode to the cottage the next morning, it was to see the Duchess dressed in an outmoded gown of faded gray, the sturdy cotton coming nearly to her chin, down on her knees, her hands gloved, digging in a flower bed. He dismounted, tied Stanley to the tethering post, and walked to her. "I didn't know you were a gardener." She looked up at him. The sun was behind her, a halo around her head. Her forehead was covered with perspiration, and there were 2 dirt smudges on her face. She looked lovely, more than lovely. Damn her. "Yes, I enjoy it very much, as did my mother. Only I have more the green thumb than she did. I had the time, so why not? How do you suddenly have the time? Does this mean that you won't suddenly jump up humming and leave the roses? It's always possible. I want you to give me an honest answer, Duchess. If I feel like it." He wanted to box her ears. He came down on his haunches beside her. "How are you supporting yourself? You no longer believe there is a man in the background?" "No, and I never did. Not really. You wouldn't do that. But God, it makes no sense. Surely you must see that. You're not but a young girl, and it has been 5 years, Marcus. You really have no idea as to my character or lack thereof, of my talents or lack thereof. In short, you know nothing at all about me. The twins miss you, as does Aunt Gwyneth. They want you to come home with me." She smiled down at her filthy gloves, at the rich black earth that nurtured her precious roses. "You have become a very handsome man, Marcus, a very eligible gentleman. Since you are the Earl of Chase, you will doubtless be sought after by every single female in this fair land. You will be marrying soon, so that you may go about the business of breeding an heir. I cannot imagine your wife wanting me anywhere around. I'm a bastard. It would behoove you to remember that. I'm not even 25 yet. For God's sake, give me a few years before I must leg shackle myself. Forgive me. I quite understand your consternation, since I share the same reluctance. You must admit that my unusual upbringing could easily leave a girl with a somewhat cynical view of dealings between men and women, particularly married men and unmarried women. None of this matters, damn it. Listen, Duchess, you cannot remain here, living alone with a man despite the fact that he is your servant. Your reputation will be in ruins. You were raised to be a gentlewoman. It is what you're meant to be, a gentleman's wife, the mother of his children. I wish to give you that future. It's what your father would have done. Please, you cannot remain here." She remained still and silent, her gloved hands now resting quietly in the earth. That earth was black and thick and rich. He rose quickly, so furious with her for her damned silence, her stubbornness. He was, for a moment, without words. Then he bellowed at the top of his lungs. "What do you do to keep this damned snug little cottage?" Very slowly she stood up and stripped off her gloves, tossing them to the ground beside her. "Would you like some breakfast, Marcus? It is still very early." "I will strangle you," he said, looking at her throat, covered completely by that hideous faded gray gown. "Yes, I will strangle you, but after breakfast. What will Badger prepare?" 4. Chase Park, August 1813. 2 bloody months, he thought, wadding up the single sheet of paper, containing only 2 paragraphs, to him by her grace, that damned girl he himself had christened Duchess so many years before. How dare she? He read again, feeling his face grow red. "My lord, it was kind of you to send grapes from your succession house. Badger has quite delighted in preparing them in various dishes. Give my regards to Aunt Gwyneth and the twins." And she'd signed it, "Your servant." Nothing more. Not Duchess, not her name, nothing. Not even obedient servant, which she wasn't. Damn her eyes. He looked up to see Critiker standing in the doorway, obviously afraid to say anything until Marcus recognized him. "What is Miss Cochrane's name?" "The Duchess, my lord." No, her real name. "It was I who named her Duchess when she was 9 years old, but I have no memory at all of her real name." Critiker looked nonplussed. "I don't know. Shall I ask Lady Gwyneth?" "Don't bother. It really isn't important. I just received a letter from her. She received the grapes. Badger is cooking with them. She is fine, I assume. She says nothing more. I suppose I will write her back, but I would rather kill her, or at least maim her, or strangle her just a little bit to get her attention." Critiker backed out of the door. "We can review your other correspondence later, my lord." Marcus grunted, picked up a piece of foolscap, and dipped his pen into the onyx inkwell atop the desk. He wrote, "Dear Duchess, I am more pleased than I can tell you about Badger's pleasure with the damned grapes. I trust you are well, though you didn't say. I am well. Aunt Gwyneth is well. The twins are well, though Antonia is ordering novels from Hookham's in London and telling me that she has developed a fondness for sermons, and that is what comprises her orders. Fanny is gaming flesh, and Aunt Gwyneth has told her that no gentleman will want to speak to her if she has more than 1 chin. I don't suppose you will tell me what you are doing to earn sufficient funds for the cottage and food and Badger. Your servant, Marcus Wyndham." He'd written too much, he thought. She didn't deserve all the words he'd bothered to write her, but nonetheless, he carefully folded the paper and slipped it into an envelope, writing her direction in a neat hand. He dipped his signet ring into the hot wax he'd prepared and pressed it on the envelope. He turned back to the London Gazette and read the latest war news. Schwarzenberg had crossed the Bohemian Mountains and tried to storm Dresden. However, the French had turned the city into a fortified camp, and they'd beaten off the poorly coordinated Allied attack. Of course, then, Napoleon had arrived with more French corps, and Schwarzenberg ended up losing 38,000 men and retreating to Bohemia. 38,000! Marcus couldn't take it in. Good God, so many soldiers, slaughtered through incompetence, men now dead who shouldn't be. He ached to return to action, but he knew that until he married and produced an heir, that he couldn't take that kind of risk. He owed it to the 400-year direct line of Wyndhams. Damn! He turned in his chair and yanked the bell pull. Critiker showed his face around the door within 2 minutes. Marcus sighed and allowed himself to be drowned in estate business for the next 3 hours. At least he knew enough now about his uncle's various business dealings not to make a complete ass of himself. Pipwell Cottage, November 1813. The Duchess simply stared at the letter. She couldn't take it in. She read again, and then once more. She called out faintly, not realizing that she'd yelled, "Badger, please come here quickly." She heard him crashing through the kitchen, through the hallway, and into the drawing room. He was breathing hard and obviously alarmed. "I'm sorry. Please, come here and read this. I can't believe it. It is absurd, surely a jest. It is." He fell to a stop and thrust out the letter to Badger. He looked from her white face to the letter. He read it through, whistled softly, then read it again, and yet one more time. He seated himself beside her on the settee and took her hands in his. He said quietly, "Well, this is a shock. It seems that everyone was looking for you. It took the Earl only 2 months to find you, but this gentleman took considerably longer. He claims he's been searching since last May. Well, now he's found you. Marcus doesn't know about any of this. No, and that's appropriate, I think. This solicitor fellow is a realist. He knows that your position is automatically precarious, that everything rests upon his eking to you and not allowing the Earl or any of the family to get to you first. He is a wise man. He wants to visit me next Monday. Aye, rightfully so." Badger patted her hands, then rose, sniffing like a hound on the scent. "My hem gelatine smells too potent. It is beyond what is gratifying. Perhaps the grated black pepper wasn't of the best quality, as old Shark-fin Freeman assured me. Well, I can add more basil, and perhaps just another pinch of rosemary. Then it will be perfect. I am pleased, Duchess, that your father didn't forget you. He did well. I will remember him more easily now. I wonder if there is more," she said. "We will see when this Mr. Wicks person arrives," Badger said, and left her alone to return to his hem. Mr. Wicks was very old and very thin, and had an unmistakable gleam of kindness in his rooming eyes. His smile, with its half-complement of teeth, was also kind, and it robbed her of much of her wariness. "How do you do?" he said, and gallantly bowed over her hand. "How pleased I am to have finally found you. I must say you have a charming property. My, how I should like some tea. And you, I imagine, young lady, wish to hear all about this unusual but highly gratifying situation." The Duchess invited him in, gave him tea, and sat forward in her chair, her hands clasped in her lap. "Your name, as I told you in my letter, is now Miss Wyndham. Your father married your mother last November, 2 months before he was killed. He immediately hired me to have you legitimized. It was finalized at last in May. I couldn't contact you before then, since it wasn't yet completed, for one of the Wyndham family could have stopped it, thus ensuring that you would remain dispossessed. But it was completed, and now you are a true Wyndham. Then in May, my dear Miss Wyndham, I couldn't find you. I hired a Bow Street runner, and he managed, finally, to track you here to Smarden." She was looking utterly shocked, something he well understood. "My mother told me nothing of this, sir, nor did my father. I thought your address to me as Miss Wyndham was just a kindness, perhaps even a misapprehension on your part. Actually, my dear, you are now a lady, right and tight, but I thought that would make only more confusion than necessary. You are an Earl's daughter, and thus a lady, just as are his other daughters, Lady Fanny and Lady Antonia. No, your father told me that he was holding it all a secret from you until you were finally his legitimate daughter. I'm so very sorry that your parents died so suddenly, leaving you alone and unprotected, and unaware of what they had done to make things right for you. They both loved you. Yes," she said slowly, staring beyond his left shoulder, "they did make things right for me." Had her father really loved her? Yes, she supposed now. Yes, he had. She lowered her head and cried. For the first time since Marcus had told her of her father's death, tears rolled down her cheeks to drop onto her folded hands. She made no sound, just cried and cried. It was Badger who came into the drawing room and handed her a handkerchief, saying to Mr. Wicks as he did so, She is always forgetting to carry a handkerchief with her. I tell her to just stuff one in her pocket, but she never remembers. That's right, Duchess. Cry all you want to. The handkerchief has been waiting years for just this occasion. Thank you, Badger, she said. Her face was pale, her nose red, her eyes watery, and Mr. Wicks thought she was quite the loveliest young lady he'd seen in many a year. He said, "You have your father's eyes and hair. I met your mother but one time. She seemed a remarkable woman, so bright, just as are you, and so very beautiful, that I stared at her, I fear, stared and stared. And your father just chuckled and said that it was all right, that every man who had ever laid eyes on her stared. And you are at least her equal in beauty. Now you will take your rightful place in society, Lady Duchess." Lady Duchess, how odd that sounds. But your father insisted that was your name, even when I questioned it. He said, if I remember correctly, "Yes, Wicks, it's Lady Duchess she is, and nothing else. She's a young woman of great charm and character, who will change things around her if she is given the chance, and I intend that she have her chance. Thus, my lady, you are no longer a bastard. You will no longer be expected to live in retirement. In short, you will now do just as you wish." Mr. Wicks sat back and beamed at her. "But I am quite content as I am," she said. "I'm pleased that my parents married, truly I am. But I don't see how it will change my situation, which, in any case, doesn't need changing. Let me assure you that the current Earl, my cousin, Marcus Wyndham, also tracked me down and invited me to come and live at Chase Park. He also offered me a season and a dowry. It was I who refused his offer. I do appreciate all the precautions you took, Mr. Wicks, but Marcus would have been pleased about what my father had done. He wouldn't have tried to stop it." "You should have told him." "Possibly," Mr. Wicks said, and sipped delicately at his tea. "However, when it comes to my fellow man, I've learned, my dear, always to tread on eggshells. Now, there is more to tell you, much more. The current Earl is an honorable man, from what I've learned about him. I've heard he's also a trusted friend, a brave soldier, intelligent and loyal. But he is no longer an army man. He has new responsibilities, new expectations, new modes of behavior required of a gentleman of his class. Perhaps he is still a man to admire, a man to trust. However, it doesn't matter now, because even if he were so inclined, there is now nothing he can do about it. As I said, there is more." He coughed lightly into his hand, then raised his head and smiled widely at her. "Allow me to congratulate you, ma'am. You are now an heiress." Chase Park, December 18. Marcus pulled Stanley to a halt, dismounted quickly, and tossed the reins to Lampkin, his favorite stable lad, who worshipped the ground Stanley trod his hooves upon. "Rub him down well, Lampkin. I've tested his mettle today. He's blowing hard." "Aye, my lord," Lampkin said, already patting Stanley's nose and crooning unrecognizable sounds and words to the stallion. "Aye, my handsome beast, ye've given his lordship a fine ride, haven't ye?" Marcus smiled and left the stable. It was a warm day, the sun bright overhead, and here it was the middle of December. There was much work for him to do, but he'd seen the sun shining into his bedchamber and known the work could wait, for being England, being Yorkshire, the beautiful weather wouldn't. He'd said as much to Spiers, who had merely nodded and said, "I have laid out your riding clothes, my lord. The tan riding breeches, I believe, would be most stylish this morning, and the blue superfine jacket. Your Hessians are more discerning of your features than that mirror. How did you know I would go riding?" Marcus shrugged into his dressing gown, a relic of his winters in Portugal, the elbows so shiny with wear that any day now the material would split. Spiers merely smiled and said, "I have already ordered your bath, my lord. Would you like me to shave you?" "You ask me that every morning, and the answer is still no, Spiers. I refuse to become so lazy that I cannot even wield my own razor." "Very well, sir. I have sharpened it for you, as usual. I found with your late uncle, he wouldn't allow me to shave him either, that when finally he hit his cups with too much vigor, he was blessedly thankful that I was here to wield the razor for him." Thank you for telling me. I will, as my uncle did, wait for the overindulgence before I give over my throat for the razor. Incidentally, Spears, I heard you singing a song. I thought at first it was in my sleep. I was just on the edge of awakening, you know. I don't believe I've heard it before. It's a clever ditty indeed, my lord. Spears smiled, then sang out in a rich baritone. Napoleon gave us 30 days to bag our men and go away. But he misjudged the soldiers' guns, and now he gives us 31. Marcus grunted. Your voice is better than the song, Spears. At least it rhymes. Napoleon gave us 30 days when? To leave Berlin, my lord. Schwarzenberg had commanded Bernadotte to protect the city, but as you know, Bernadotte gave orders to abandon Berlin, and would have if his subordinate, Bülow, hadn't talked him out of it. But it isn't all that accurate, Spears. There was nothing about 30 or 31 days. Well, perhaps there were a few jests about it, but it wasn't a fact. It is lyrical license, my lord, surely the prerogative of a ditty writer. I understand this ditty writer is quite the popular man in the army ranks. The men are singing his little trifles as they march along. Marcus was smiling, finding himself singing the silly little song, when Samson opened the great doors to Chase Park and bowed him inside. Marcus was at last used to the deference and the endless services heaped upon him by his staff. He thanked Samson, as was his wont, and said, I suppose Critiker is awaiting me in the estate room, a woeful look on his hangdog's face and a pile of papers for me to review. Yes, my lord, I believe that is quite accurate a description. I heard him shout some 20 minutes ago, shortly after I delivered your lordship's mail to him. I immediately went into the estate room with the repellent thought that he had succumbed to an apollastic outburst, which, I might add, would have been vastly inappropriate. But he hadn't. It is evidently a missive of grave importance, my lord, and he had, in his shock and surprise, given verbal vent to his, feelings. What the devil does apollastic mean? It refers to the giving of enjoyment or pleasure. It is an act of self-indulgence, my lord, something to be avoided unless one is lucky enough to so indulge. You're quite right, Samson. I should have boxed his ears had he done it in my presence. Rightfully so, my lord. Marcus, now thoroughly intrigued, didn't change, but rather strode directly to his estate room, flung open the door, and said, Tell me, Critiker, with no tumult or stewing, exactly what news made you vent your, feelings. Mr. Critiker said nothing, merely handed Marcus a single sheet of paper. Marcus read and read again, sucked in his breath, and said, My God, this is quite beyond anything I could ever have imagined. Do feel free to indulge in another fit of apollastic behavior, Critiker. Apollastic, my lord? You heard me, man. Surely you know the meaning of apollastic. You are my secretary, after all, and it's your duty to be up on all meanings of all words I may use. Critiker was silent as the clock on the mantel, broken now for over 75 years. He looked to be in agony.
It appears that the Duchess will be coming to us shortly, Marcus said, looking through the narrow windows that gave onto the winter-barren east lawn. That is, she will be coming to us for at least a short time. She doesn't say that she will remain, though she will remain if she isn't completely stupid. I suppose I will see to it that she does remain. She is a woman. I am a man. She will obey me, for I am the Earl and her cousin, and it is her duty to do as I tell her. Mr. Spears believes it will be a close call, my lord. Marcus rolled his eyes. It seemed that his butler, his secretary, and his valet had formed a coalition. The Duchess is proud, I agree, but she isn't stupid, at least I trust not, in this particular instance. Spears said that pride many times exonerates a greater stupidity than a blank brain. Marcus carefully folded the letter, slipped it into his pocket, and took himself upstairs to change his clothes. Well, Duchess, he thought to himself, at last you will have to come to me. It wasn't until later that he reread the letter once more and focused on the final sentence. Mr. Wicks wishes to see you on Thursday following my arrival. You doubtless already know this. What the devil did his uncle's London solicitor want? Was there more afoot than he knew? But what?
She arrived at Chase Park 1 week before Christmas. The deadline had been the 1st of January, 1814, but she had decided to have it over and done with. Badger stood beside her on the great front steps, holding one small valise for her, and she was in the process of lifting her gloved hand to knock on the evil-looking lion's head knocker that had quite terrified her as a child, but, of course, she'd never let on that it had. Before her hand descended, the door was opened, and she was faced with a beaming Samson. "Miss Duchess! Ah, Lady Duchess! What a pleasure! A wonderful event! Do come in! Yes, do come in! Who is this person? This is Badger. He is my valet. Ah, well, no matter. Doubtless his lordship will sort out everything to your satisfaction. He is awaiting you in his library. Do come with me, Lady Duchess. Your, valet? My name is Erasmus Badger, sir. Ah, yes, Mr. Badger. I will take you upstairs myself to introduce you to Mr. Spears, his lordship's valet. Perhaps the three of us can come together later and discuss, things." Badger looked at the Duchess, but she merely smiled that cool, aloof smile of hers. "Go along with Samson. His lordship can't very well slit my throat in his library." She walked quietly into the huge, intimidating room. Marcus stood behind his desk. He didn't move when he saw her standing in the doorway, merely said, "You came." She nodded. "I had to. I wrote you that. Yes, to be a Wyndham of Wyndham, you had to show your face here before January 1, 1814. But that makes no sense. You are either legitimate or you're not. You are not without sense, Duchess. There is more, isn't there?" She wouldn't tell him the rest of it, tell him the real reason she was here. She couldn't serve him such a blow. She would let Mr. Wicks do it. She simply raised her chin, saying nothing. Marcus grunted, threw down the sheaf of papers in his right hand, and came around the massive desk. "Congratulations on the marriage of your father and your mother." "Thank you. I only wish I had known, just a clue perhaps, before—" "Well, now you do, and you're home where you belong. It's nearly Christmas. I plan to take the twins and Spears out to cut a Yule log for the drawing room. Would you care to accompany us?" He saw, perhaps for the first time since he'd known her, a leap of something very excited in her blue eyes. Then it was gone, and she was nodding coolly, saying, "Thank you, Marcus. You are very kind. I apologize for being here, in advance, truly. I'm sorry if my now being legitimate is distressful to you." He said, his voice harsh. "Nonsense. Chase Park is now your home, just as it is mine. If you hadn't been such a stubborn twit, you would have been living here for the past 6 months instead of—" He broke off, shook his head, then, as if he couldn't help himself, he said, "How did you earn money to keep that damn snug little cottage? And what about that very nice crystal? When would you like to cut that Yule log?" "In an hour," he said, looking at her white neck, his fingers clenching and unclenching. This gown was stylish, a pale cream muslin, the neckline not to her chin, but lower, just giving a hint of her bosom, which looked quite enticing to him. "Dress warmly and wear stout boots. Do you have warm clothes and stout boots?" "No, I fancy I will have to wear only my shift and a pair of slippers. I have sufficient clothing, Marcus, don't worry. You aren't my guardian. Also, I pray you won't forget that you have only 5 years on me. In short, Cousin Marcus, we are both quite young and indeed too young to beset each other." "What the hell does that mean? You're still 18. I will very likely be appointed your guardian, despite my meager number of years. So I advise you, Duchess, not to raise the level of my ire any further. Your ire, Marcus, is of no concern to me. I'm here because I must be here. There is nothing more to it. And I now am 19. And will you deign to remain?" She gave him a smile, an infuriating smile, turned and left the library. She didn't close the door. She heard Mrs. Emery saying with surely too great exuberance, "Hello, Duchess, and welcome. Oh, excuse me, miss, it's Lady Duchess now. Let me take you to your room. The Earl has assigned you the Princess Mary chamber, and very lovely it is. You remember, of course." "Of course," the Duchess said. "I remember it quite well. It is kind of his lordship to select such a superior accommodation for me. 5. There was something to be said for a Christmas at home in the bosom of one's family, Marcus thought, as he sipped the warm, nutmeg-tart mulled wine, felt the heat from the burning Yule log upon his face. He turned then to look at his assembled family. His last Christmas had been spent around a campfire with 50 of his men, shivering in the Galician hills, wondering if the new year would bring them into battle and into death. He realized that he hadn't bought a gift for the Duchess, not that she deserved it. Well, he had time, still 5 days until Christmas. Tomorrow, his uncle's solicitor from London would arrive. He frowned, wondering what else his uncle could have done. Legitimizing the Duchess was a fine thing. He had no argument with that, though he realized quickly that Aunt Gwyneth now looked at her a good deal differently. He couldn't imagine why she would disapprove of the newly bona fide lady and approve of the bastard. Odd that. Aunt Gwyneth said, "Duchess, Marcus told us that you were living in Smarden, in Pipwell Cottage, with a man. Really, my dear, such a thing is most peculiar, and leaves your reputation open to slurs, given your unfortunate antecedents." The Duchess smiled a very small but pleasant smile, those long, narrow hands of hers quiet in her lap. "I have never believed my antecedents to be unfortunate, ma'am, merely difficult in this tender society. Nonetheless, you have had a man living with you. Yes, his name is Badger, and he was my butler and my chef. He's a remarkable man. Actually, he still is my, valet. Still, it is not at all what one would expect from a lady," Aunt Gwyneth said. But Marcus, horrified at how prissy and prudish she sounded, and realizing that he must have sounded exactly the same way, interrupted swiftly, saying, "It makes no more difference, Aunt. The Duchess is here now. Nothing more need be said about it." "But that man accompanied her here." "Yes," the Duchess said calmly, then remained quiet, sipping at her mulled wine. "Perhaps Cook should speak to Badger, for his mulled wine is the best I have ever tasted. He has secret ingredients he won't tell anyone about. I remember my mother used to plead with him, telling him that she could sell the recipe and make us all rich." He laughed and nodded, but refused to tell her. "I can vouch for Badger's culinary expertise, Aunt Gwyneth. Dear Marcus, the man lived with the mother and then with the daughter. He speaks the most beautiful English. Surely you cannot allow a man with such pretensions to influence the household. Why, he apes his betters, and it isn't the done thing, Marcus. And she says he's still her valet? Her valet? That is utterly preposterous, unbelievable. And you, as the head of the family, surely can't allow it to continue. I don't want to see the Wyndham name swimming into any more disrepute than it already swims." A very dark eyebrow went up a good inch. "Our name is in disrepute? Why is this? Perhaps you believe, ma'am, that I am the cause of this so-called disrepute, since I am merely the son of the second son? Don't be a nodcock, boy. It doesn't suit you. No, certainly not. The disrepute we are currently experiencing is the Duchess's being made legitimate. Add a man valeting a girl, and the result is obvious to predict." "Ah, well, Aunt," Marcus said, "I beg you to think, rather, that my uncle and the Duchess's father came to see what was right, and did it. As for this valeting business—" The Duchess interrupted him in an unruffled, utterly serene voice. "It is done, dear ma'am, and I fear there is no going back now. I trust the disrepute will die down in time. But this does disturb me. Do you honestly believe Badger's excellent English to be pernicious?" "No, she doesn't," Marcus said, giving Aunt Gwyneth a look that shut her mouth quickly. "Particularly when Spears rivals him in elocution and delivery. Marcus, that is all well and good, but you cannot allow him to remain here as her valet." "Valet," Antonia said, lifting her head from her current novel, a hideously ill-written story of a constantly weeping medieval heroine and a hero who cleaved everyone he met in half with his magic sword. He is your valet, Duchess? How very interesting. Does he arrange your hair? Does he draw your bath? Will you introduce him to me tomorrow? If you like, Antonia. Badger will remain, Marcus said firmly, in exactly what capacity I have yet to determine. I believe, the Duchess said quietly, that it will be up to me to determine Badger's position. Hardly, Marcus said. You may now live here at Chase Park, but you are not the master. Directing many servants on a vast estate is quite different from directing one servant in a cottage. However, I will discuss it with you, as well as with Badger. Incidentally, Duchess, I am pleased you came to reason and are now making Chase Park your home. Do you care to tell me why you changed your mind? The Duchess evidently didn't care to tell him anything. Her expression didn't change. Her white hands remained utterly still in her lap. Then she raised one hand to set her mulled wine on the low table beside her. She was so bloody graceful, he thought, watching her. Every movement she made was smooth and elegant. He suddenly saw her in his mind's eye on her knees, bent over, gardening, the smudges of dirt on her face, tendrils of hair on her damp forehead. She'd still looked utterly composed and lovely. It was always the same with her. He wondered then if she felt anything deeply, if she ever shouted or cried or sulked, or if the elegant serenity, the utter calm, was all there was to her, that it was her, in fact. Fanny looked longingly at a tray of lemon-seed cakes, caught Aunt Gwyneth's frown, and turned miserably away. The Duchess said, "Would you like an apple, Fanny? They're quite delicious. I just finished one myself." Fanny shrugged, then caught the apple Marcus tossed to her. She rubbed it on her sleeve, earning her a disapproving look from Aunt Gwyneth. Marcus smiled at the Duchess, but she didn't regard him. "The hour grows late," Aunt Gwyneth said some minutes later. "I think it is time for you girls to go to bed." "All right," Antonia said, closed her book, and yawned deeply. She said to the Duchess, "You're our half-sister. Marcus told us all about it. You're no longer our cousin from Holland. That's right. After your dear mother died, our father married my mother. He made me legitimate." "You were a bastard," Fanny said, no guile showing on her face or sounding in her voice. "How very odd. I remember Antonia and I used to argue whether you were from Italy or Holland. It was difficult because we had never heard you speak either language." "Yes, I was a bastard, until last May, to be exact." "Really, my dear, you needn't blare it so loudly," Aunt Gwyneth said. "It would make people believe that you weren't ashamed of your unfortunate birth." "Since I had no say whatsoever in my birth, ma'am, why should I ever feel shame about it?" "Still," Aunt Gwyneth said, but was interrupted by Antonia, who said, "Now you will be able to find a husband. You won't have to pretend anymore that you're not a real lady. Just imagine," Fanny said, as she chewed on her apple, "you were a love child. How very romantic." "Bosh," Antonia said. "You're stupid, Fanny. Now, Duchess, you won't have to stay here because now you're all right and tight and legal. You won't have to stay here for Marcus to order you about." "I order you about, Antonia? Come, if I were such a tyrant, would I allow you to read that nauseating pap that is currently sitting in your lap?" "Well, perhaps not," Antonia said. "But still, Marcus, your rules do seem to multiply by the day. It must be that you and Aunt Gwyneth make up new ones after Fanny and I have gone to bed. But Fanny and I will continue to bear with you. You haven't been the Earl all that long, and we quite understand that you must fit your own boots into it. Now then, Duchess, will you go to London? It's possible. Perhaps I shall go to London after Boxing Day. Why not? Will Marcus give you money?" Fanny asked, looking still at the lemon-seed cakes, the chewed-down apple core in her hand. "London is ever so expensive, you know." "We will see," Marcus said, his voice testy as hell. "Now, off to bed with you girls. No, Aunt Gwyneth and I won't sit here and devise new despotic rules to test your fortitude. Aunt Gwyneth, you may excuse yourself as well. Duchess, please remain for a moment longer, if you will." A short while later, she looked at him from a goodly distance, saying nothing, merely standing behind a winged chair, one graceful hand smoothing rhythmically over the soft brocade, as if it were Esme beneath her hand. Odd, but even Esme, the most independent of felines, lay quietly beneath the Duchess's hand when she chanced to pet her. There was a slight flush on her cheeks from the warmth of the fire. "Yes, Marcus, you wished to say something to me." "Why did you say you wanted to go to London?" "I said perhaps I would go, after Boxing Day." "Do you need money to allow you to go?" "No, I dare say that I won't need a sou." "So, I had allowed myself to believe that you came here because your finances were strained beyond their limits. But it isn't so, is it? Not if you can afford to keep yourself in London. If keep yourself is indeed what you would be doing. Badger will be with me, naturally. You won't go. I forbid it. You will wait to go to London when I do, which will be in late March. Aunt Gwyneth will accompany us and will provide you chaperonage. You will have your bloody season. If you find a gentleman I deem appropriate, or if I discover a gentleman for you whom I deem suitable, why then I will provide you a dowry, and you can marry. Nonsense, Marcus. Pray cease your outflow of orders. Tyranny doesn't become you. It is hardly nonsense, and I'm not a bloody tyrant, no matter what the twins say. There are many so-called gentlemen in London eager to sully a lady's reputation or take liberties with her. You have no idea of how to go along. You're young and green. You would quickly make a fool of yourself. I won't allow that to happen. You're now a Wyndham, after all. You will go to London with me, and I will point out all the scoundrels to you."
She said mildly, "If you aren't careful, Marcus, every female of your acquaintance will convey you bound and gagged to the Quakers in Bristol. They are the most strict of their sect, it is said. It is said they never see themselves unclothed, always dressing and undressing with their eyes straight ahead, and bathing in the same way. I cannot imagine how it is done. Such modesty must require a great deal of practice and resolution. Truly, Marcus, you must mean well, but do not concern yourself with me. I have already set my guardianship of you into motion. It shouldn't take long to finalize." "I don't think so," she said, then infuriated him by smiling into the fire, calm and unruffled as ever. "You have no say in it, damn you. Oh, I dare say that I shall have more say than you can begin to imagine." "How?" She remained silent. "How did you support yourself? There was a man, wasn't there? There's a man awaiting you in London, isn't there? Why did you come back here if your plan was simply to leave again? Did your father make it a stipulation of your legitimacy? That is an abundance of questions, Marcus. I will address the first. You seem to believe that ladies are singularly incompetent. Cannot you imagine that one of us could support herself through honest means? Not you. You're a lady. You were raised to be a lady, to be a man's wife, nothing more. It isn't that you are incompetent, no, certainly not. It is just that you were raised to do nothing except—" He stalled, seeing the endless hole beneath his feet he'd so eagerly dug for himself. She said coolly, kindness reeking in her soft voice, "Decorate a gentleman's arm, perhaps? Yes, and bear his children, and see that his home is comfortable and well run. Perhaps keep flower beds if you wished. All that doesn't require some proficiency, some skill. Not the kind of skill that would bring in groats. And yet you seem to—" He stalled again. His words sounded utterly pompous and condescending. He sounded like an ass, but he wouldn't take the words back. Perhaps he'd even get a rise out of her this time. Maybe even make her raise her voice just a bit. That thought made his eyes glitter. But it was not to be. "Marcus, what do you do to earn groats?" He stared at her, then said more calmly than he imagined possible, "I was a major in the army. I earned money. And now that you are no longer in the army?" He ground his teeth. There was no keeping it from her, and he didn't care. "Is there a rich lady keeping you in style? Obviously, a nobleman can't earn groats. Why, his blood would quickly turn from blue to black."
There are many responsibilities I have now, as you well know. I have to oversee all the properties. I am caretaker to more houses than you even know about. I am responsible for every man, woman, and child who works on all estates owned by the Wyndhams. In short, you inherited everything. You know very well that the title means little to me, but I will fulfill my duties as I must. Marcus, how old are you? You know very well that I am 24. So very young to be as you are, she said, then had the gall to shrug. And just how is that? Concerned for your well-being. As I was saying, all your, abilities don't bring in groats. There was no inheritance to make you independent, yet you had enough to rent that damned cottage. He stopped on purpose this time, his eyes glittering anew. Perhaps now he'd see a fist again. Wouldn't that be something? She had the further gall to shrug again. She said not another single word, and he waited, hoping, but there was not even a glint of anger in her cool blue eyes. He gave up, saying, "Your Mr. Wicks will be here tomorrow. What do you say about that? I imagine that Mr. Wicks will wish to speak to both of us. Do you plan to be here?" He would have liked to tell her he was going to Edinburgh, but he didn't. "I'll be here. Now I'm going to bed. I will see you at breakfast. Good night, Marcus. Sleep well." He grunted. She stood silently, watching him stride out of the magnificent drawing room, over 3 ancient and rich Turkey carpets, past some furnishings that dated back to before Henry VIII. She paused a moment before leaving the green cube room and looked up. All the beams in the vast ceiling were intricately carved, showing the family coat of arms in too many places, as well as a series of interesting geometric patterns that struck her as designs for their own sakes. In between the beams, various scenes were painted, beginning with medieval tableaus and moving up well into the 16th century. There were beautifully painted figures of men and women, the colors still rich and vibrant, even after so many years, the expressions on their faces still clear as well. Where the beams met the top of the wall, there were an abundance of smiling cherubs, too many, all pink and white, gazing with dewy classical eyes upon warriors with swords and shields, painted like a foot-wide swatch of mural at the top of the walls. This last edition had been made only in the last century by an Earl of Chase with more guineas than discrimination. The former, older scenes were much better executed, the men and women depicted in a far more realistic manner, down to the lute strings of a medieval young man playing for the lady before him. The Duchess looked back down into the fire. What would Marcus have to say to her after Mr. Wicks's visit? She remembered him as such a wild young man, forever leading Charlie and Mark into the most appalling mischief. But then he'd bought a commission in the army and had been out of her life for 5 years. She wondered if he would still be as wild as a winter storm, instead of the moralistic bore he'd become upon gaining his coronet, if he were still in the army. He'd been the devil's own son, that's what her father had called him, with a good deal of fondness, perhaps even respect. At least before Charlie and Mark had died, there'd been fondness. She wondered what her father would call him now. Why ever did he feel it his duty to prose on and on, instead of laugh and view his new station in life with optimism and pleasure, rather than grimness and a dour sense of duty? She wondered what he was doing now. Hopefully he was taking deep breaths, for he'd left nearly on the verge of apoplexy. Actually, Marcus was only on the verge of profound brooding. He allowed Spears to assist him out of his coat, which he normally didn't do. He wasn't helpless, for God's sake. He remembered his Batman, Connolly, who'd spat on the floor of the tent, staring at his coat even as he held it for Marcus to shrug on, as if it were a snake to bite him. Poor Connolly had been shot, going down beneath his horse, crushed to death. Marcus said now, under his breath, "Bloody girl, she'll end up strangled if she doesn't change her ways, that or fall into the arms of a scoundrel. May I ask what ways, my lord? Your ears are a great deal too sharp, Spears. All right, the Duchess has secrets. She breeds them, she holds them tightly to her bosom. She won't tell me the truth about how she kept that damnable cottage, how she paid Badger, how she bought food, how I quite understand, my lord. She just stands there, looking all calm and unruffled, and giving one of those stingy little smiles of hers, and doesn't say anything. I can't even make her angry, and the good Lord knows I pushed and baited and mocked. I did my damnedest. Why won't she tell me anything? Marcus pulled away from Spears's ministering hands to pull loose his cravat and fling it onto the massive bed. She has the damnable gall to inform me that she intends to leave for London on Boxing Day. I set her aright on that, I tell you. May I ask what your lordship set aright? I told her I would soon be her guardia. She will do what I tell her to until she's 21. If I can push it through, she will be under my control until she's 25.
Marcus stopped, frowned down at his left boot that was proving recalcitrant. "Sit down, my lord, and allow me to remove it." Marcus sat, saying, "Even if I managed to be her guardian until she was 25, she would probably marry the first man to ask just to spite me. But she would never raise her voice, no matter what I did. Spears? Oh no, she wouldn't deign to do that. That is doubtless beyond the scope of her emotional repertoire. No, she would just look at me like I was a seed in her garden, an unwanted seed that would sprout a weed. Surely not that sort of seed, my lord. You are, after all, the Earl of Chase. Perhaps you would be contemplated a bulb, not a seed. Or maybe even a worm. All things are possible, my lord. She's a damned twit. Are you mocking me, Spears? Certainly not, my lord. The very thought offends deeply. Your other boot, my lord." Marcus stuck out his other foot, still mulling and brooding and sprinkling all of it with an occasional curse. This bloody Mr. Wicks who's coming on the morrow, what the hell does he want? What's going on? I dare say we will know soon now, my lord. I recommend, my lord, that you allow Mr. Badger to remain at Chase Park. He's a man of excellent skills, and his brain is of the first order. He was her damned chef. Yes, I will speak to Mrs. Gooseberry. Perhaps she can be, cozied in to allowing Mr. Badger to prepare an occasional meal for the family. You miss the point, Spears. She was living with Badger, alone, together. It isn't done. She's barely 19 years old. Your lordship surely realizes that Mr. Badger could be her father. He loves her deeply, just as a father ought to love his offspring. He would never harm her. He would protect her with his life. So would I, Marcus thought, then cursed. He was now standing naked in front of a blazing fire. Would you care for a nightshirt tonight, my lord? I understand from Biddle, the second footman who has lived here his entire life, indeed whose family has lived here for 6 generations, that tonight will bring frigid temperatures. No, Marcus said, as he scratched his side. No nightshirt. The bloody things belong on women, not on men. What do you think this Wicks fellow wants, Spears? I couldn't say, my lord. However, if you would care to get into bed, you could spend some time thinking about the possibilities. You would be warm rather than cold. Marcus said nothing, merely climbed into the huge bed, sinking down instantly into the cocoon of warmth. Spears had used a warming pan, and Marcus sighed with pleasure. It was quite unlike lying between the 2 thin blankets on the floor of his tent in Portugal. Is there anything else your lordship requires? Oh, no, thank you, Spears. Oh, have you seen Esme? Esme, the last time I came into rather close contact with her, my lord, was stretched on her belly in front of this fireplace, sleeping quite soundly. Ouch! Here she is, Spears. After you warmed the sheets, she must have decided this was softer than the damned floor. It's disconcerting when she wraps herself around my belly. She's a very affectionate feline, my lord. Marcus grunted at that, and Spears appreciated his lordship's obvious verbal restraint. Sleep well, my lord. We will see this Mr. Wicks soon enough. Mr. Wicks arrived the following morning at 11 o'clock. Marcus watched the old gentleman step gingerly down from the carriage. He couldn't make out his features, for he was swathed in a huge muffler, a fur hat with ear flaps, and at least 3 scarves, all intertwined over his greatcoat, an immensely thick wool affair that nearly dragged the ground. He walked back into his library, guessing it would take Mr. Wicks at least a half an hour to be divested of his outer garments. When Samson gently knocked on the door and entered quietly, Marcus merely turned and raised a black brow at him.
Mr. Wicks requests that the Duchess be present, my lord. Actually, he insists she be present. He does he? Well, I suspected as much, truth be told. Have her fetched, Sampson. She is here, my lord, speaking right now with Mr. Wicks. She is assisting him out of all his layers of gear. Ah, so kind of her, he said, feeling testy and sounding sarcastically because he didn't know what was going on. Well, actually, he did know. Obviously, Mr. Wicks had come to inform him of the amount of money his uncle had settled on her. Who cared? He would have settled money on her himself, in any case, as a dowry. He said, "When the Duchess has completed her disrobing of Mr. Wicks, do show them in, Sampson." It was, in truth, another 10 minutes before Mr. Wicks, a scrawny, quite old, rheumy-eyed gentleman, walked into the library, the Duchess at his side. The old man looked around him with great interest. The library was a wealth of history, Marcus thought, feeling a surge of unconscious pride. He looked at the Duchess. There was no expression whatsoever on her face. She looked serene and calm as the damned mistress of the park, as if Mr. Wicks were the vicar here to discuss an excursion to the lime-wells near Belbusk for the orphans. But Mr. Wicks was a London solicitor of some renown. He was the man Marcus's uncle had hired to legitimize the Duchess. What more was there other than a monetary settlement? Odd that his uncle had hired an entirely different solicitor to deal with this matter, rather than one of the distinguished Messrs. Bradshaw, solicitors for the Wyndhams, father to son for the past 80 years. What the devil was going on here? 6. This is Marcus Wyndham, the Earl of Chase, Mr. Wicks. He is my cousin, my lord. My lord, Wicks said, his voice surprisingly vigorous for a gentleman of his advanced years. Marcus also saw the sharp intelligence in the old gentleman's eyes at that moment. He realized that he would be a formidable opponent, no matter what his age. "It is a pleasure to meet you, sir. It perhaps seems strange to you that I must see you as well as Miss Wyndham. Actually, now, she is a lady. However, Lady Duchess Wyndham sounds a bit far-fetched." "I agree," she said. "Let us simply retain Miss Wyndham, or perhaps even Miss Cochrane." "No," Marcus said. "No, I won't allow that. You are now a Wyndham, and that is what you will be called. I like Lady Duchess." She gave him a slight smile, looked down at her white hands lying still in her lap. She said nothing more. Marcus looked away from her to the solicitor. "Perhaps, Mr. Wicks, you would care to be seated near the fire. You can tell us what you must from that vantage." "Thank you, my lord. The weather is a bit brisk today, and I find that the older my bones survive, the thinner they become. Now, let's begin." Marcus sat beside the Duchess on an exquisite old Queen Anne settee, beautifully sculpted, covered with pale cream and dark blue brocade. "Now, my lord, you are fully aware that your uncle, the former Earl of Chase, married Mrs. Cochrane and legitimized the child of their union. Yes, I approve of his action. However, why wasn't I informed immediately?" Mr. Wicks didn't hesitate, but said frankly, "It was my agreement with your uncle. All was to be finalized before any of the Wyndham family was informed, including his youngest brother's wife and her family, currently residing in the colonies in a place called Baltimore, and, naturally, your mother. This was to protect Miss Wyndham, Lady Duchess. Surely that is understandable, my lord." "Yes, certainly," Marcus said, rising quickly and striding over to the fireplace. "Had I known before the legalities were completed, I would have posted immediately to Smarden and strangled her in her bed and thrown her body over the Dover cliffs. Yes, it makes a great deal of sense to a brigand of my stamp." The Duchess cleared her throat. "He's merely jesting, Mr. Wicks. Unfortunately, after the death of Charlie and Mark, my father took a dislike to his lordship because he was alive and they weren't. Then, of course, all his wives' babes died."
This must have been the reason for his behavior, not because he didn't believe Marcus honorable, but simply to rub his nose in it, so to speak. "Marcus, it's true. I trust you will not think of it further. Don't you believe it, Duchess? He blamed me for not being there to save them, that or die with them. I was close by, over at the Rothermere stud, but not close enough. He saw that as full measure of my perfidy, my lack of honor. He quite hated me, Duchess." "Surely you're exaggerating," she said.
Am I, Mr. Wicks? Did my uncle tell you rather how fond he was of me? How delighted he was to see me succeed him? Perhaps it is best if I address that a bit later, my lord. Now, sir, you must wonder why I requested your presence. Marcus merely inclined his head, an action that made him look older and, strangely, quite forbidding. There's no easy way to say this, my lord. Then spit it out, Mr. Wicks. The former Earl left all moneys, all properties, all houses, and all possessions not entailed specifically to his successor, namely you, my lord, to his daughter, Josephina Wyndham. There was utter silence. Marcus stared at her for a long moment, then said in a too calm voice, "Josephina? That is quite the ugliest name I have ever heard. You must thank me every night in your prayers that I renamed you Duchess." Mr. Wicks looked at sea and twitched his papers about nervously. "Did you understand what I said, my lord?" "Yes, certainly, sir. You have just told me that I am a pauper. A pauper living in this great mansion, but a pauper nonetheless. I have been stripped of everything. If he had chosen to beggar his family in a more efficacious manner, why, I couldn't begin to imagine what it would be. You see, Duchess, I wasn't at all mistaken about my uncle's true feelings for me. Did he bother seeing to his own daughters, Antonia and Fanny? Yes, my lord, he left each of them £10,000, but that was in his previous will. That will still stands, including all the bequests to servants, other retainers, and the remaining Wyndham relatives. So I was the butt of his vengeance, I his heir. Not entirely, my lord. It is just that now Lady Josephina is, well, don't refer to her by that repellent name. She owns everything, except for Chase Park, I believe. Is there anything else entailed to me, Mr. Wicks? Yes, my lord. The London house on Putnam Place is yours. Rather, it is yours for your lifetime. I quite understand. Aught else? There is a hunting box in Cornwall that is entailed, near St. Ives, I believe, and some 2,000 acres of rich farmland. There is nothing else, my lord. I'm sorry. There is not a single bloody sow for the upkeep of this monstrosity of a house. Mr. Wicks said slowly, "Your uncle, the former Earl, feared that you would simply consign him to the devil if he left you nothing to keep up the entailed properties. Thus, he has left me the trustee for all the Wyndham properties, moneys, houses, possessions. I am also Lady Duchess's trustee and guardian until she reaches her majority. When she reaches the age of 21, she is to act in joint trusteeship with me to oversee all the entailed Wyndham holdings. The incoming principal from all the Wyndham holdings is excellent and continues to grow each year. There are properties in Devon, Sussex, and Oxfordshire. However, my lord, the moneys are not within your discretion." Marcus said nothing. Indeed, he looked rather bored, dismissing both them and the killing blow struck him by his uncle, long dead, no longer here to gain his vengeance. He crossed his arms over his chest and leaned a negligent shoulder against the mantel. He laughed then, a very soft, bitter laugh. "You were wrong, Duchess. Will you now admit that he hated me? Will you admit that this is no simple nose-rubbing? The bastard, no insult intended to you, Duchess, the bloody damned bastard hated so much that I would succeed him that he has turned me into a poor relation, dependent on Mr. Wicks here for the very bread I eat, for any repairs I deem necessary to make, for the payment of all our servants, and doubtless dependent on you, his bastard, for any crumbs you would wish to throw my way. All this because of his hatred for me. He has crushed the hopes of his own progeny and future Wyndham generations." Mr. Wicks looked unutterly depressed. "Let me say, my lord, that I argued vigorously with your uncle, but he wouldn't be swayed. He did hold you in remarkable dislike, I will admit that. However, he did agree to leave you a quarterly allowance." Marcus looked primed for violence. No wonder you all but laughed at me last night, Duchess, with me going on and on about becoming your guardian, providing you a dowry, protecting you, as I now must protect my family. Now you have everything. Now you no longer need a man to see to your needs. Yes, you must have found all my prosings quite entertaining. No, I did not. You must allow me to explain, Marcus. To her surprise, he managed to say with the utmost calm, "I don't think so, Duchess. Well, I believe that I will consider this. Good day to you, Mr. Wicks. But, my lord, there is more. You must stay. You must listen to me. Even more than this? I think not, Mr. Wicks. I think I am quite up to my craw with your revelations." He nodded to her, then strode from the room, not looking back. Mr. Wicks shook his head. "It wasn't an honorable thing your father did, my dear. Certainly making you legitimate was well done of him. Providing you a substantial dowry would have been proper. But this, leaving you everything, and leaving his lordship an allowance, nothing more, leaving him the supplicant for any funds he will need, it is abominable." She was staring, unseeing, at the toes of her dark blue slippers that peeped from beneath her gown. "You didn't tell me all of it, Mr. Wicks. You gave me no hint of what my father had done. You simply told me that he had left me quite a rich young lady, nothing more. What he has done is reprehensible. I won't allow it. I won't be a party to it." She looked at him full in the face now, and her look was fierce. "Listen to me, sir. I fully intend to undo all that he did. Marcus does not deserve to be served such a turn. I refuse to allow him to be beggared. The nerve of my father blaming Marcus simply because he wasn't there, possibly to drown along with his cousins. You and I controlling his purse strings. You and I giving the Earl of Chase an allowance. No, it is hideous. I will see it undone immediately." She rose and began pacing. He'd never seen her so animated before. She turned suddenly and said in a deep, commanding voice, "See to it, Mr. Wicks. You can leave me something, but all the monies, all the other houses and properties, any and all holdings must be returned to Marcus." Mr. Wicks said very gently, "I'm sorry, my dear, but I cannot." "What do you mean you cannot?" "Your father foresaw that you could possibly react in this manner. He knew you were good-hearted, loyal, if you will, to your cousin. He said that if you refused the complete inheritance and all responsibilities it carried with it, then it would all be turned over to the wife of his youngest brother, who died some 5 years ago, the wife and children living in the colonies." She took the sheet of paper from him and read, "Mrs. Wilhelmina Wyndham of 14 Spring Street, Baltimore, Maryland. There is quite a large family, I understand. 3 children born of the union. But I have never heard of this Wilhelmina, who would be my aunt." Mr. Wicks cleared his throat. "Well, it seems the late Earl's youngest brother was what one calls a gamster, a bad penny. He lost everything, including an inheritance from a distant aunt, and his father ordered him gone. He went to the colonies. There he met Wilhelmina Butts and married her. To be blunt, Grant Wyndham was your father's favorite brother, despite his dispossession by your grandfather."
He thought it would be a great joke to bring his rake-hell brother's family back here, give them all the money, that is, ma'am, if you refuse to accept the responsibilities he's laid upon you. You see that your hands and mine are tied. I will assure you, Duchess, that I would never treat his lordship as a pensioner, despite my issuance of a quarterly allowance for his personal use. I won't treat him like a poor relation. I won't be a tyrant about funds that he needs for maintenance or repairs for the entitled properties or lands. In short, I will consider his pride of the utmost importance. You don't know Marcus, Mr. Wicks. No matter your assurances, your kindness and understanding, he won't accept it, ever. Marcus is a very proud man, but he's even more than that. He's perhaps excessively principled and holds himself to the highest standards. He's actually quite magnificent." Mr. Wicks looked at her oddly, but just for a moment, then said,
Perhaps he won't accept this, but then again, duty is a powerful thing. Does he want to see a vast estate gutted? I hope not. I do fear, however, and I said this to your father, that after I have gone to my heavenly reward, the man who takes my place may consider himself a very powerful being indeed, and treat the Earl like some sort of indigent charity. I fear that. As I recall, your father merely rubbed his hands together and laughed. You have considered this a great deal, Mr. Wicks. Have you found no way out of the mess for Marcus? He brightened at that. Oh, yes, indeed. There is a way, yes. Your father, after he laughed, told me what he planned, but you and the Earl won't perhaps be inclined to, follow through with it. And what is that, pray? Your cousin must wed you before 18 months have passed after your father's death, to undo what will come to pass. Indeed, the two of you marrying would cancel out everything I have told his lordship. Your father wanted your blood in future Earls of Chase. He said it would help to dilute Marcus's tainted blood. Marcus's blood tainted? That is utter nonsense. Do you so quickly forget that I am a bastard? Nonetheless, it is what your father wanted, above all things. He wanted your sons to succeed Marcus. Mr. Wicks shrugged. He felt that if you refused, then he didn't care if the earldom fell into ruin. That's what he said, ma'am. He didn't care. This all happened after your mother's death. He changed, an alarming change. He simply didn't care anymore about anything. I was more than alarmed, but he simply didn't care. I remember he said to me when it was all done, Wicks, Bess is gone, my wife, the only woman I ever wanted, is gone. She never came to Chase Park, where she always belonged, and she should have if there'd been any justice. Let my nephew wallow in his own bile, I care not. Let him taste just a small bit of the injustice God meted out to me. She sat perfectly still, saying nothing, not flinching, making no movement of any kind. She'd spoken forcefully, but always with that underlying control. She was, he thought, far too young for such control. She said finally, her voice as pensive and calm as a dove's song on a midsummer's night, My father died last January. This means that we must wed by June. Yes, that is so. By June 16th, to be precise. Why didn't you tell Marcus of this way out of his difficulties? I tried, but he walked out. He is shocked right now, unable to believe what his uncle has done to him. I will tell him this evening. However, my first concern is with you, my dear. If you have no desire to wed with your cousin, you must tell me now. Thus, it would be an academic exercise. It is entirely your decision. She rose slowly, every movement she made graceful and pure. She smoothed down her skirt, gently turned the bracelet on her right wrist. I lose everything if I don't wed Marcus? More accurately, it is if you refuse to comply with the terms of his will. Regardless, you will receive £50,000. As I said, my dear, regardless, you are a very rich young lady. But it won't change the Earl's dilemma. Rather than you, all the rest will go to these colonials. They will live here in England, if they choose, rich and without a care, and he will have an allowance. Marcus is a very poor young man if he and I do not wed by June 16th. Yes, my dear. Like Marcus, Mr. Wicks, I'm a bit overturned. I will see that you are shown to your bedchamber. We observe country hours here. Dinner is at 6:30. If you would be so kind as to come to the drawing room at 6. She smiled at him, a slight smile, more a shadow of an expression, but nonetheless, Mr. Wicks was drawn to that semblance of a smile, and smiled back at her. Until later, Mr. Wicks, she said. If there is anything you require, please inform Sampson. Thank you, he said, and watched her walk gracefully from the library. He marveled yet again how a girl so very young could be so very composed and sedate in the face of what she obviously considered to be appalling news. He wondered how fond she was of her cousin. She had certainly defended him, had demanded that her father's infamous instructions be undone. That must denote at least some positive feelings on her part. He wondered further if the present Earl of Chase liked the Duchess enough to marry her if she were willing, or if he disliked her so very much to tell her to go to the devil and take all her damned groats with her, or if he simply hated the situation so very much, felt so very humiliated by the complete destruction of his world, that he would tell her to go to the devil despite what he felt for her. The Earl appeared to be a proud young man. From the description given to him by the former Earl, Mr. Wicks had initially been given to understand that Marcus Wyndham was a dissolute and disreputable young buck, bordering on malevolent. In short, a man worthy of no consideration whatsoever. He'd realized soon enough that it was spite on the former Earl's part, or even a mental sickness brought on by the Duchess's mother's death. He played again and again in his mind the scene in which he would inform the Earl he would have to wed the Duchess. She certainly wasn't an affliction to the eye. She was, however, born a bastard. Some people felt that nothing could ever change that. Time would tell. The Earl appeared that evening promptly at 6 o'clock, dressed in severe black, his cravat simply but elegantly presented, his linen white as the young man's teeth. He was remarkably handsome, Mr. Wicks thought, looking at him objectively. Also, he appeared to have learned a measure of the Duchess's control. There was no hint in his expression, no clue in anything he said to anyone assembled, that everything he was growing used to had gone up in smoke. He was polite, nothing more, but then again, he was the Earl of Chase, and wasn't it proper that such a nobleman not be overly confiding or intimate? Mr. Critiker was present. Mr. Wicks realized within 5 minutes that the man was smitten with the Duchess. He tried to hide it, but there was such slobby emotion in his brown eyes that Mr. Wicks wanted to kick him or shake him, or both. He wondered if the Earl was aware of his secretary's affliction. Dinner passed smoothly. Lady Gwyneth Wyndham, the late Earl's older sister, was the hostess, and was passing gracious even to a mere solicitor. She did say, however, during a course that included potted pigeons flavored too strongly with nutmeg and roast lamb with white beans seasoned with too much garlic, "Marcus, you really must do something about that blasted Esme." Marcus looked up, a black eyebrow raised. "Excuse me, ma'am?" "Your cat, Marcus. Mrs. Gooseberry said she stole a huge slab of broiled lamb. That is why, she said, that there were more white beans than necessary in this particular dish. Esme has always been remarkably agile," Marcus said. "I assume she escaped with her booty?" "Oh yes, leaving Mrs. Gooseberry to holler and drive Samson to the brink of overset nerves." "He doesn't like to hear anyone hollering, Marcus." "It's true. Perhaps it is time for Badger to make his way to the kitchen. He's a remarkable cook." "He makes an excellent roasted buttock of beef," the Duchess said, looking at her fork that held some overcooked white beans. "The pastry he makes to wrap the roast beef in melts in one's mouth. Also, Badger is a diplomat. Would you like him to prepare a meal for you, Marcus?" He didn't look at her, saying into his goblet of rich red wine, "I will tell Samson that Mrs. Gooseberry needs a respite from the cat and all her machinations. Badger may prepare a buttock of beef for us tomorrow night. She may visit her sister in Scarborough." "She doesn't have a sister in Scarborough," Aunt Gwyneth said. "Then she could benefit from the fresh sea air all by herself," Marcus said, then shrugged, obviously dismissing the problem. He was the Earl, the master here, even though he currently believed himself to have been dispossessed. Mr. Wicks couldn't wait to speak to him. He disliked leaving things, no matter for how short a time, in such a muddle. The Earl didn't dally over port. Instead, joining the family in the huge drawing room, he continued civil. If he was more quiet, more aloof than he usually was, Mr. Wicks didn't know it, since he had just met the young man. He said finally, at 9 o'clock, "My lord, if you and I could please meet for just a few minutes in your library. It is critical to your situation that you understand everything fully." Marcus raised an eyebrow, saying very quietly, so that only Mr. Wicks could hear him, You mean, sir, that I had no right to send Mrs. Gooseberry to Scarborough? Must I ask permission from you, sir?" "No. Please, my lord, come with me now." Marcus shrugged, said good night to the company, and led the way from the drawing-room. He didn't realize the Duchess had come also until he turned to face both her and Mr. Wicks in the library. He said, his voice harsh and raw with fury, "What the hell do you want, Duchess? Get out of here. Go count your bloody growths. Write a letter to the man who is keeping you and tell him to take his congé with Mrs. Gooseberry in Scarborough. Ah, I see. I can no longer afford to raise my voice or tell you what to do, can I? If I offend you, then I will find myself living in a ditch. I ask you exercise just a bit of restraint. There is a solution. Please listen to Mr. Wicks, Marcus. Damn you, can't you ever?" He broke off, shook himself, and sat down behind his desk, his posture insolent. "All right, Mr. Wicks, what more wondrous news do you have for me? Am I to live in the dower house, or perhaps the tack room?" "No, my lord," Mr. Wicks said, looking earnestly at the young Earl. "Please, I beg you to listen to me with an open mind. I ask that you forget your anger, your sense of betrayal, at least for the moment. There is a solution, you see, one that perhaps you will not find onerous or distasteful." "A solution to this bloody mess? You mean my dear uncle destroys me, then gives me a gun to shoot myself out of my misery?" "No, my lord, it involves marriage." "Ah, the proverbial heiress, eh? That's an interesting key to stick through the bars of my cage. Well, you mean my uncle didn't forbid my marrying an heiress? How very poorly completed his revenge was, to be sure. So I merely hie myself to London, look over the 6 daughters currently up for sale, and make my selection. Then I have her, her blessed growths, and my gentleman's allowance. It is a charming thought, Mr. Wicks, so charming a thought that I do believe I will shortly puke. Marcus, please listen. Duchess, I am very close to smashing that amazingly ugly Chinese vase over there on its damned pretentious pedestal. I understand my uncle was quite fond of it. Yes, I am nearly over the edge. I suggest you take yourself out of here. I wouldn't want to bruise your— Be quiet, Marcus. I can't leave, for this involves me as much as it does you." "What the hell does that mean?" "She means, my lord, that your uncle allowed you a way out. Yes, you are to marry an heiress, and he selected her for you. You need go to no trouble, my lord. You may simply wed with the Duchess." Marcus just stared at him. Mr. Wicks wet his lips, wanting to give more arguments, but the look on the young Earl's face held him quiet. There was blood in his eye, yet he continued silent. The Duchess, however, as was her wont, was more silent, absolutely unmoving, her eyes calm on his face. The stillness of her was amazing and disconcerting. It occurred to him in that moment that her varied composure, her unshakable calm in light of these extraordinary developments, was far from reassuring the Earl. They were infuriating him. Finally, after more minutes than Mr. Wicks ever wanted to live through again in his life, Marcus said with mocking insolence, "Marry her? Marry Josephina?" He looked her up and down, his eyes resting first on her bosom, then lower to the line of her thighs and hips. "Marry someone with such an ugly name? I can't imagine whispering love words to her, whispering, 'Josephina, Josephina.' I dare say I would shrivel like last spring's potatoes, that, or laugh myself silly. Surely it is all a jest, Mr. Wicks. There is a trick here, another blow from my uncle. Come, spit it out." "No, it is no jest, my lord. There is no more. Could you not simply continue calling her Duchess? Surely you don't find that name ugly. You gave it to her, after all. Listen, my lord, you must think carefully about this. There is so very much at stake. You must. It isn't just her damnable ugly name, Mr. Wicks. This same girl has ice water in her veins. Just look at her, sitting there as still as a bloody rock. She isn't even here. She's probably thinking about her bloody flowers, if she's thinking about anything at all. All us mere human mortals don't interest her. Someone could come up and put a placard around her neck, and still she wouldn't stir. Birds could probably roost on her head, and she still wouldn't move, wouldn't acknowledge that anything was even different. By God, she feels more for the roses in her garden than she ever would feel for another human being. I don't believe so, Mr. Wicks. Not in my bloody lifetime. Marcus stopped, struck a pose, then added, Actually, I don't think she feels a bloody thing for her roses either. It must be their beauty that draws her, their cold beauty, like velvet to the eye. But, by God, you touch the things and you've got yourself scarred from the thorns. Yes, I can understand that she would find roses of interest, but a man? Can you begin to imagine how distasteful she would find a man, Mr. Wicks? We aren't nature's most splendid specimens. All that hair, our very size, our endowments that, my lord, please moderate yourself. I know all of this is something of a shock to you, but you must recognize that it is a solution. It is. She'd pressed herself hard against the settee in shock, but it was on the inside, deep on the inside. She didn't allow herself to move. She barely breathed. Ah, but she felt the bitter, angry words wash over her and through her, and it was too much. It was far too much. And poor Mr. Wicks, trying so vainly to moderate Marcus's rage, an impossibility, she knew that. He was passionate, quick to joy and quick to anger. But still she hadn't imagined that he would say such things. But she should have. He was a strong man, a proud man, and now he was a man pushed too far. She simply looked at him, at the ugly sneer that distorted his well-shaped mouth, at the utter fury that held him in its grip. Marcus continued, seemingly oblivious of his stunned audience, of the damage he was inflicting. Can ye imagine her in your bed, Mr. Wicks? Do think back, sir, say 20 or 30 years. Surely you had lustful thoughts then.
And she is so beautiful, is she not? A glorious creature to behold, not only that face of hers, but that body, all tall and slender, yet with breasts and hips that tantalize any man unfortunate enough to be looking at her with more than appreciation for, say, a painting in his mind. But can you imagine how she would greet you if you were her husband? She would stare at you, calmly, so detached that it is difficult to imagine that she really has substance. Aye, she would stare as if you were some sort of rodent that really had no business being even in the same room as her. She would try, however, not to look too repelled. Perhaps she would even give one of her stingy smiles. Paltry things, those meager smiles of hers, to show that she was completely aware of her upcoming sacrifice. Then she would calmly march to the bed and stretch out there, on her back, unmoving, probably as cold on the outside as she is within. God, it is a repulsive thought, Mr. Wicks. Mr. Wicks tried. She gave him. He cleared his throat, but there was desperation on his face, a tremor in his voice. Listen to me, my lord. I understand this is all such a shock to you, that I would much prefer a woman to run screaming from me than to just lie there and bear all my repellent men's acts in silence, unmoving, perhaps whimpering like a little martyr, whilst I had my vile way with her. Mr. Wicks cleared his throat loudly, continuing as if Marcus hadn't spoken. And thus, my lord, it makes you a bit resentful, a bit intemperate in your speech, perhaps a bit bitter. Bitter, Mr. Wicks? I assure you, sir, that bitter doesn't even begin to cover what I'm feeling. Resentful? Now there's a bloodless word I haven't ever heard applied to myself. My lord, your uncle wanted the Duchess to be your countess. He wanted his grandchildren to have her blood as well as yours. Surely you can understand that. Another exaggeration, Mr. Wicks, if not a downright falsehood. My uncle doubtless believed that her exalted blood, in direct flow from his own precious body, would reduce the corruptness of my blood in any possible issue, at least dilute its monstrous effects. Yes, I see from your expression that is exactly what my dear uncle believed. Marcus? It was her voice, quiet and contained, so very soft, as if she were a nanny wanting to bring her recalcitrant child back in control. Marcus, she said again when he remained silent, please try to understand.
He said, interrupting her with a negligent wave of his hand. I suppose you want to wed with me, Duchess? You are willing to sacrifice yourself on the altar of your father's revenge? Forgive me, but I can't believe that, even though I can see that you're ready to nod. Not to speak and say yes, but nod, perhaps sigh with resignation, which is quite a feat of emotion for you, but I'm not that much of an idiot. But wait, perhaps I have underestimated you again. Is it that my dear uncle also served you a bit of a turn, forced your hand, so to speak, Duchess? Perhaps your inheritance is somehow connected to all this. Will you lose all your groats if you don't marry me? No, she said. He waited. The good Lord knew he waited for her to say more, to say anything to reduce the humiliation of this entire situation, to tell him that she wanted to marry him and it had nothing to do with what her father had done to him. Well, it had, but it wasn't important to her. He waited for her to perhaps scream at him for his vicious insults, for spewing out words surely fit only for street harlots. But she just sat there, staring down at her hands, utterly motionless, like a damned marble statue. She will gain £50,000, regardless of your decision, my lord. However, if either of you refuse to wed the other by June the 16th of 1814, then your uncle's family from Baltimore, Maryland, will inherit everything that isn't entailed. I see. So the Duchess does have something to lose. Quite a lot of something, I would say. What is a paltry £50,000 compared to being the mistress of an immense and old estate? Yes, wedding with me might be a consideration. Now, if my uncle's family inherits after June 16th, after I've gutted the vast Wyndham estate in only a very minor way, just the entailed property, certainly not all that important, except for Chase Park, then I'll be obliged to ask Auntie Wyndham for money to make repairs on anything else that needs to be done on my meager share of things. No, my lord, forgive me if I was unclear. I would be the one. May I know the amount of my allowance? I believe it to be in the neighborhood of £200 a quarter. £200! Marcus threw back his head and laughed. Deep, black laughter that bubbled up, that made his shoulders shake, that made her hurt so much for him, that she wanted to scream, to plead with him to trust her, to know that she would make everything all right for him. But of course, she said nothing. She didn't know what to say. She had no practice, no knowledge of what to say. Did you hear that, Duchess? £200! This is very close to what I earned per year in the army. Good God, I would be bloody rich, a nabob with a title. And he laughed and laughed until his eyes teared. All I would have to do is hold out my hand to Mr. Wicks here. That, and hold my head up in society. Hell, more important, I would have to look at myself in the mirror. Perhaps I could stand outside his office, join a line of beggars, and look properly humble and subservient whilst my hand was out, my expression set in modest line, my eyes downcast, so that he would give me my allowance, and perhaps not accompany the guineas with a lecture on how not to be wasteful. I would wear those woolen mittens with the fingers cut out so that I could better snag the groats he tosses to me. I wouldn't want to lose any of my grand allowance, now would I? Actually, my lord, your allowance would be an automatic thing, the funds sent directly to you each quarter. Ah, so Mr. Critiker would see my allowance and see to its disposition. Good God, I forgot about Critiker. Is he still to be my secretary? Surely one as poor as I has no need of a gentleman's secretary. Well, Mr. Wicks? Your uncle was very fond of Mr. Critiker, my lord. His wages are to be taken care of for so long as he wishes to remain with you here at Chase Park. To be taken care of, Marcus repeated slowly. What an interesting sound that all has. Like your mother was taken care of, Duchess? How you were, perhaps, taken care of in that cozy little cottage of yours in Smarden? I see, then, that it is just if I wish to do anything, change anything, that I would find my place in the beggar's line. She waited, her hands now fisted in her lap. She stared at them, at the white knuckles, and forced them to open, to calm. for if she didn't, her belly would certainly cramp into awful pain and she would be ill. Then he said, his voice raw from all his laughter, "Well, Duchess, are you willing to carry through with this damnable charade? Will you wed me and become my countess? Are you ready to suffer me in your bed and bear countless little boy babies who just might look like me rather than you? Did my uncle leave a provision for that, Mr. Wicks? Any male child that looked like me would be disinherited. God, that's a revolting thought, isn't it? What if they had my temper, my fits of emotion, my hairy body? What if they resembled me rather than you, Duchess, the most soulless creature I've ever met?" She opened her mouth. Yes, now she would tell him, but he suddenly yelled, "No, I don't want to hear your mewling protests, all very calmly stated, I'm sure. Actually, Duchess, I wouldn't wed you if you held the last loaf of bread in all of England, and I was starving. What man would want to bed such a cold-blooded bitch, despite her newfound legitimacy, despite her groats? Not I, madam, not I. I'm not as scheming as your father. Actually, Miss
Wicks, I have just decided that the earldom will become extinct upon my death. I wonder if my bloody uncle ever considered that eventuality. Your Aunt Wilhelmina has 2 sons, my lord. Were you to die with no issue, the eldest son, Trevor Wyndham, would inherit the earldom. Trevor? Good God, that name is as absurd as hers. Trevor. Is he effete, Mr. Wicks? Does he mince and waggle his fingers, wear patches on his cheeks? Does he chatter and giggle? Does he pad his calves to make them fill out his trousers? Does he have buckram wadding in his shoulders to make him manly enough? By God, Trevor, I truly don't know the character of your Aunt Wilhelmina's offspring." The Earl cursed, but there was little heat in it. Then, very slowly, he smiled. "No matter. Let a fop be the next Earl. Let him mince about in the House of Lords. Perhaps he's even a pederast. If he is, I shall have a painting commissioned of him, and I will place it next to my uncle's. The 2 of them can visit each other for eternity. And well, I shall have £200 a quarter. Fancy that! I will be rich. These past 10 months of playing a role that didn't at all suit my character will soon be forgotten. Count on it, Mr. Wicks. This precious earldom is already becoming a faint echo in my mind." He strode then from the library, not looking back, still laughing that raw, black laughter. Mr. Wicks looked down at her, shaking his head. I had not expected such excess, such vehemence, such a lack of measure. "Marcus always spoke his mind when he was a boy," she said, her voice dull in its acceptance. "I have just never heard him speak it as an adult. He's gained fluency and tenacity. He's gained more range. It was something I always admired in him. Of course, Marcus always belonged. He was a true Wyndham, even though he refuses to accept that he was. He could be angry, outrageous in his behavior, or just plain sullen if the mood struck him. Yes, he'd always belonged, until her father had done him in." She saw that Mr. Wicks was quite distressed, shaking his head, mumbling, "I still cannot believe his insults to you. You have never harmed him. Indeed, you wished to set everything aright. He didn't even give you a chance to speak. You would have accepted him, wouldn't you, Duchess?" "Yes, I would have accepted him, but he was very angry, Mr. Wicks. He wasn't ready to listen to any acceptance, even if I'd shouted it in his face. I do not like anger. It leads to unfortunate conclusions, usually conclusions not wished by either party." He shook his head. "To insult you, as if you weren't a proper lady? As if you were still a bastard?" "You're being purposefully obtuse," Mr. Wicks said sharply, and she saw that he was really quite pained on her behalf. She tried to smile, but it was a pitiful effort. What he said to you wasn't what a gentleman would ever utter. It was ugly and utterly unjust. She just shook her head, saying nothing, just shaking her head slowly, back and forth. "It doesn't matter," she said finally.
Truly, sir, you are kind to be upset for me, but it doesn't matter. But there is so much at stake here. Surely he will see things differently in the morning. But he didn't. In the morning, the 8th Earl of Chase was gone. His valet, Spears, was also gone. Wyndham Townhouse, Berkeley Square, London, May 1814. She smiled as she opened the window wider, leaning out so she could better hear. She saw them then, 3 soldiers, slightly drunk, singing at the top of their lungs, their arms entwined around each other, probably to keep themselves upright. The ditty was about Napoleon, upon his abdication. He bid a fond adieu to all his old guard. They cried and moaned, like pigs swilling lard. But at last he's gone off elbow way, to moulder like hay from December to May. It was a catchy tune, she thought, still smiling, even sung off-key. The rhyme wasn't all that remarkable, but it fit in with the melody just fine. They reached the chorus now, and their voices became louder and merrier. And it's heidi-ho, off you go, to Elba where ye'll stay. It's up with the anchor to sail ye away, far, far away. To Elba where ye'll die and rot for ever and a day. To her absolute delight, they no sooner finished that ditty than they broke into another, this one about Wellington, upon receiving word that Napoleon had abdicated. The two were meant to go together, surely. He was pulling on his boots, so it was said, planning the next campaign, all in his head. Then the messenger came all out of breath, shouting, "No more death, no more death." And Wellington said, leave me be, I'll put on my shirt and then I'll see." But the messenger grinned and danced with guile, shouting, "Listen, my lord, he's choked on his bile. Napoleon's eaten his hat, tossed down his sword. Well, now go home and all be bored." "Hurrah, hurrah," said Wellington. "By God, we've done it, by God, we've won. No more battles, no more glory, I'm England bound to become a Tory." She was grinning like a fool at the lilting melody, and the way the soldiers were butchering it, and having such fun doing it. They enjoyed it, that was the point. She drew back into her bedchamber as the soldiers passed out of her sight and her hearing, down the street and around the corner, their voices becoming a faraway echo. The words weren't perfect, oh no, but to sing about what Wellington had supposedly said, it was warming, at least to her. There was another song, this one shorter, but she'd heard it several times already when she'd been out walking with Badger in St. James and had seen it being sold at Hookham's. Both the words and the music had been hastily printed, and thus reading it was difficult, but evidently enough people managed well enough. It was about the French Senate, manipulated by the astute and cunning Talleyrand, who had doubtless convinced the Tsar to vote in old Louis to become king, and now that fat old idiot, brother to the late king, would now become Louis XVIII. And now, wherever he was, Marcus was safe. He'd been safe since April 6th, the day Napoleon had abdicated. No, that wasn't true. There'd been another huge battle at Toulouse, and a myriad of small skirmishes. God, how she'd prayed he hadn't been in Toulouse. The loss of life in that needless battle had been staggering. Surely he wouldn't have been there. Surely. Spears would have gotten her word somehow. Soon she would know exactly where he was. Soon she would have him, the stupid fool, for time was growing short. She walked to her small writing desk, opened the bottom drawer, and pulled out Spears' last letter. Unfortunately, the letter was dated at the end of March. He'd written that he and his lordship were off on an assignment, and he didn't know where they were being sent. He would inform her, he concluded, when he was able. He ended by assuring her that his lordship continued in his stubborn ways, but even a stoat could be brought about to mend his manners, perhaps. He finished by saying that all hell was breaking loose. What did that mean? It made her shudder. What if he had been wounded or killed after Napoleon's abdication? She'd searched the papers for war news, for the notices of deaths. No word of Marcus. She wouldn't believe he was dead, never, for she knew that if anything had happened to him, Spears would have managed to get back to her. Yes, he would. She must believe that, or go mad. No, he was well. She folded the letter and slipped it back into the desk drawer. That evening, a balmy spring evening so enjoyed by lovers, as she sat alone in the magnificent drawing room of the Wyndham townhouse in Berkeley Square, she realized she had to devise a plan, a campaign really, just as Wellington was always doing, mostly with outstanding success. Once she found Marcus, she couldn't really see him succumbing to reason, despite all the private conversations she'd created, first playing herself and then playing him. No, it would take more than words and sound reason.
With Marcus, it would require an assault, the use of guile and cunning, not a frontal assault, but an assault that would allow for no unforeseen deviations by his clever and equally cunning lordship. She rose, rang the bell cord, and waited for Badger. She hummed the ditty she'd heard earlier, treasuring the melody and the words alike. When Badger appeared in the drawing room, she grinned at him, not at all a stingy grin, and announced blithely, "I've got it now, Badger, the plan. Are you all set to leave the moment we hear word?" "I've been ready for 3 weeks, Duchess," Badger said, grinning back at her. "His bloody lordship doesn't stand a chance if you've finally got a plan." "No, he doesn't, the fool." 8. Paris, May 1814. He'd been an ass, a complete sod of an ass, and he wished he could forget it. But he couldn't seem to, even though so many days and weeks had passed. It was always there in the back of his mind, ready to spring back and shout it to his face, like now. Damnation, but he'd been bloody unfair to her. Not that she'd shown any particular pain or distress when he'd shouted all those things at her, calling her cold-blooded, frigid, for God's sakes, insulting her until, if he'd been her, he would have killed him, dead, right on the spot. But she hadn't. She just sat there, looking at him, saying nothing. Damn her beautiful eyes. Damn her control. Control, something he'd lost completely. He hated being an ass and realizing it and feeling guilty about it. And he'd done nothing about it. He'd not written an apology to her. For surely what her father had done wasn't her fault. No, he'd done nothing at all. God, he wished she were here right now, and he would— What would he do? He didn't really know. He hoped he would apologize for spewing his venom and bitterness on her. He shook his head. He looked up to see his friend North, Major Lord Chilton, come into the vast chamber. He waited until North was close, then said, "Ah, here comes Lord Brooks, with 2 of his boot-licking aides, the chinless sots. They were right on your heels, where they belong," North said, and smiled, that dark saturnine smile of his, and looked around the immense room, with its 30-foot ceilings and its gilded and lavish gold and white furnishings. Marcus was used to the opulence. North wasn't yet used to the heavy splendor of it, the oppressiveness of it. The room was in the former Parisian mansion of the Duc de Noailles, now on loan to Wellington and his staff. Tsar Alexander was just down the street, in the even more splendidly decadent mansion of Talleyrand. He was Talleyrand's guest, no surprise. Wellington had remarked to Marcus and North shortly after Napoleon's abdication. Since Talleyrand wanted to manipulate Alexander, and having him under his own roof, with access to his remarkable cellars, would aid him indeed. "Yes, but they're not all that bad, Marcus. The aides, that is. I heard them singing that new ditty about Talleyrand, and how that wily and ruthless old fox is maneuvering not only the Tsar, but also the French Senate, to bring back fat old Louis. They sang rather well, as I recall. He's got no more sense than a goat, does Louis, but at least he's the rightful ruler. And no more presence than a pompous stoat. Ah, but Talleyrand succeeded, and Louis is now on the French throne. Lord, but I never want to tangle with that man. It's said that his mistresses put shame to a legion's numbers." Marcus looked bored. "I've sometimes wished," he said after a moment, keeping an eye on Lord Brooks and those 2 eavesdropping aides of his, "that Talleyrand were English. Castlereagh is a brilliant diplomat, men trust him, but still, it seems to me there's just too much honor in Castlereagh, not enough guile. He has difficulty, I've seen, lying directly into another man's face.
A failure indeed, North said, and unobtrusively poked Marcus in the ribs, for Lord Brooks appeared to be coming over for a chat. My lords, Lord Brooks said, all amiability, as he looked them over, as he did on a daily basis. He was an older man with a fierce tuft of white hair, a large nose, and a brain that was exceeded only by his height, which was just barely over 5.5 feet. So, we now have Louis XVIII as the French king. I believe it an excellent thing that Napoleon has retained his title of emperor, don't you? Marcus thought it the height of stupidity, but said nothing, merely began sorting through some military dispatches. North said easily, shrugging, "Emperor of what? Isn't that a question that gives one pause?" Ah, yes, he is now the sovereign ruler of Elba, an emperor of boulders and beaches and a few scrubby trees. Marcus said, "Don't forget all those French and Polish bodyguards. And he does have a navy, Lord Brooks, the brig Inconstant." "You perhaps dwell too lightly on an occurrence that surely justifies more sober reflection," Lord Brooks said, looked at both men as if he would like to strike his glove on their cheeks, then strode back to his aides. "What did that mean?" North said. "God knows. God cares, I'm sure. We'll be more careful in the future, Marcus. It doesn't do to insult the man. He's proud as the devil and hates to be shown his stupidity, a deadly combination." They laughed, but not too loudly. There was no point in further angering Lord Brooks. "I'm bored," Marcus said. "Bloody bored. I don't know what I want to do, but it isn't this. I know. There's nothing but the diplomats dancing around each other now, making promises, breaking them when the dawn breaks. Lord, I sometimes hate diplomats and all the endless games of diplomacy. Ah, Marcus, do smile at Lord Brooks, the old bastard." "More intrigue," Marcus said. "I have this feeling he came over here to discover if we know anything he doesn't know. I can't count the times I've been approached by underlings of Talleyrand, Metternich, Tsar Alexander to reveal any secrets I might have on Wellington's stand on this or that, or opinions, as those damned diplomats phrase their requests. Well, damn all of them." "Amen," North Nightingale said. "Your arm looks a bit stiff today, Marcus. You're moving it awkwardly." "I know. Spears never leaves me alone. Every morning he watches me lift my heavy sword, up and down, very slowly, 50 times to get the arm back to its full strength. Then he massages it. This morning I believe he must have overdone it a bit. It hurts like bloody hell. Still, despite his enthusiasm, it seems to help. It's been just a matter of weeks since you took that bullet at Toulouse. Trust Spears. He's a good man." "Christ, North, at least I'm alive with but a stiff arm. We lost 4,500 men, not just casualties, as the War Ministry says so glibly, and all because a messenger can ride only so quickly to inform Wellington that Napoleon abdicated 4 days earlier. The damned waste of it. So many men, dead for naught." He unconsciously rubbed his arm again. North watched Marcus close and lock the desk drawer, then stare down at the small golden key, as delicate as a fine piece of jewelry, so insubstantial it looked. Yet Marcus always kept it with him. There had been 2 robbery attempts in the past 2 weeks. Even if a thief ripped the drawer open, he would only find outdated papers, for the secret drawer was well hidden. The 2 men left the mansion and spent the next 30 minutes walking along the banks of the Seine, breathing in the clear early evening air, before crossing the western tip of Ile de la Cité on Le Pont Neuf. Factually, the bridge wasn't new at all. Indeed, it was the oldest bridge in Paris. They strolled down the Boulevard Saint-Michel, speaking desultorately, cutting over to the Boulevard Saint-Germain to where their rooms were located in a large early 18th century mansion, the Hôtel Matignon, at number 57 Rue de Grenelle. Marcus waved to a fellow officer, crossing the street at a diagonal from them. "We have our own battalion here in the Faubourg Saint-Germain. Don't forget all the Russian soldiers here as well." "Last night, I had my window open, more fool I. I could hear them singing in their incomprehensible language until nearly dawn, drunker than asses. How the devil do they manage to get up and go about their duties?" Marcus shook his head. "I've seen them staggering in at dawn and up again at 7 o'clock. And the number of prostitutes has grown to staggering numbers, the randy bastards. None of them owes any of their wages to you, Marcus. How is the fair Lizette? Fair as usual. I leased a very charming apartment on the Rue de Varennes for her. Her appreciation moved me. North laughed. I'll just bet it did. She was beautifully skilled, Marcus thought. He said aloud, You know what I really like about Lizette, other than the obvious things? She's always talking, chattering really, flitting about the chamber, always moving, telling me jests, laughing, always laughing. She's never silent, never. Like what? Like who? Like the damned Duchess, if you would know the truth of it. North Nightingale looked at the fast-flowing Seine in the distance. You're a fool, Marcus. Stow it, North. I'm a lucky man, so very lucky. Do you know that in my pocket at this very minute is a bank draft for £200? My quarterly allowance for being the bloody Earl of Chase, all duly notarized by Mr. Wicks. It's taken long enough to catch up to me. I do wonder how Mr. Wicks found me. I do too. You've managed to keep yourself hidden from everyone else in England. You won't turn down the funds, will you, Marcus? Hell no. A goodly portion of it goes to Lizette's upkeep. He smiled at that, wondering what Mr. Wicks would say if he knew the old Earl's groats were being spent on his hated nephew's mistress. Well, the old bastard had had his own mistress, the Duchess's mother. Odd how it seemed different, given the Duchess. Where was the Duchess? Back at her damned cottage? Or reveling in her £50,000 in the middle of London society, entertaining gentlemen who doubtless all drooled on her? Damn her beautiful blue eyes! He'd thought about her many times, wondered about what was in her damned mind, wondering, always wondering in those off moments, if there had been a man to protect her, to pay the rent on Pipwell Cottage, to pay Badger, to pay God. None of it mattered now, not her motives, not her, none of it. His rage still burned deep and bright and strong. He never would see Chase Park or her or any of the other Wyndhams as long as he lived. He wondered if the American Wyndhams had arrived yet to take over all the unentailed properties. Aunt Wilhelmina couldn't take possession, he recalled, until after the 16th of June. Then it would belong to the Americans. At least all of it would after his demise. Trevor, that damned bloody dandy with his fop's name. Marcus could barely stomach even thinking about that name and the man it called to mind. He realized he had sworn to let that bloody Trevor inherit the earldom. Yes, Trevor Wyndham, the Earl of Chase. It had a ring to it, a ghastly ring, but he accepted, even wanted it. Where the devil are you, Marcus? You've been silent as the Duchess you've told me so much about. I've told you very little about the Duchess. Very, very little. Just last week, when you were quite foxed, you told me a bit more than very little. Contrive to forget it. I have. I've forgotten her. I hope she has a protector. She's her mother's daughter, isn't she? Actually, I was just thinking about my cousin. Jesus, Trevor, it's too nauseating to contemplate. I'm certain he's slender as a girl, with soft skin and hair. But just hair on his fop's head, nowhere else on his body. And he probably lisps and wears his shirt points to his ears. He probably has as much muscle as Lizette. North laughed and punched Marcus in his good arm. Here we are at Lizette's charming apartment. Go relieve yourself, Marcus, and try to enjoy yourself as well. Have Lizette position you in a more charming frame of mind. After all, I'm the one with the dark soul, with the black meanderings, not you. See that she takes care of you, and I believe I will have a tidy little dinner and see what else the evening has to offer. The men separated, and Marcus knocked on Lizette's front door. He listened, hearing her light footfalls as she ran to answer the door. Lizette never walked or glided. She was never silent when he made love to her. How he loved to hear her scream when he brought her to her release. Not like that damned Duchess. Doubtless she'd be silent as the tomb. Lisette Duplessis looked pleased to see her Major Lord, as she called him in her lisping English. Bloody foppish Trevor probably said it just the way she did, only he didn't have her marvelous breasts that drew his hands and his mouth in rapid succession. She took his cape, his cane, and unstrapped his sword, touching it lovingly. She ran her fingers over his scarlet and white uniform, delighting in the feel of the fabric, and of him, just beneath it, speaking all the while, telling him what she'd done since she'd last seen him, which had been only the night before. She spoke to him now in French, save for his title, and since his French was nearly as fluent as his Portuguese, he had no difficulty speaking and understanding. Ah, but she'd taught him sex words over the past weeks that curled his toes and made him hard as a stone. He kissed her, then discovered he didn't want to stop. Her breath was warm and sweet with the rich red Bordeaux she'd drunk. She was drinking too much, he thought, but for the moment he didn't care. All he wanted was to be inside her. Her breathing quickened, and her hands, never still, never lingering, made him wild. He wanted to go slowly, but Lisette knew men very well, despite her tender 19 years. She knew he wanted her, knew that he was wild with lust. A young man was always wild with it. And thus she accommodated him with aplomb, stripping off his clothes in a moment of time, drawing him quickly into her bedchamber and onto her bed, covering him, urging him to come inside her. He did, and it was over too quickly. He said finally, once his breathing had slowed and his heart was nearing its normal pace again, "I'm sorry, Lisette, I'm a pig." Her busy hands were busy on his back, stroking him, long, deep strokes, sweeping over his buttocks to gently ease between his legs. She giggled, bit his chin. "True, my lord, but I will be understanding. Will you promise to do better next time?" He grinned down at her, feeling all the grinding boredom of the day fall away from him. "Yes," he said, rolling off her to rise to stand beside the bed. "Yes, I will do much better." "Already, my lord?" She eyed him with enthusiasm. Paris, Hotel Beauvau, Rue Royale. Badger wouldn't meet her eyes. She eyed him with growing impatience. "Come, Badger, did you find him? Do you know where he lives?" "Yes," Badger said, "nothing more, nothing less." She waited. Obviously, he was disturbed about something. He didn't want to tell her what it was. She walked to the gilded blue brocade settee and sat down. She said nothing more, merely waited. She began to sing in her mind. "Lord Castlereagh needs more bombast. He speaks too softly, never will he last. He needs to take lessons from Talleyrand, who has more guile than any man." It was a beginning. Actually, Canning had sufficient guile for any 2 ministers. She started to hum, realized that the melody was too close to another, and paused, her brow furrowed, trying to think of a different tune. Suddenly, without warning, Badger said, "He's got a mistress. Damn his eyes for being young and randy, and like every other young randy man." "Talleyrand," she said, at sea. "Canning? No, no, his lordship. I followed him, and Lord Chilton, a man we want to avoid at all costs, Duchess, trust me, he's dangerous. They separated, and his lordship went in to see this young girl, who greeted him, and I know she was his mistress because she hugged him and kissed him and drew him inside this narrow building on the Rue de Varennes." Her hands were all over him. Duchess. He must live there, with her, or at least visit her all the time, nearly. "Well," she said reasonably, keeping some distinctly hateful feelings at bay, "he doesn't have all that much money. He must practice economies, I suppose. 2 households would doubtless place a strain on his budget. But I will wager you, Badger, that he has his own apartment. Marcus wouldn't live with a mistress. I don't know why I'm so certain, but I am. You shouldn't be so damned understanding. He is perfectly free to do exactly as he pleases, and with whom he pleases. At least at this particular moment he is. Does Spears live in this apartment as well? I don't know. There, you see, he does have his own lodging. Again, I don't know. I hung about for a good 2 hours, and then he came out with her on his arm, and off they went to one of those frog restaurants that pride themselves on serving that nasty tripe covered with even nastier sauces. Animal entrails. Jesus, it makes me shudder. No, I didn't see Mr. Spears. We must find him before we begin the plan. Spears must approve. I'm so pleased Mr. Wicks at least told us Marcus was with Wellington's staff here in Paris. Even that upset his lawyer's innards. I know. Tomorrow morning, early, I'll go back to the apartment and see where the Earl goes. Make it very early, Badger. He has his own lodgings. His arm is stiff. What do you mean? She was sitting forward, suddenly rigid, suddenly very afraid. What do you mean? She asked again. I asked around, all discreet. He was wounded in the final battle, at Toulouse. Oh, God. Did you see any pain on his face, Badger? Do you believe he has suffered? Oh, God. Badger looked at her full in the face. This was odd, he thought, but hopeful. I don't know. Don't worry, Duchess. Tomorrow, no matter what else, I'll find Mr. Spears. Shall I bring him here? Oh, yes, she said, but she appeared distracted. Good God, he thought, she's thinking about his lordship being wounded. It bothers her. Glory be, this was better than he'd ever imagined. If only they'd heard from Mr. Spears before they'd left London. Spears said in his patented bland voice, "Did you hear, my lord, that when old King George, while held in the kind restraining hands of his 2 wardens, was told the Allies had marched into France 2 months ago, he asked who commanded the British forces? He was told it was Wellington. Old George shouted, 'That's a damned lie. He was shot 2 years ago.' Marcus grinned. Poor old mad George III. If he ever becomes lucid and discovers his son is the most scorned prince in history, it would likely split his spleen and push him into eternity. Before he became as raving mad as a jackdaw, he wasn't all that bad a ruler. I think he knows, my lord," Spear said. Yes, many believe the stupidity and endless greed of the son led the father into insanity. Now, my lord, it is time for you to bathe and dress. I believe you're commanded to attend the festivities at the Hôtel des Souliers. Marcus grumbled and cursed, but nonetheless he was garbed in immaculate evening wear, and on his way in a hackney coach to the Marais, to the Hôtel des Souliers on the Rue Saint-Antoine, for a diplomatic ball. He didn't believe he'd mentioned the ball to Spears, yet he'd known. The bloody man always knew everything. Marcus just shook his head and leaned back against the surprisingly clean squabs of the hackney. No surprise, really, for Spears had seen to the fetching of the coach, as well as everything else, curse his eyes. Spears waited patiently until he saw his lordship well ensconced in the coach and on his way. He donned his cape and hat and took himself to the Rue Royale. To his surprise and displeasure, she answered his knock. "Duchess," he said formally, "why are you not in the drawing-room? Why did you answer the door? It is not done. Mr. Badger shouldn't allow this. I will speak to him about this. Pray do not, Spears. Badger is preparing our dinner, and Maggie is doubtless preening. I believe she is seeing a Russian soldier this evening, not an underling, mind you, but a man of standing, and doubtless of grand good looks. She says she has a vast interest in Russian history, and this young Cossack is just the man to teach her. Oh my, let me take your cape and hat. Don't look so disapproving, Spears. I'm not helpless just because I'm no longer a bastard. It simply isn't done," he said, stepping away from her. "But I can see that you will continue to disagree with me. Now, this female, this Maggie, she's the one who saved Badger's life in Portsmouth before you sailed to France. The woman who saved him from being run over by a runaway mail coach? Maggie saved him all right. She yelled and knocked him right out of the way. She says she doesn't know why she did it. She just did. She's an actress, you know, and she tells me she's quite good. However, she was temporarily, without acting employment, and thus I offered her a position as my maid, something she's never done before. But as she says, she's bright and willing, and Paris is ever so exciting, and so she'll give me a trial. That is quite the oddest thing I've ever heard. She doesn't sound appropriate as your personal maid. I think, Spears, that Maggie will change your mind. I like her. She's different, somehow whole and unsullied, despite her rather colorful background. There is kindness in her, and the sweetest devilment imaginable." Spears divested himself of his outer garments. His attitude was stiff. It wasn't her duty to see to him. If she were lax in matters of propriety, he most certainly wasn't. He would speak both to Mr. Badger and to this Maggie, who was a sweet devil. Do come into the parlor, or salon, as the French say. I want to hear everything. First, why didn't you write me? I had to find out from Mr. Wicks that Marcus was here in Paris. Then it took Badger nearly 3 days to find him. I know, Spears said gently. I will tell you everything. His arm, Spears. Is he all right? Why didn't you tell me he'd been wounded? Why didn't you write to me or send a messenger? Spears was silent a moment, then shook his head slowly. I had no wish to worry you. He sighed deeply. I fear it still gives his lordship a lot of pain. The bullet fragments are still embedded, you see, in his upper arm. Many times he can't sleep with the pain. Naturally, he refuses to be quacked. He won't even allow a tincture of laudanum in a cup of tea. I have, of course, many times ignored his wishes to do what is best for him. Her face was perfectly white, and Spears quickly added, his voice smooth and persuasive as a vicar's, but for the most part it continues to heal. A physician could do nothing, really. The fragments are very, very small, and they eventually make their way out of the arm, which sounds rather disgusting, but it happens, and it's a good thing it does happen. It's just a matter of time until he is perfectly fit again, Duchess. Time grows short. Actually, Badger said from the drawing-room doorway, a huge wooden ladle in his hand, time runs out in exactly 2 1.5 weeks. I, for one, hate to leave things to the last minute. Last-minute endeavors never succeed. Mr. Badger has told me of your plan, Duchess. It will work. We will contrive. She believed him. He would make a splendid foreign minister, she thought, and took his arm as they walked into the dining room. There was no one to remark that the very rich young English lady, who had no chaperone, and whose personal maid was upstairs arranging her glorious red hair in preparation to drive a young Russian Cossack mad, was eating in the splendidly decorated dining room with her cook and an Earl's valet. The Duchess didn't hear a thing from Spears until the following evening. His lordship, Spears said, with admirable control, and with 2 bright spots of color on his lean cheeks, got into a fisticuffs last night. He is in bed with 2 cracked ribs, a black eye, and nearly an entire set of bruised knuckles. All his teeth, however, and thank the good Lord, are unharmed, still white and even and whole. He was also grinning like a sinner. How could he fight with his arm still hurt? Badger laughed. Mr. Spears, did he tell you how his opponents fared? Yes, evidently one of the English officers called him the dispossessed Earl, and his lordship beat he gave better than he got. He was hurt because this opponent had friends. It was one-sided, you see. His arm wasn't harmed, Duchess. It was unfortunate that Lord Chilton was occupied elsewhere, or his ribs just might have survived. I see, the Duchess said, her voice faint. However, does anyone know about the stipulations of my father's will? These things have a way of spreading, Badger said, like the plague. That is an excellent analogy, Mr. Badger, very apt. Any news that titillates precludes secrets. His lordship's, mistress is with him, at his request. She very prettily asked me to provide her with the appropriate nostrums. I left her gently daubing his lordship's brow with a soft cloth dipped in rosewater, and humming one of those new ditties to him, by that English fellow. His mistress with him? She said, her voice thin and high. Soothing his fevered brow? I do not believe his brow is fevered. Despite his injuries, his lordship was giving her many, interested looks, which bodes well for his general feeling of well-being. However, despite his lordship's wishes as regards her, I will none the less contrive to send her back to her own dwelling this evening. It may be very late, but it will be done. He gently flicked a piece of lint from his dark blue jacket sleeve. You will be relieved to know she isn't a harpy, Duchess, nor is she always pestering his lordship for baubles and jewels and the like. Indeed, I believe she cares as much for his lordship as a creature of her stamp can care for anyone. Like my mother, she thought, but said aloud, I am delighted to hear it. Actually, relief is an emotion I'm not feeling at the moment, Spears. Perhaps I should invite her to tea to thank her for her restraint." Spears turned away, hiding his very small grin, saying over his shoulder, "Perhaps it isn't such a good idea. She would expire with shock." "That would be a good start," the Duchess said. Rancor, Spears thought. It was indeed rancor, a goodly dose of it. He said, "Her name is Lisette Duplessis." The Duchess said nothing to that. His lordship likes her name. He thinks it's sweet. "I don't trust Marcus," the Duchess said finally, looking over Spears' right shoulder. "I don't want to chance leaving this business until the last minute. I agree with Badger. I want to complete the matter tonight, if his lordship will allow me, to remove his mistress from his bedchamber. You said you would contrive." "That's right," Badger said. "Mr. Spears will see it done, Duchess. Don't worry. With his lordship at less than his full strength, it should make things easier. Also, Lord Chilton is at Fontainebleau and thus won't be in our way." She remarked, to the heavy brocade draperies, so typically golden and so typically French in their heaviness and opulence, "His lordship is impossible of making anything easier. It isn't in his nature. If you both believe otherwise, you don't know him well." 9. It was dark. There was no moon, no stars to lighten the sky. Rain clouds bulged thick and heavy. Even as they spoke, it began to drizzle sullenly. There were no people on the Rue de Grenelle. A few candles were lit in the huge mansions, but not many. Literary salons, she thought. Men enjoying their wives or mistresses, Spears thought. Mincing French chefs, preparing menus. The Duchess pulled her cloak more tightly about her neck. "No, don't say it," she said sharply to Badger. "I will not hang back and wait for you to whistle to me. I'm staying with you, and I'll hear no more about it. No more arguments." They walked the last few steps to the Earl's lodgings. "He's asleep," Spears said, pointing to a third-floor window that was completely dark. "I didn't give him all that much laudanum, but enough to send him into a stupor." "What if he can't speak?" "Don't worry, Duchess," Badger said. "We will sprinkle his lordship's face with some of his mistress's rosewater until he's conscious enough to do what he's told." She shot Badger a look, but held her tongue. Damn Marcus for making all this intrigue necessary. She realized, even as she damned him for it, that she was enjoying herself. Hugely. "It is nearly 3 o'clock," she said. "I have timed this 2 times now. Everything is on schedule. The official you bribed will be here in 10 minutes. What is his name, Badger?" "Monsieur Junot. A hungry little man, with a wife and 4 children. He was pleased enough to accept your proposal. Strange as it sounds, since he's a bloody frog, I trust him. He will see that everything is duly recorded in the public registry." "Indeed he will. You will have the papers, all signed right and tight." She nodded, stepping back for Spears to unlock the door. It made a prodigiously loud grinding noise, but Spears didn't seem to be concerned. He stepped inside the dak entrance hall, paused, and listened. Then he walked toward the staircase to the left, the Duchess and Badger behind him. She stumbled once, her foot hitting a table leg. Another horrendous noise, but Spears, again, seemed not to be at all concerned. They were midway up the narrow staircase, walking as quietly as vicars in a brothel, when suddenly a candle was shown in their faces from above them, and a man's mocking voice said, each word in a loathsome drawl, "Well, well, do I have a quiver of thieves here? No, I dare say you, Spears, would not choose to rob me in the middle of the night." "My lord," Spears said very gently, "do put down the gun. Perhaps your fingers aren't all that steady at the moment." "Certainly they are. The 2 of you made enough noise to awaken the dead. Besides, I wasn't asleep. Is that you, Badger? Why ever not? Wait, there are 3 of you. Good God!" Marcus simply went silent with surprise. "You," he said at last. "May I inquire as to why you are here, in my lodgings, at 3 o'clock in the morning?" "Yes," she said. "Yes, what, damn you?" "You may inquire, if you wish. You and Badger and Spears. Do I scent a conspiracy here? Surely not. What kind of conspiracy would bring together the three of you? Why, Spears, are you that concerned that I won't be able to afford your wages on my allowance? I showed you the draft from Mr. Wicks. No, my lord, I'm not concerned, nor does our presence here have anything to do with robbing you, my lord. Now, may I suggest that I assist you back to bed? Surely your ribs are protesting. Are not your knuckles very sore tucked about that gun?" Marcus said very slowly, enunciating each word. "I want to know what is going on, and I want to know this instant. Not in the next instant, in this instant. Well, no, I want to know in the instant I designate. Now, let us go downstairs to the drawing-room. Spears, you may lead the way and light some candles. Duchess, you've scarce opened your mouth, not that I expected you to in any case. As is your wont, you've merely sprinkled me with a mere smidgen of words. Badger, take her arm. I don't wish her to go break her neck falling down my stairs. If there is any neck-breaking to do, I will be the one to do it. Go, now, all of you." She felt Badger take her hand and gently squeeze it. She felt her heart thud heavily. He'd heard them because she'd clumsily fallen against that table. Well, it was her own fault, no one else's. Nothing was easy with Marcus. Nothing. Why was he awake? Obviously, the laudanum hadn't been enough. He was behind them. He was wearing only a dressing gown, his feet bare, his black hair tousled. How? She wondered, her heart thudding even more now. Spears had lighted a branch of candles. He held it high, stepping back as the Duchess and Badger stepped into the small drawing-room. He lowered it slowly to a tabletop when Marcus came in. She turned to face him and saw that he was still pointing the gun toward them. It was an ugly thing, with a long barrel, an obscene hole in the end of it. "Sit down," he said, waving the gun toward a settee. They sat, the Duchess between them. She saw then, as he walked toward them, that he was in pain, and that he wasn't standing upright. His ribs, she thought. She said aloud, "You should be in bed, Marcus. Surely this isn't good for your ribs." He laughed, then stopped immediately, sucking in his breath at the sharp pain it brought him. "My mother," he said. "Is that why you're here, Duchess? To minister to my wounds? To coo at me?" She just stared at him, unmoving. "Like Lisette?" He grinned. "So Spears told you of my ministering angel?" "Ah, she just removed herself, not very long ago, Spears. But I know. You doubtless put something in that tea you gave me to drink. But you see, I wasn't thirsty. What I wanted was Lisette, again. Please, my lord." Marcus waved the gun to silence his valet. He stared hard at the Duchess. "No, I can't imagine you ever cooing, even to your bloody roses. But you felt you had to come in the middle of the night to care for me? You feared I wouldn't be pleased to see you, and thus toss you out if you came in the light of day? You could only come when I was drugged senseless by my utterly loyal valet? I came for another reason, Marcus. I will tell you, if only you will sit down before you fall down. Please, Marcus. I don't want to sit down." She rose and walked to him, her eyes on his face, shadowed in the candlelight, but she saw the haggard lines, the black eye, and swollen jaw. "You're not well, Marcus." He just stood there, watching her walk toward him. "Stop right there," he said pleasantly. He reached out his left hand and gently closed his fingers around her throat. "Tell me, do I inherit your £50,000 if you stuff it? I believe so, though I don't think my father even considered that. Perhaps it would go to the Americans? I don't know. I will write to Mr. Wicks. I could simply strangle you on speculation. I don't believe that either Spears or Badger would allow you to do it, Marcus. They don't know you as well as I do. If they did, they would cheer my actions. Actually, you don't know me at all. He shrugged, wincing. Any movement seemed to bring renewed pain to the continuous dull throbbing in his ribs. Actually, I don't care. Now, why are the three of you skulking about in my house? The instant has come, and I am frankly tired of all this. Tell me now. At that moment, there was a gentle knock on the front door, a sly knock, a surreptitious knock. Marcus, surprised and taken off guard, turned toward the sound. Both Spears and Badger were on him in an instant. He struggled, but he was weak, and he hurt, and the two of them bore him to the carpet quickly enough. Spears very gently removed the gun from his right hand. "My lord," he said gently, "I fear you must drink a bit of tea now. All right? You're fired, Spears." Badger said quietly, "Duchess, it is Monsieur Jeannot. Let him in." The following 10 minutes were fraught with silence, so thick she thought she would choke on it. Spears and Badger had to pry open Marcus' mouth. He struggled to the point she knew he was hurting himself, yet still he fought them. Finally, they managed to pour a goodly amount of tea laced with laudanum down his throat. Monsieur Jeannot stood over them, holding a candle, saying not a single blessed thing. He appeared to be enjoying himself. Marcus fell back. She saw that he was fighting the drug, but he was losing. She hated this, but she knew it was no time to have an attack of scruples. Nothing had changed. True, he had complicated things, made all of them jumpy and feel guilty, but he'd succumbed in the end. There was no other way to save him, the damned stubborn sod. She gently touched her fingertips to his swollen jaw. "It will be all right, Marcus. I promise you. Don't worry. Just lie still, please," he said in a slurred voice. "I will kill you, Duchess. After breakfast. But you don't yet know why, or if you would still want to. I'll want to. It doesn't matter. I'm your wife." She watched his hand, holding a butter knife, become perfectly still. He had a brioche halfway to his mouth. It remained halfway. He shook his head, then winced from the pain it brought him in his ribs. He looked over at her, then shook his head again. He said very politely, "I beg your pardon. I'm your wife." "We're married." Still, he couldn't take it in. He couldn't make the words take on sense. She thrust out her hand toward him. He stared at it, bewildered, then watched her waggle her third finger. He saw the plain gold band. He said, still staring at that finger with its ring, "You said that you're my wife?" "Yes, Marcus. I can explain everything, if you will allow me to." "Oh yes, I will allow that." "Then I will kill you. We drugged you. I insisted because I knew you would never agree. You're much too proud, too stubborn. You would have never listened to reason. Spears assisted you. Yes, as did Badger. I hope you won't blame either of them. They believed strongly in what we did. They didn't want to see you lose your inheritance because of, yes, Duchess, because you're such a stubborn sod, and because you somehow imagine that this punishes my father, who is dead and doesn't know a thing, and because you dislike me so very much." "I see. So, first, Spears tried to drug me, but he didn't know that I wanted sex with Lizette more than his lukewarm tea, and didn't drink it. Thus, I heard the intruders break into my lodgings. I should probably have shot all of you. We had only until June 16th, Marcus. Otherwise, the American Wyndhams would have inherited everything. I couldn't allow that to happen. Surely you must see that. May I ask how long you've been planning this? Since the morning you ran away." "I didn't run away. I left an intolerable situation." He stopped, leaning back in his chair. He looked at his fingertips tapping rhythmically on the tabletop. "I didn't want to ever see Chase Park again, you know. You don't have to, but you own it. You now have no more worries. There will be no more allowances, no asking Mr. Wicks for permission to do this or to do that. Everything is in your control now, Marcus. Everything. And the only price to pay is having you for my wife." He'd said it calmly, quietly, but she felt herself stiffen nonetheless. There would be more. She could practically hear the words forming on his tongue. She didn't have long to wait. After she said, "I hope, I pray, that having me as your wife isn't too heinous a prospect." It was as if she were purposefully asking for insult, she thought, and wondered what he would say. He said, "It is a prospect that I am still unable to credit. Yesterday, I was a single man with his very charming mistress, content with his £200 quarterly allowance. This morning, I awakened to find myself back in the Earl's boots. I had thrown those boots away, Duchess. I didn't want them back. Then why did you fight the man who called you the dispossessed Earl?" He roared to his feet, nearly toppling the table. One coffee cup fell to its side. She watched the coffee drip onto the table and run in a thin, quick line to the edge and then to the floor. "How the hell do you know about that, damn you?" It was that bloody Spears. I'll kill him after I've seen to you. Good God, have all of you been planning this?" His face was white, his hands tight fists. If his ribs hurt, she doubted he felt it. He was finally furious. He was finally over the edge. Very slowly, she rose to face him. She splayed her fingers on the table. "Marcus, you don't have to keep me as a wife. In fact, I had intended to go back to London at the end of the week, to spare you the sight of me. What I wanted to happen has happened. Everything is as it should have been. Surely you can forgive me, or at least forget me without too much anger." "You damned sacrificed female goat! I won't have it, Duchess. You have tricked me, manipulated my valet, drugged me, all to give me back what I didn't want. Don't you remember what I told Mr. Wicks? I don't want it, none of it. That damned pederast Trevor will become the next Earl." He paused and rubbed his fingers over his jaw. "Well, that can still happen, can't it? My thinking processes aren't quite sharpened yet this morning, doubtless because of the dose of laudanum you forced down my throat. But I'm thinking now. Yes, Trevor could easily be the next Earl. After all, I would have to force myself to bed you, probably many times, to get you with child. And what if it were a girl you birthed? Then I would have to force myself to take you again and again for the male child." He stopped again, this time because he saw that her face was perfectly white. But it didn't matter. He didn't care. "To bring myself to seek out your bed would require more than I have, Duchess. It is true what I said to Mr. Wicks. Whispering love-loves to a bloody, inert woman would shrivel me into oblivion. Is your flesh as cold as you are, Duchess? Would you perhaps sob softly whilst I had my filthy way with you?" No answer. Well, what did I expect? How did you bring yourself to say your vows during our eminently forgettable marriage ceremony? Yes, just look at you, all tight and stiff and cold. I would have to lay Lizette there beside you so that I could look at her while I took you, hear her laugh and moan and scream so that I could force myself to even touch you. He was doing it again, he thought vaguely, hurling insults at her again, insults that had to cut deep. But this time, she'd done it. She'd gone too far, drugged him for God's sake, and he refused to take them back or apologize. Besides, it was possible that what he said was true. Oddly, although she knew intense pain at his words, she felt no anger. She said then, over his harsh breathing, "You don't know that, Marcus." "Don't know what, curse you?" "If you would need your mistress there to stimulate you." He shook his head, his right hand lightly stroking over his ribs. But the pain dulled, oh yes, dulled to practically nothing when he looked at her perfidious face again. "I don't believe this, any of it. I will spend the day determining if I wish to strangle you. Send me Spears. I have a meeting with Wellington and have no wish to miss it." She merely nodded and left him. 10. Hotel Beauvau, Rue Royale. Badger looked closely at her, not saying anything for the longest time, waiting for her to speak. But, of course, she didn't. She was the most self-contained individual he'd ever met in his life. He'd always believed her inviolate. That's what her mother had always said. But now he wasn't so sure. The thought of her with Marcus Wyndham, the thought of that man as her husband, a man who was outrageous in his speech, who said, in fact, anything it pleased him to say, who gave way to rage and anger with the speed and precision of a battlefield surgeon, worried him profoundly. But then the young Earl got over it, and cleanly, realizing, of course, that he'd strewn insults and hurtful words in his wake, but not knowing the power of them. Badger shook his head and said finally, "Duchess, I heard him yelling." "Oh yes, his yelling. He is quite good at it. But for the most part, he was fairly quiet. Then he saw me again when he was on the point of leaving." She drew in her breath. She'd meant to stay out of his way once she'd left him to his breakfast, but she was worried about his injuries, and thus had returned to his bedchamber. Her hand was raised to knock on the door just as he'd opened it. He looked like a banged-up demon, she thought, with his black eye, the swelling in his jaw. "You're a little late, Duchess," he'd said in that sneering voice of his that made her wonder who this man was, for surely Marcus wouldn't sneer like that. "I'm not naked anymore. Indeed, I am leaving this house. I assume it is yours?" "Yes, I rented it before I came to Paris. You may remain here, if you like, Marcus." "Why? Do you mean you told my landlord that I had been shot and was no longer in Paris? Did that bastard Spears bring all my clothes over here? I don't know. I don't know," he repeated, his voice thick with sarcasm.
This was all your plan, wasn't it? What the hell do you mean, I don't know? If Spears did bring all your clothes here, then don't you think you'd like to remain here? Perhaps you would like to dine with me this evening." He looked down at her from the intimidating height he'd attained during the past 5 years. She realized with a start that she came only to his jaw. Have dinner with my wife? That's a novel idea. A wife, a commodity I hadn't ever considered. Well, yes, I didn't I, for all of 5 seconds when dear Mr. Wicks gave me my ultimatum. It sounded damnable to me then, and now it makes me want to puke. No, I believe I will be spending the evening with my mistress. I wish you wouldn't, Marcus. I ask that you come back here and let us speak about the future. The future? You think you have changed everything, don't you, Duchess? Well, I don't know what I'm going to do, but whatever it is, it won't include you. Good day, madam." He stomped down the corridor, stopped, wheeled about, and shouted, "Don't wait up for me, will you? God knows Lizette is a greedy puss, and in her bed I intend to forget you and all you've done to me." Hurtful words, she thought. Marcus had never learned breaks for his tongue. She now said aloud to Badger. For the most part, he preferred to stomp this time rather than waste his breath. Though when he does yell, the neighborhood must enjoy the drama. She sat down in a window seat, her hands folded quietly in her lap. I imagine that everyone in the house heard him slam out of the front door. Yes. Did he agree to, well, anything? She gave him a ghost of a smile. Do you mean, is he delighted that I am his wife? I shouldn't go that far yet with a man like the Earl. No, you shouldn't. I believe, actually, that he informed me that he would be spending the evening and night with his mistress. You know, Badger, the one who has the pretty name, and isn't, according to Spears, a harpy. He wouldn't. That's why. He is quite remarkably upset with me. As for your part and Spears' part, I believe that will blow over. I am beginning to realize that his lordship is like a short-lived typhoon, quick to rage and quick to a smile. Badger wasn't so sure about that, but he just shrugged, saying, "Do you believe he will return here tonight?" "I doubt it. I told him I would be leaving for London on Friday." "Will he be willing to accept your gift to him?" She said nothing, merely turned and lifted the heavy gold brocade drapery and gazed out onto the street. He has no choice. At least I could do that much for him. But he doesn't appear to see it that way. He just kept saying that he didn't want the damned earldom. That could present a problem, Duchess. Oh? Whatever do you mean, Badger? Annulment. She looked puzzled, then her brow cleared. I understand. Forgive me for being so slow. I read about it in the London Gazette. A certain Lord Havering annulled the marriage of his daughter to a Major Bradley. Do you know what it means, Duchess? It means that Marcus can cancel out our marriage?
That it can all be undone? That's what it means, but it isn't possible if if you and he consummate your marriage. No, betraying flush rose on her cheeks. Her expression remained contained. She said only, "Oh, dear. That could present a problem, couldn't it? Aye, if his lordship thinks about it. If he realizes he can annul the marriage, both Spears and I fear he would act before he realized what he was doing. Men who feel betrayed will do stupid things. Actually, with his lordship, I should say he can't stand not to be in control. So for him, this is beyond betrayal, since it hits at the heart of what he sees himself to be. Oh dear, she said again. You are doubtless right, Badger. Oh dear. She rose and shook out her skirts of pale yellow muslin. Another plan, then. But first things first, Badger. You know where Lizette lives. Yes, Badger said, eyeing her closely. Her full name is Lisette Duplessis. Good, the Duchess said, and left the drawing room. The narrow building, set in a lovely residential neighborhood on the Rue Varennes, looked inviting, the Duchess thought. At least it must look very inviting to Marcus, and inviting enough to Lisette, since she agreed to let Marcus have her live there. Since it was early summer, the trees were thick and full, shading the street. She nodded to Badger, saw that he would argue, and repeated, "No, you will remain here. Stand under that oak tree, Jan, and look French." He blinked, saw that elusive smile of hers, and stepped back to lean against a tree trunk. A very homely young maid answered her knock. She believed I would be a gentleman, probably Marcus, the Duchess thought, as she nodded and held out her visit-him card. "I would like to see your mistress, please," she said. Mistress, she thought, smiling inside. How very apt language was upon occasion. The young woman gave a mighty frown, eyed the Duchess carefully, then tossed a head of remarkably fine blonde hair. She left the Duchess standing on the doorstep. She stepped inside a small entrance hall, closing the door behind her. The maid didn't look back. In front of her, a narrow staircase rose to the second floor, then wound up to a third. She heard women's voices speaking rapid French. She sat down on a single chair in the entrance hall and folded her hands in her lap, and waited, something she was very good at doing. 5 more minutes passed. She heard more conversation, something about changing clothing. The Duchess wondered if Lisette were wearing something very alluring. She trusted Marcus wouldn't show up on the doorstep while she was here. Lisette was more or less what she expected. She was young, quite well formed in the bosom, appeared to have a waist the size of 2 male fists pressed together, and didn't boast all that many inches in height. The impression was one of innocence and the knowledge of Eve, surely a potent combination. The Duchess then saw the wary look in her dark eyes. "Oui," she said, coming slowly down the stairs. She was wearing a frock that didn't shout her profession, at least to the Duchess's eye. It was a soft, dark blue muslin, banded with a lighter blue ribbon beneath her breasts. The Duchess rose and smiled, and said in passable French, "My name is Josephina Wyndham, Lady Chase. May I speak to you for a moment?" Lisette started to speak, then shook her head. "Come into the drawing-room." The Duchess didn't hesitate. Only the truth would serve, and she spit it out quickly with no digressions, speaking as quickly as her French would allow, finishing finally, "So you see, I must consummate my marriage with his lordship, else he could annul it, and then all would be lost, for him, that is. I was told that you were an honest woman, Mademoiselle Duplessis, that you weren't out to, take all his money. Would you help me save him?" Lisette could only stare at the beautiful young woman sitting so calmly opposite her. "You are truly married to him? You truly drugged him? All of this is true?" The Duchess nodded. "It is true, all of it. I can't imagine Marcus standing for it. Mon Dieu, a woman getting the better of him. It would not be a happy thought for him. It would wound his male dignity to eternity, I think. Ah, it is glorious what you did." This brought out a wicked smile that the Duchess saw before Lisette lowered her eyes. My Marcus, he must be truly enraged. He must be beside himself. You, a girl, outsmarting him. He is a man who must be in control. Is he even now tearing Paris apart with his bare hands? The Duchess smiled. She couldn't help herself. I imagine he would if his ribs weren't so very sore. Perhaps he will after he has healed. However, I hope that by next week he will see more reason than not and realize that what he now has he won't want to give up again. And what would you like me to do? I would like to give you 10,000 francs to change your lodging and not see Marcus again.
I do not wish you to be hurt financially for your assistance in this matter. Thus, I willingly give you the francs so that you can find a new lodging and a new gentleman that you like. I see, Lisette said, her mind racing. 10,000 francs! It was a great deal of money, surely enough to tide her over until she had a new protector, one of her choice, one like Marcus, not one she had to settle for. She wondered if she would find another man like Marcus, a man who was an excellent lover, a man who enjoyed a woman's pleasure, a man who knew more ways to pleasure than even she, Lisette, had yet experienced. She looked over at Marcus's new wife, a young lady who really was quite lovely and quite nice, but there was such innocence about her, such an air of frankness and simplicity. Marcus would surely eat her for his breakfast. She had drugged him and married him, all to save him. It was all a very strange notion to Lisette. Then she sat back and thought about this entire strange interview. She found herself beginning to laugh. "I am sorry," she said after a moment. "It's just that a wife coming to see a gentleman's mistress, it has never happened to me before. It is too much." She wiped her eyes and smiled at the Duchess. "And you aren't jealous? If you don't approve of me, you hide it well. Don't you care anything about his lordship?" "Oh yes," the Duchess said, "but that isn't the point, don't you see?" "Yes, perhaps I do see," Lisette said slowly as she rose. "His lordship will be here in 3 hours. That is his normal time. I have much to do if I am to be gone before he arrives." The Duchess rose. She pulled a small slip of paper from her reticule. "Here is the address of a new lodging in the Faubourg Saint-Honoré. There are many embassies there, many gentlemen of wealth and influence. The apartment is very close to the Élysée Palace, a center of power." Lisette walked to stand face to face with the Duchess. She said, "I have never met a lady like you before. You are too young to be as you are, so very understanding, so accepting of the fact that I have slept with the man you have married. I am fond of Marcus, but he is like a volcano. You appear to be more like Lake Como, all calm and clear with no waves." The Duchess smiled. "Perhaps. However, what is important here is that Marcus not annul our marriage. I do thank you for your help, Mademoiselle Duplessis." Lisette said, "Next to the Élysée Palace, you say. Excellent, just excellent." She paused, then very gently she laid her hand on the lady's sleeve. "Marcus is a good man. Don't let him hurt you, madame. Because he is who he is, it is impossible for him not to hurt me." With those confusing words, the Duchess left her husband's mistress, her husband's former mistress. She left the door to the drawing-room open. She heard him come in the front door, slam it, and yell for Spears, then Badger, and when neither of those two very intelligent gentlemen responded, he stomped into the drawing-room. He looked like a very handsome bandit in his officer's scarlet and white uniform. Uniforms should be outlawed, she thought. It made men look too splendid. Just now, Marcus looked dangerous and splendid. An unlikely combination, but it was true. He stopped in the doorway when he saw her, seated next to the fire, a book in her hands. She was dressed charmingly, even he realized that. In a gown of gossamer yellow muslin, her beautiful black hair loosely braided and wound through with yellow ribbon on top of her head. She wore no jewelry, except for that plain golden band on her third finger, that damned wedding ring she'd shoved on her own finger. He certainly hadn't done it, damn her. She smiled at him. "Would you care to have dinner now, Marcus?
It's very late, but Badger prepared dishes that wouldn't be ruined if you weren't here earlier, which, of course, you weren't. Or would you care to change and bathe?" Marcus stopped himself. With great difficulty, he managed to keep his mouth shut, managed to keep the furious words unsaid, at least for the moment. He strolled into the room. He pulled off his cloak and tossed it over the back of a chair. He walked to the fireplace and stretched out his hands to the flames, for it was an unseasonably cool evening for early June. It would rain later. The air was thick with moisture. "How are your ribs?" Yet another question, Duchess? She said nothing more. "Yes, my ribs are better. There is still pulling, but I hadn't really noticed them all that much. As you know, I intended to visit my mistress this evening, but it is such a very odd thing." She remained studiously silent. He said in a low, furious voice, "Couldn't you at least flinch, perhaps raise a flush on those pale cheeks of yours?" She said nothing. "It seems Lisette is gone. No one was able to tell me where. She left in the early afternoon, in a very nice carriage, all her valises piled atop. Do you find that strange, Duchess? Should I believe it strange, Marcus? Where did you send her, Duchess?" She said without hesitation, "I sent her nowhere, Marcus." "I see," he said. He looked down at his hands. Slowly, he unbuckled the sword from around his waist. He gently folded the leather belt, laying the sword carefully over it in a chair. Then he straightened, his back to the fire. He leaned his shoulders against the mantel. He crossed his hessians. Spears kept them so clean he could see his face reflected in them, even after a long day. He saw that he was frowning, that he looked ready to explode. He forced all expression from his face, then said, "It seems as well that my own lodgings are bereft of my belongings. I could have gone to a friend's apartment, but I decided that you were right. You and I need to talk about the future." He saw it then, the exquisite relief that flooded her face. She rose swiftly. "Could we dine first, Marcus? I am very hungry." "Certainly," he said politely. He extended his arm to her. "Madam." She sent him a wary look, and he saw it. It pleased him. It pleased him inordinately. For the first time since he'd come to her small cottage in Smarden a year ago, he felt himself in control. All because he'd held his fury inside. All because she no longer knew what to expect from him. He smiled down at her, saying nothing. Let her wonder what was in his mind without shouting it at her. He seated her at one end of the table and took himself off to the other. The food was already there, between them, beneath silver domes to keep it hot. "Badger has outdone himself," Marcus said, closing his eyes as he slowly chewed on the chicken with orange and tarragon. "The onion is sweet, the Stilton cheese utterly perfect, pale at the rind and pale yellow and creamy inside. I was just thinking that same amount of detail myself," she said, staring at the Stilton cheese she hadn't touched. What was he planning to do? Wherever did Badger find such delicious oranges? At Les Halles. He spends several hours there every morning. Ah, yes, le ventre de Paris, the belly of Paris for the past 600 years. He forked down more chicken, made ecstatic wombling noises as he chewed, then smiled at her again. "You don't appear to be enjoying your dinner, Duchess." "I ate a tremendous luncheon," she said. "Were you busy today? Perhaps you were shopping, visiting friends, visiting mistresses, visiting your new husband's former lodgings to remove all traces of him?" "I didn't do all that much today, Marcus." "Ah, yet again I asked more than one question, which gives you the perfect chance to answer none of them. Eat your chicken, Duchess. I am waiting for Badger's London buns. They're delicious. He says it is the quality of the lard one uses that makes the difference. He says, "I will have to wait," Marcus said, sitting back in his chair and lacing his fingers over his belly. "You were hurt. You need food to regain your strength. You want fat on my manly charms, Duchess? You don't really care then, for you say nothing." "Well then, this dining room is quite charming, as is the rest of the house. Since you are now a very rich young lady, I fancy you didn't even blink an eye when you were told the rental. It is rather expensive, but as I told you, if you wish it, I will leave for London. If you wish to remain here, why, you are very rich yourself now, Marcus. You can well afford it. Yes, I am rich now, aren't I? It is interesting that during the 10 months when I believed myself to be the real Earl, as opposed to the temporary Earl, I never forgot the value of money and what it was like to consider purchases. I doubt I will change now. I was just thinking of the poor American Wyndhams all for naught. The poor sods now have nothing at all. They didn't deserve to have anything, she said. It is all yours. It was all meant to be yours. Oh no, it was meant to be Charlie's, and if not Charlie's, then Mark's. They died, Marcus, 5 years ago. It was no one's fault, certainly not yours. How very interesting. You blame your father. Yes. He realized in that moment that he couldn't bear it, none of it. The Duchess, sitting at the opposite end of the table, her face in the shadows, but her damned voice sounding like a serene Madonna's. No, he couldn't bear it. He rose and tossed his napkin onto his plate. I'm going out, he said, and strode toward the door of the dining room. Marcus? He paused, then said over his shoulder, not turning to look at her. Yes? Am I forbidden to leave the house once I'm inside it? Will I find your bully boys on the front doorstep waiting to shackle me and drag me back inside? Marcus, we haven't spoken yet. Now he did turn to face her. In a voice that held no passion, no anger, naught of anything she could hear, he said, I fear I am not up to it now, Duchess. There are things I must think about, things that concern only myself and only my future. Surely you must understand that. She was very afraid that she did. The words were choking in her throat, but she couldn't make herself ask if he was now considering an annulment. She said nothing, merely stared at him in silence until he turned again and strode quickly from the dining room, from her. 11. Badger tugged on his right earlobe. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. He tugged more, then said finally, Mr. Spears, it worries me nonetheless. We have discussed this, and we are in agreement. I understand the need, indeed, but she is very innocent. It was her mother, you see, and the situation she was in. She was a mistress, Mr. Spears, and thus her daughter was a bastard. She sought to protect the Duchess, and that, in her mind, meant keeping the girl appallingly ignorant. Mr. Badger, I realize this situation is not one that either of us would wish, but you must stop pulling on your poor earlobe. It's getting quite raw. The strain these two have created is enough to drive a sane man to immoderate drink, or to yanking at his earlobe. Would you like a brandy, perhaps? No? Well then, it must be done, and you know it. His lordship just might be seeing to an annulment this very moment. She would be most upset were he to succeed. She is willing to do it. Indeed, she must do it. I will myself ascertain his lordship's mood this evening before she proceeds. And if he's in a ripping foul mood, then, Mr. Gadger, she will have no choice but to wait. I wouldn't trust him with her if it were so. Damned bloody young fool. I should like to snaggle him in an alley and pound that stiff pride out of him. Spears sighed. He is a young man, Mr. Badger, young and strong and proud, and he sees her as the source of all his problems. But she saved him. Yes, but it changes nothing. In his view, a man should do the saving, and if he isn't able to, then no one should. Poor little mite, Badger said. Then she had the gall to inherit that £50,000, leaving him in a most humiliating position. An allowance, Mr. Badger, an allowance for the Earl of Chase. Could you think of anything that would belittle him more than that? But none of it was her fault. Certainly not. But she was there, don't you see? She went from being a harmless bastard to being a legitimate heiress, and the heiress part took all that belonged to him, by right. Ah, it makes no matter what is in her mind. She will do what she must. She always has. She shies from nothing, I'll say that, Badger said, rising from the comfortable rocking chair near the fire in Mr. Spears' sitting chamber. Well, she shies, but she makes herself act. Do let me tell you, Mr. Badger, that the chicken with orange and tarragon was superb. Badger nodded, still clearly distracted. But Mr. Spears, what if he hurts her? She will bear it, and then it will be done. The Duchess was wondering if she hadn't suddenly stepped over the edge of sanity and become quite mad. She paused at the closed door, listening, but hearing nothing. Was he already asleep? It was just past midnight. If it were a normal night, she certainly would be sleeping by now. It was a reprieve if he was. She shook her head. She didn't want him to be asleep. She wanted him awake and willing. A reprieve would only put it off, and she was afraid to put it off. Marcus was unpredictable. He was slippery. She had no idea what he would do and when he would do it. Very quietly, she turned the brass doorknob. The well-oiled door eased open with no betraying creaks or groans. There was a sluggish fire still burning in the fireplace, casting off shadowy light. She stepped quickly into his bedchamber, quietly closing the door behind her. The room was warm, which was a relief, she supposed. The carpet felt thick and soft beneath her bare feet. She followed the line of his discarded clothing, beginning from near the fireplace, toward the bed. She saw that his sword was still in its scabbard, fastened to its leather belt. The belt was carefully wrapped and laid atop a table. She very nearly tripped over one of his Hessian boots that stood drunkenly at right angles to the bed. His cloak was spread on the floor, looking for the world like a black bat in flight. She stood beside the wide bed, staring down at him. He was asleep, lying on his back, one arm flung over his forehead, the other at his side, palm up and open. There was a single sheet covering him, and it stopped at his waist. He was big, his chest covered with black hair and hard with muscle, as were his arms. She realized he looked as splendid out of his uniform as he did wearing it. She smiled before she realized that she hadn't yet really begun to sift through their differences. She could see him outlined beneath the sheet, the largeness of him, and that was surely something to think about. She saw that his ribs were green and blue with faint tinges of yellow. She wondered if they pained him much. It was then she wondered what to do. She thought of the book Badger had handed her silently that afternoon, not quite meeting her eyes, just mumbling, "This might be of some assistance, Duchess. There are, drawings." "Drawings, Badger?" "Yes, drawings. Did your mother tell you anything about what happens between men and women?" She very slowly shook her head. Badger said, "Look through the book, Duchess. If you have questions, I'll ask Mr. Spears to see you." She thought, on the face of things, that he looked better than any of the rather crude drawings that filled that strange but very informative book. She lightly touched her fingertips to his jaw, still bruised, covered with black stubble. Then she lay her palm over his heart, feeling the steady thudding against her flesh. His hair was crisp and curling beneath her fingers. He moved then, turning slightly, then falling back again. His arm came down to rest over his belly. What to do now? She wasn't afraid, just stymied, for unlike any of the male drawings in the book, Marcus was asleep. There was no eagerness, no leering smiles to be seen on his face. He certainly wasn't ready to leap on her like many of the men in those drawings.
He opened his eyes and stared up at her. His eyes were blurred and vague, but his voice was sharp. "By all that's strange and beyond strange, you, of all people, in my bedchamber. What do you want, Duchess?" "You," she said. "I want you, Marcus." He said nothing, merely smiled at her and closed his eyes again. His breathing was deep and even in but a matter of moments. It was then she realized that he hadn't truly been awake, but he'd sounded awake. So it was up to her, completely up to her. She wiped her damp palms on her dressing gown. Slowly, knowing there was nothing more for it, she untied the sash at her waist and slipped the dressing gown off her shoulders. It pooled at her feet. Her nightgown, she thought. She had to do it. In a moment, she was still standing there beside him, now naked. She felt the warmth from the fire against her back. She leaned over him and touched her mouth to his. "Marcus," she said, "please wake up. I'm not all that certain what to do. I mean, I am certain what has to happen, but I'm not certain how to make it happen. Please wake up, Marcus." He smiled at her words and said softly, "Ah, Lizette,
Won't you let me get any sleep at all? You're more greedy than a bloody man." His hands came up and cupped her loose breasts. She sucked in her breath, but managed to hold herself still. He was kneading her breasts now, lifting them, massaging them, filling his hands with her. All the while, his eyes were closed. She saw the outline of him change beneath the sheet. She knew what that meant. It meant that this particular part of him, the most important part in terms of what she had to accomplish, was more awake now than not. But he believed she was his mistress. Suddenly, his hands moved from her breasts to encircle her waist. He lifted her over him, pushing at her legs so that she was straddling him, her hands supporting herself against his chest, her hair coming over her shoulders to touch him. His hands were again on her breasts, and he was moaning softly as he caressed her. She was too terrified to move. "What is this?" he whispered, then laughed over a moan. He slipped his hand beneath her buttocks and drew the sheet down. She felt him hard beneath her. The heat of him was incredible. She hadn't imagined anything like this. He breathed deeply, and now both his hands lifted her, and she felt him stiffening, felt him now hot against her, and didn't know what to do. "What is this, Lizette? You're not ready for me yet. You want me to wake up and pleasure you again? Hold still. Yes, that's right. Just hold still and let me enjoy you." He pulled her forward so that she was lying on his chest. He found her mouth, and she felt the heat of him, the sweet warmth that made her open her mouth immediately, wanting the taste of him, and his tongue touched hers, and she jumped slightly, and he laughed softly into her mouth. She focused on his tongue, on the movement of his lips, until suddenly his fingers were on her, pulling gently at her flesh and easing inside her. She cried out. She couldn't help it, but he soothed her, stroking her hips, as if she were an animal, she thought wildly, and he sought to calm her. His fingers hurt, but he didn't stop what he was doing, going in and out of her, stretching her, and she raised her face, biting her bottom lip to keep quiet. She knew what he would do. She wasn't stupid, but she didn't want it, for the pain was building now, raw and deep, and she'd felt him before he'd pulled her forward to lie against his chest, and she knew he was much larger than the 2 fingers inside her. Now she felt the dampness of herself, and it was embarrassing, but she didn't have time to consider that, because he was pushing her upright again, over him, then lifting her, and she felt him hard and pushing against her, and suddenly he was inside her, and he was groaning with his pleasure in it. She didn't want to cry out. She refused to. She splayed her palms on his chest, closing her eyes and her mouth as he deepened inside her, deeper and deeper, until he was pressing against her maidenhead, and she felt it, actually felt him there, pushing harder and harder, until, with no warning, he threw back his head and gritted his teeth, his hands tightened around her flanks, and he lifted his hips even as he brought her hard down on him. A cry ripped from her throat. She couldn't help it. The pain, the deep burning, was horrible. Surely he could go no deeper into her, but then he did, and she didn't think she could bear it further. He was lifting her and lowering her now, rhythmically, his fingers digging into the soft flesh of her hips, and he was breathing hard, jerking his hips, and she opened her eyes and looked down at his face. There was a dark flush on his cheeks, his eyes were closed, and his lips were parted. He appeared to be in pain. That made 2 of them. Then all rational thought dissolved when he quickened his thrusts until he was frantically jerking into her, his legs and chest heaving, and his breath was catching in his throat. And he groaned loudly, his head thrown back on the pillow now, and she was crying. She tasted her tears in her mouth, the salt of them, felt the pain of his fingers digging into her hips, and the endless pain of him deep inside her. Then it was over. He was utterly still beneath her. He sighed deeply, and his head rolled to the side. His hands fell from her. She felt his legs sprawl beneath her. He was still deep inside her, but the pain had lessened now, for there was wetness from him, his seed, she knew, and it helped, at least it helped reduce the intense pressure inside her. She felt the rumbling in him as his chest heaved slightly, and again he opened his eyes. He frowned up at her. "Duchess," he said. "By God, it's you, isn't it, Duchess? Pretending to be Lizette this time? Why are you here? Why am I inside you? This can't be, it can't. I'm dreaming. Yes, it's a dream." His mouth closed. He shuddered, then fell perfectly still once more. She felt him come out of her, and very slowly she slipped off him to stand beside the bed. Her legs were sore, the muscles of her inner thighs trembling. The single sheet was tangled around his knees. She stared down at him, at his flat belly, at the tangle of black hair at his groin, at his sex, soft now, but wet with himself and with her, she supposed, and with her blood. She shuddered and quickly pulled the sheet back to his waist. She jerked her nightgown over her head, then pulled the dressing gown over it. She didn't cry until she was in her own bedchamber, huddled beneath a mound of blankets. She couldn't seem to get warm. She fell asleep, a sleep fraught with phantoms that had no faces, that brought her pain. She knew it was pain, yet she couldn't seem to move, and they were laughing and laughing. Then, suddenly, she was more awake than she was the moment before, and she felt more warmth than she should feel. She turned into the warmth, the flesh that felt so wonderful pressed against her. This wasn't a phantom, and if it was from her dreams, then she would hold it tightly to her, for there was no pain here, no faceless fear. Large hands that were stroking down her back, pulling her closer, molding her to him, and she felt the thick hair of his chest against her breasts, and then lower, the heaviness of him. And he had her hips in his hands and pushing her rhythmically against him. She awoke with a start. It was no phantom spun from her dreams. It was Marcus. He was in her bed, and he was naked, and she was naked as well. What had happened to her nightgown? His hands were sifting through her hair as he kissed her neck, the lobe of her ear. He blew softly at the tendrils of hair in his way. He kissed her chin, and then her mouth. And she didn't know what this was, this immense warmth and urgency that was beginning to invade her. She felt her legs pressing against his, hers so very smooth, and his hard with muscle. "Marcus," she whispered, and she pulled his head down to hers and kissed him.
"Marcus," she said again into his mouth. "I'm not Lizette. I'm not your mistress." "Yes," he said. "Yes, I know." He was kissing her deeply now, and his hands were on her breasts, veiled with her hair. Her body remembered the pleasure of his fingers on her flesh, remembered very well. But then he was going lower, his hand between their bodies, and he was touching her, feeling the dampness of her. And she felt that smile of his, touching her mouth. And then he was on top of her, and she felt the weight of him, pushing her down, the heaviness of his legs. But his hands were beneath her hips, drawing her upward, and he slowly eased into her. She heard his breath catch, felt him going deeper, and the pain wasn't so bad this time, but it was there, despite the dampness still within her. And she tried to pull away from him, but he held her tightly until he came over her, and she felt him touching her womb. "Not again," she said, for he was beginning to move and stretch her, and she was still very sore, but he wouldn't slow. "Not again," she said against his throat, hearing his breathing sharpen and grow more urgent. "Please, Marcus, it hurts." She felt his frenzy, even before it became wild movement, before he jerked and shuddered as if in the throes of a cataclysm of something she couldn't begin to understand. She cried out, "No, Marcus, please, not again. There's no need. Please, Marcus, no." "There's every need," he said, his voice raw and deep. "Every need, because—" His harsh breathing overtook his voice. He continued until he found his release. He was quiet over her for but a moment. Then he pulled slowly out of her. He rose to stand beside her bed, staring down at her.
He'd lit a candle, and she opened her eyes to look up at him. She was sprawled on her back, her legs parted. "Why did you do that?" "Why not?" he said, and shrugged. She saw no anger in his eyes, no expression on his face. He continued, his voice hard as his body. "Since you already took me once, why shouldn't I return the favor? Don't you think I'm a gentleman, Duchess?" She struggled to pull the covers over herself. "There really is no need. I've felt your body and looked at it. Do you think I've never seen a naked woman before? Do you believe yourself such a treat of originality? Such a feat of creation? You're only a woman, Duchess, nothing more." He struck a naked pose, his long fingers stroking over his jaw. "Of course, this is the first time I am really seeing you. For that first time, it was dark, and I was only conscious enough to— well, I don't want to be crude, do I? And this time, we were beneath all those covers." She left the covers at her waist. She said nothing. She felt her heart thudding wildly, but she held herself quiet, knowing she did it automatically as a protection against his words, and knowing just as certainly that her silence wouldn't keep him from saying anything he wanted to say. He was like that. She saw that he would leave. He couldn't, not yet, not until she was certain he understood. She said quickly, "I had to do it, Marcus. Surely you realize that. You did not seem averse. I thought you were Lizette. Had I realized it was you that first time?" He shrugged, and her eyes fell from his face down his body, and he knew she was looking at him, and he merely shrugged again. "You had to do it. What an odd thing for you to say. Why? Surely you, of all women, of all bloody virgins, wouldn't willingly want to take a man. You're so cold, I doubt you would ever have consented to have me inside you, unless—" His voice stopped cold. He stared at her. "The one time was necessary. You're safe now, Marcus. You're safe from yourself, and your perhaps unthinking anger, that is. You can't now annul the marriage." "So," he said, "I thought that, but I didn't want to believe it, even in my muddled-minded state. But I couldn't believe that I could think such perverse thoughts. Goodness, Josephina, you even forced yourself to be impaled on me. And I helped you because I believed you to be Lizette. Yes, that worked mightily in your favor, didn't it, Duchess? If I hadn't come awake, wanting her again, why, I never would have realized what had happened until the morning. But I saw your blood all over me, and on the sheets as well, your precious virgin's blood, a commodity Lizette hasn't shared with a man in many a long year. But I did wake up. You're right, there'll be no annulment now." He looked at her another moment, and his expression was hard and unyielding. "Marcus," she said, and she lifted her hand to him. He just shook his head. "I doubt I would have annulled this marriage, Duchess, despite what you have done. I'm not all that stupid. Even I wouldn't whistle a bloody fortune down the wind all for the sake of pride. But you gave me the impression that you would. You made me think." He just smiled. Not a very nice smile. "I was angry," he said, as if that explained everything, excused everything. "Now it is done. No annulment. Don't misunderstand me, Duchess. I still believe that bloody pederast Trevor can still be my heir, or if he begets any little pederasts, then they can. Don't believe your precious blood will flow through the next Earl. Never would I give your damnable father that satisfaction. If I father a child, then it will be as illegitimate as you were. And unlike you, he will remain a bastard. No, no annulment, Duchess. Your simple mind can now be at ease again. You have made your ultimate female sacrifice. And here I was, crude enough to force myself on you again. Well, that's a man for you. And I am your husband. Do you truly want to be my husband?" She heard the plea in her voice and hated herself, for she knew he wouldn't hesitate to dash her into the rocks. And he did. "I wonder what that means," he said, still stroking his jaw, his voice sounding mocking in his scorn. "Does that mean I must be civil to you at the breakfast table? Does that mean I must force myself to take you occasionally, as I did tonight? I must tell you, Duchess, that first time when I believed you were Lizette, that left me blank-brained with lust and pleasure. This second time, knowing it was you, well, consider it an experiment on my part, an experiment to determine if you are as cold as I believe you to be. I'm not cold. You, Duchess, he said very precisely, the hated drawl more pronounced, hated my touching you. Don't deny it. It was difficult for me to bring myself to climax with you yelling at me to stop. Stop, please, Marcus, do stop. Very difficult. I had to keep thinking of Lizette and the way she cries out and squirms against me and caresses me with her mouth and her hands. She closed her eyes against him. I didn't hate you touching me. You woke me up and you hurt me again. Surely that doesn't make me cold. I didn't know how to caress you and touch you, and I didn't yell at you to stop. I just didn't understand, Marcus, and I was afraid. Well, let me be more simple for you, Duchess. Understand this. You forced your way into my life. I cannot force you out of it now, but I don't have to accept it. Do go back to England, Duchess. You don't need anyone hanging about you, particularly a husband. You are so self-contained, so very independent. And now you're a countess, no longer an ignominious former bastard. But I beg you not to take a lover. There will be no progeny from this union, as I told you. I couldn't punish your father in life, but by God, I will make certain that he has no children from your womb. I slipped tonight, taking you that second time, but no more. Yes, Duchess, go to London and do enjoy yourself. You are rich and you are now titled. Even the greatest sticklers should admit you to society. But first, why don't you tell me where you have stashed Lizette? She had won. She had lost. There was no hope for it, she said, calm as the soft summer breeze outside her window. She is in an apartment just down the street. There are embassies along the Rue Royale, and that meant men of power and influence and wealth. I gave her 10,000 francs, Marcus. You spoke to Lizette? She nodded.
What did you tell her? Jesus, you told her all of this debacle? Yes, it's the truth. That I was afraid you would annul the marriage, and I couldn't allow that to happen. She understood, Marcus. She is fond of you, and she wanted what was best for you. She was willing to help me help you. Not even a small showing of wifely jealousy, eh? There was no room for it. I see. Didn't you even remark her abundant bosom and make a comparison to yourself? She closed her eyes and said, yes, but no jealousy. Didn't it bother you? After all, you are my wife at your own behest. That I have suckled Lizette's magnificent breasts? That her body gives me immense pleasure? It didn't bother you at all? You are silent again. Your nobility is beyond anything that I would ever have expected, beyond anything I ever wanted. I suppose you paid for her new apartment. Yes, it is at number 47 Rue Royale. Thank you, Duchess. Now it is too late to visit her tonight, so I will take myself back to bed. Good night, Duchess. Thank you for an enlightening episode. It was enlightening, she said. He didn't turn. She watched him stride naked from her bedchamber. She saw the anger radiating from him. There was nothing specific to point to. It was something she simply felt. She'd always felt him, when he was joyful, as only a boy of 14 could be, when he was dashed down, again, as only a boy of 14 could be, beginning when she was 9 years old, the first time she'd met him. But she wouldn't think about that, because it wasn't important now. She'd won, for he'd breached her maidenhead. He'd consummated the marriage. He was safe. Finally, despite his rage, he was safe. She wondered if he truly wouldn't have considered an annulment. He was probably lying to himself when he said he wouldn't have. It was Badger who awoke her the following morning, not Maggie. He had a tray on his arm. He handed her the wrinkled nightgown from the floor, then turned his back while she pulled it over her head and smoothed it down. She allowed him to assist her into her dressing gown, then drank down the thick black coffee. He said nothing until she had taken 2 bites from the warm brioche. Do you not wish some butter and honey? She shook her head. No, this is fine, Badger. The brioche are wonderful.
Did you bake them? Badger waved away her words. His lordship is gone. Mr. Spears that the Earl was pulling on his boots when he went in to wake him. Mr. Spears said he was very quiet, not overtly angry that he could see, just very quiet. Mr. Spears, naturally, couldn't question him. He did ask him when he would return, and his lordship said, "Ah, I live here now, Spears, don't you know?" Badger folded his lips into a thin, straight line. Please, Badger, tell me the rest of it. Nothing he would say could possibly surprise me. Please understand, I am quite used to Marcus's rages and his insults. He said that he now knew where you'd sent Lizette, and he would doubtless spend a good deal of time with her. She took another bite of brioche. Shall I send you Maggie? I heard her humming when I passed her door. Her hair is redder this morning, if such a thing is possible. She is a piece of work, isn't she? Yes, she said. She makes me smile. Ah, Badger, please inform her that the three of us will be leaving for Calais by noon, no later. He stared at her, opened his mouth, then closed it. He said 10 minutes later to Spears, Maggie beside him, "It's over. Your master and my mistress have bungled it royally. We're returning to London. I will send you our address when we arrive. You won't stay at the Wyndham townhouse?" Badger shrugged. "I have no idea, Mr. Spears. She won't tell me anything. But I think we will. She let the lease go on Pipwell Cottage in Smarden. I can't see her traveling to Chase Park, not now in any case." "Thank God for that," Maggie said fervently. He grinned down to her. "You'll like the townhouse. It's in the middle of everything that is exciting and fun. I'll have to assign you a footman to keep all the young bucks away." "I surely hope so, Mr. Badger," she said, all demure as a nun, and winking at Spears. "But perhaps you shouldn't act so hastily with the footman and all." However, Spears didn't see her wink, which was just as well, since he was looking austere as a hanging judge. "I will correspond to you as well, Mr. Badger, as soon as I understand what is happening here. His lordship is a bleeder, Mr. Spears. Yes, Maggie, it would appear so, at least for the moment. I will take care of him, and we will see. Good journey to you, Mr. Badger, Miss Maggie. Mr. Badger, I look forward to your veal and bacon terrine. And what will you look forward to with me, Mr. Spears? Why, your pert rejoinders, Miss Maggie. What else? How unoffensive of you, Mr. Spears." 12. London, Wyndham Townhouse, Berkeley Square. Late June, 1814. Badger stood in the doorway of the drawing-room, saying nothing, merely looking at her. She was writing and humming as she wrote, quicker and quicker, which meant that it was coming easily now. A blessing, he thought, for she'd been so silent, so very withdrawn. Damnation, so very broken since their return from Paris some weeks before. He waited patiently, grateful that she had something important to her to give her thoughts another direction. She looked up, jumped slightly at the unexpected sight of him, then smiled. "Do come in, Badger. I was so immersed in this. It happens sometimes, which is good. I know, I know. It means everything is flowing freely out of that clever head of yours. Clever? Well, that's an interesting thought, isn't it? Odd, isn't it? Now I do it because of the fun of it, not because I have to pay the rent or buy eggs or try to pay your wages." She'd always paid him, despite his protests. She'd always paid him first, even before paying the rent on Pipwell Cottage. He'd hated it, but he'd known it was important to her. Paying him proved to her that she had control over her life. He said, clearing his throat, "I heard the ditty about Tsar Alexander and the Grand Duchess Catherine. Goodness, what a harridan she is! She certainly deserves her treatment in the song. In this case, I must admit I felt sorry for the Prince Regent. He might be a fat, selfish sod, but he's an English sod, and not one of those feudal tyrants in Russia who kill peasants because they don't like the smell of them. It's true. Grand Duchess Catherine really outdid him in rudeness, crudeness, and lewdness." She laughed, and it warmed him to his toes. "Isn't it marvelous that all those juicy words rhyme? Yes, and they roll off the tongue. I hear it everywhere I go. The Tsar is just as horrible, rude to the Prince Regent, hobnobbing with the Whig opposition, who in truth think him a fool. He deserves a ditty all to himself, I think." "Possibly," Badger said. "But he didn't force himself into that all-male banquet at the Guildhall like the Grand Duchess did. Then she insisted that all the music be stopped because it made her sick. I should have loved to be there. I too. Can you imagine the regent having to plead with her to allow the musicians to play God Save the King? Yes, he said, and she complained loudly through the whole thing. I have been thinking, though, there are other subjects than the state of diplomatic affairs. Those buffoons give as much credence to incompetence and self-aggrandizement than the gentlemen and ladies of the ton give to frivolity and sin. She laughed again, and he wanted to shout for the sweet sound of it. You've a good point there, Badger. Perhaps I should read other parts of the London Times and the London Gazette with that in mind. You used to read all of the papers, every single word. Perhaps it is time again. I came to speak to you about something else, Duchess. She merely cocked her head to one side, her quill still held in her right hand, poised above the piece of foolscap. It's his lordship. She became utterly still, almost as if she were trying to draw into herself, to protect herself. What about him? Mr.
Spears has written to tell me it is possible that his lordship will be returning to London soon. I see. Has he sold out again? I don't know, Mr. Spears didn't say, so I must assume that he hasn't. Very well. This will require some thought. Ah, is that the front door knocker? It was. Nettles, the London butler, allowed Mr. Wicks to present himself a very short time later in the drawing-room. He gave her a low bow and a frazzled smile. "Dear Mr. Wicks, what is the matter? Do sit down, sir. Should you like a cup of tea? Brandy?" "No, no, my lady. Oh dear, this isn't good, but I had to come tell you immediately so that we could make plans. I'm so very sorry, Duchess. My lady, Please, Mr. Wicks, calm yourself. Nothing could be that dreadful. Do sit down and tell me about it." In his agitation, he was actually pulling on a straggly lock of grizzled white hair. She waited. Her silence meant to calm him, to steady his nerves, and it did. She was good at soothing nervous animals, nervous humans, all except Marcus, her husband. All she could do to him was make him want to murder her. Finally, he managed to draw a deep breath. Then, unable to help himself, he blurted out, "The American Wyndhams are at Chase Park." "The Americans?" "Oh, yes, my father's youngest brother, my uncle, gambled and wenched until my grandfather wanted to throw him in Newgate. But then, to top it all off, Uncle Grant went to America and had the gall to marry an American, which finally got him disinherited, and he went to Baltimore to live, which was her home. Yes, and Grant Wyndham is dead, but his wife, Wilhelmina, isn't, nor are the 3 offspring. There is Trevor, James, and Ursula. Oh dear, you already know all of this. They're all at Chase Park. Tell me about it, Mr. Wicks." "I wrote to them, my lady. I had to, because I believed, back in April, that the Earl, your husband of 3 weeks now, wouldn't marry you, and that the Americans would inherit, and thus I had to write to them and tell them of their probable good fortune. And now they're here. They never wrote me back, they never came to see me in London, they just went directly to Yorkshire, to Chase Park. How very odd. How did they know where the estate is, I wonder? You did say that Uncle Grant is dead. He would have known, surely. But his wife?" Mr. Wicks shook his head distractedly. "I don't know, but I do know, Duchess, that I must leave now, today, no later than tomorrow morning. I must go to Chase Park, and I must explain to them that there is nothing for them, nothing at all. It is a dreadful coil. Why didn't I simply trust you to bring his lordship about? I'm a dolt, Duchess, a bloody dolt." He stopped cold, shocked that he'd spoken so, with such unplanned emotion. She merely smiled. "Perhaps you should have waited, but you didn't. Indeed, you did what you believed was the proper thing. No matter, Mr. Wicks. I'm relieved the Earl isn't here, and thus, perhaps, if the good Lord still believes me an obedient servant, the Earl won't find out about it. It wouldn't matter if he were here or if he did find out. You did what you believed was right, Mr. Wicks. Don't chide yourself further." She rose and shook out her skirts.
"Well," she said, more to herself than to Mr. Wicks, "life does dish up odd things on one's plate." She turned to him, holding out her hand. "I will come with you, Mr. Wicks. Please don't worry. We will face the dreaded Americans together. I wonder if Marcus would declare the name Wilhelmina as ugly as Josephina." Marcus Wyndham, 8th Earl of Chase, arrived at the Wyndham's townhouse in Berkeley Square on the 26th of June. Nettles took his lordship's cloak and hat. "My lord," he said, with more formality than before, for now there was appropriate substance in his lordship's pocketbook, no longer just the title, "her ladyship left with Mr. Wicks for Chase Park just yesterday morning. She was accompanied by Badger and that red-haired maid of hers, Maggie." "I see," Marcus said. "Spears," he said, turning to his valet, who appeared to be closely regarding the elegant baseboard molding in the entrance hall, "do see to our things. I wonder if there is anyone here to prepare the meals since Badger went with the Duchess. I have instructed Mrs. Hurley to resume the responsibilities, my lord. Her ladyship told me to see to it quickly since it was possible that you would be arriving here shortly. If I may say so, my lord, her ladyship has seen to everything in a very nice way. So considerate she is, if you don't mind me saying so." "No, not at all, Nettles." Heartened, the butler added, "She is a very restrained lady, my lord, allowing no familiarities, as if anyone would ever attempt such a thing in any case. Now, my lord, would you like a glass of port, perhaps, in the library?" Marcus took his port and went instead to the master bedchamber at the end of the corridor on the second floor. It was a massive room, hung with dark draperies, spread with even darker carpets. The furnishings were very old, but they sparkled with wax. He wondered if his wife's meddling hands had rubbed in the lemon wax. He said to Spears, who was gently folding his cravats and placing them in a drawer in the dresser, "I wonder at the timing of all this. Timing is an unpredictable thing, my lord, or so I've always believed. I wonder why she left for Chase Park with Mr. Wicks, of all people. Ah, my lord, I do have a letter, given to me by Mr. Nettles, who was given it himself by the Duchess to give to me, and finally for me to present to you. You understand." "Certainly, Spears. Where is this letter that couldn't have been given directly to me, but had to go from the Duchess to Nettles to you and then to me?" "It is here, my lord." "A circuitous route always arouses suspicions," Marcus said as he tore open the envelope. He read, cursed, then laughed. "Well, this is very interesting. It seems the American Wyndhams are at Chase Park, for Mr. Wicks, doing his duty, mind you, wrote them and told them of their perhaps good fortune come June 16th. They came to England, and now they are at Chase Park, arriving evidently precisely on the 16th. The Duchess and Mr. Wicks have flown after them. Yet again she meddles." "She is your wife, my lord. It is not meddling. It is the duty of a wife to see to her husband's interests, whilst he is unable to see to them himself." Marcus gave his valet a grunt, then began to pull off his clothes. "I would like a bath, Spears." "Yes, my lord." He had one leg out of his trousers when he said, "I wonder why they went to Chase Park. Surely Mr. Wicks didn't tell them that was also part of their probable inheritance. It is a mystery, my lord. One would have expected them to stop here first in London and see Mr. Wicks. Then perhaps he would have directed them to the Essex House in Clampton, a very nice property that I saw with Charlie and Mark some years ago. Unentailed, of course. Now all the property is yours, my lord, including Essex House. I know. Will you be remaining home this evening, my lord?" "If you must know," Marcus said now, pulling on a dressing gown, "I am going to White's. A number of gentlemen are dining together. I suggest, my lord, that you not imbibe overly. I further suggest, my lord, that we ourselves leave for Chase Park on the morrow." "Your suggestions be damned, Spears. I have no intention of going to Chase Park. Mr. Wicks got himself into this mess. Let him extricate himself. Doubtless the Duchess will be of invaluable assistance. Why else would she have accompanied him if she hadn't intended to meddle? No, don't answer that. In any case, I have to meet with Lord Dracornet at the War Ministry tomorrow. I will see to your bath, my lord. Good. Don't try to change my mind, Spears. I won't go to Chase Park, despite the fact that the Namby-weist, Trevor, just might be the future Earl. Marcus looked around the rapidly darkening bedchamber. You know, perhaps I should inform Mr. Wicks not to send the American Wyndhams to the right about entirely.
Perhaps I should tell him that dear Trevor just might be the Earl someday. Perhaps I should tell him to encourage that mincing fop, Trevor, to get himself an heir just in case. Yes, I should make that communication to Mr. Wicks. The Duchess, my lord? Your wife? Oh, she is fully aware that any offspring she bears will be not of my seed, and thus will not succeed to the title. He listened to Spears suck in his breath. Ah, consternation from his unflappable valet. It felt good. He smiled. He was still smiling when the 2 footmen entered the bedchamber, carrying buckets of hot water for his bath. He was lathering his hair when he chanced to see Spears looking at him with the tight-lipped disapproval of a bishop at an orgy. It made him feel even better. He saw Spears open his mouth and quickly said, in a voice as chill as Gunther's ices, "No, Spears, I will not go to Chase Park. I don't care what either Wicks or the Duchess do. I plan to enjoy myself immensely here in London. I plan to install a mistress over in Bruton Street, or perhaps in Stretton Street, close enough to here so that I can stroll over at my leisure. Yes, that's what I'll do." My lord, it would seem that such activities would require more time than you currently have, what with your duties to Lord Draconet. Surely you will be too busy with the upcoming discussions about the Congress in Vienna this fall. Oh no, not at all. I'm not a bloody diplomat, Spears. Indeed, all the diplomats involved in this program will be intriguing until the world comes to an end. They will lie, and they will do anything to gain what they want. No, it isn't for me. Damn, if you're going to stab someone, do it to the man's face. Lord Castlereagh did inquire as to my wishes about the Congress, and I told him that I had other things to do. Actually, I came near to kissing his boots in my politeness, but I did indicate that I wouldn't be able to attend, as much I wanted to. As to Lord Draconet and my duties here in London, I have asked for a temporary leave, since I have to assume my new duties as the 8th Earl of Chase. Not only just new, of course, but also now endowed with appropriate funds. I believe Lord Draconet was so relieved that I am no longer destitute, no longer a pure embarrassment, that he was most sincere in his best wishes to me. I see, my lord. Your lordship has many other duties as well. Your estates are vast. Surely you recall, in your 10 months as a real earl, how much time is required to see that everything runs smoothly. Oh yes, I remember, Spears. No, you can keep any further arguments to yourself. I'm not going to Chase Park. The last female in the world I wish to see is the damned Duchess. She is a countess, my lord. Your wit ripens, Spears. Go away and leave me alone. Forget Chase Park. That's the last place I'll go. Chase Park. The Duchess stared at Wilhelmina Wyndham. Surely she couldn't have heard her aright. I beg your pardon, ma'am? I said that the grouse hereabouts could be infected with vile parasites. She hadn't said that, of course, but the Duchess let it go. I will ask Badger to carefully examine all grouse before they are allowed into the kitchen. Wilhelmina Wyndham nodded. She turned then to gaze about the huge drawing room. All this is just as my husband described it to me. He painted pictures for me, all in words naturally, and I could see Chase Park in my mind. At last I am here. You wondered why we came here immediately and didn't go to London first. I knew exactly where Chase Park was, and I wanted to waste no time coming here, she said gently. But ma'am, even if Marcus and I hadn't married, Chase Park would have remained the Earl's, for it is entailed. Yes, I know. You think Americans are fools, but we're not. This was my husband's home. Surely you don't believe I wouldn't want to visit here? Of course you would want to, and you are welcome. Chase Park is very impressive, and its history is quite remarkable.
But surely you will want to visit London before you return to America. You are nothing but a slut. I won't heed you. The Duchess blinked hard. I beg your pardon, ma'am? I said that you're in a rut, and if I must plead to stay here, why then, so I shall. I won't leave you, Josephina. You would be ever so lonely. You don't mean to say that we are not welcome here. Naturally you are welcome, ma'am. I just told you were, but Chase Park is not your home. As Mr. Wicks told you last evening, there is no inheritance now that his lordship and I have wed. I think you're a conniving bitch. The Duchess heard her well enough this time, but she was so utterly taken aback that she couldn't think of a thing to say. She just looked at her, waiting to hear what she would say now. But Wilhelmina merely shrugged and walked toward the grand double doors. Yes, she said now, it must be very rich. Indeed. Wilhelmina smiled and said gaily, "What do you think of my boys?" Boys? Trevor was all of 24, Marcus's age, and James was 20. They are very charming, ma'am. Ursula is also very nice. Ursula is a girl, and thus of no worth, of no more worth than you are, damn you. Excuse me? I said that Ursula is a girl of excellent birth, certainly of as good a birth as you are, you sweet lamb, you. I believe she will make a brilliant marriage, don't you think? She had a pounding headache. She merely nodded, thankful that her Aunt Wilhelmina was willingly taking herself off. She quickly went out the eastern side door and hoped to lose herself in the Chase Gardens, beautiful now in midsummer. All the roses blooming wildly, hyacinth with their bell-shaped flowers scenting the air, mixing with the perfume of the roses and the daisies and the huge blossomed hydrangeas. Lilac trees with their lavender clusters were so sweet now that they clogged the senses. She walked to an ancient oak tree, so twisted and bent that it could be a meeting place for witches on All Hallows Eve. She seated herself on the wooden bench beneath its lush green canopy of branches, leaned back against the trunk of the tree, and closed her eyes. It seemed as if she'd endured Aunt Wilhelmina for more than a decade, and not just a day. Well, actually, a morning and an evening, not even a full day. Mr. Wicks was in a state of retreat, for Aunt Wilhelmina had all but attacked him the previous night. When they'd arrived the previous afternoon, Aunt Wilhelmina had greeted her and Mr. Wicks as her guests. It was the strangest feeling to see Aunt Gwyneth standing back, clearly deferring to the woman with the aging but still beautiful face, with her head of hair so blonde it was nearly white in the sunlight. Aunt Wilhelmina was unexpected, but then again, so was Trevor, the effete sod, the damnable pederast, the lisping dandy, according to Marcus. She smiled, remembering Marcus's contempt. Trevor, by God, a pederast, a mincing fop. She supposed she'd expected to see a pretty young man with his mother's fair complexion and blonde hair. She supposed she had even expected him to lisp and wear his cravat so high it touched his ears. Well, Marcus would be in for a surprise. No, there would be no surprise, for Marcus wouldn't come to Chase Park, not as long as she was here. She wondered if he had returned to London. The twins and Ursula found her 10 minutes later. At least her headache was reduced to a dull throbbing. Antonia announced, "I have decided to marry Trevor, Duchess. He is much to my liking." Ursula, a small 14-year-old girl with her mother's fair coloring, a sweet girl with pretty features that surely would mold into beauty in 4 or 5 years, said, "Trevor is unhappy. He won't want to marry you yet, Antonia. Besides, you're only 15. At least for 3 more months. Trevor is quite old now. Old? Trevor is quite a young man." Antonia was flushed with the heat and with the audacity of such a statement about her newly appointed idol.
Ever practical? Fanny asked. Why is he unhappy? She took a big bite of the apple she held in her hand, the loud munching the only sound for at least a minute. At least it wasn't a sweetmeat, the Duchess thought. It seemed to her that Fanny's face had thinned out over the past months. She and Antonia were growing up. She felt ancient at the moment. "His wife died," Ursula said. Her mouth fell open in surprise. "He was married, Ursula?" "Yes, Duchess. Her name was Helen, and she was very nice.
Quite the prettiest girl in Baltimore. Only she was sickly, Trevor said. She died in childbed after a bad fall from her mare, the babe passing away with her. It happened only 4 months ago. They were only married for a year and a half. Trevor went away to New York, I think. He came back to escort us here to England because Mother wrote him a letter and begged him. James didn't like it because he wanted to take Father's place and see to our welfare. He didn't speak to Trevor for at least a week. I don't think Trevor even noticed. He was with us in body, but he was still away, if you know what I mean. Yes, the Duchess said. I know exactly what you mean, Ursula. Goodness, she thought, overwhelmed. You simply never knew anyone. Their secrets, what they'd endured, what they were really like. By the time I am 18, Antonia said, with all the confidence of a girl who was rich, had an immense dowry, and who had been deferred to all her life, Trevor will be over his unhappiness. Then he will marry me, and I won't die in childbirth because I ride a horse quite nicely, and I'm healthy as a stoat. Aunt Gwyneth says so. Fanny took the last bite from her apple and flung it into the pond that lay just beyond the huge old oak tree, sending several ducks flapping away, quacking loudly in surprise. Perhaps I will take James. I just wish he were a bit older. Boys are so callow. They need to ripen, like wine. At least that's what Papa used to say. Remember, Antonia? Papa used to tease Charlie and Mark whenever they remarked upon a pretty girl. He told them they were still vinegar, that it would take some years to make them vintage port. Ursula laughed. Antonia looked stricken. The Duchess said easily, I can see him teasing the boys, Fanny. It's good to remember your brothers with pleasure and laughter. Ursula said, That's why the Earl is an upstart, isn't it? Since my cousins died. The Duchess said calmly, Marcus is your cousin too. He is the Earl of Chase. Your father and his father were brothers. You will give him your respect, Ursula, and you will look to him as the head of the Wyndham family, which he is. Yes, ma'am. I suppose you can begin with that respect business now. It is Ursula, isn't it? The Duchess didn't move. Then, very slowly, she turned to see Marcus leaning at his ease against the oak tree. How long had he been standing there, listening and watching? She stared at him silently. Yes, my lord. You may call me Marcus, since we're cousins. Yes, Marcus. No fond hello for your husband? He strode to her, stared down at her bent head a moment, then lifted her limp hand and kissed her fingers. 13. Marcus frowned at the sound of that damned valet of his humming. Then Spiers broke into song, his deep, rich baritone echoing in the huge bedchamber as he neatly folded Marcus's socks. She's more rude than the regent. She's more boring than a stoat. She's as lewd as her brother. She's as crude as a goat. Ah, yes, crudeness, rudeness, and lewdness. 3 great qualities. The Grand Duchess Catherine, she royally claims all 3. He couldn't help it. He smiled now. He'd heard how Tsar Alexander had choked, spitting up his wine on his royal white gold-buttoned tunic when he chanced to hear some citizens beneath the Bow Street window of White's singing at the top of their lungs, the words stark and clear as they'd strolled up St. James Street. He roared with rage, claimed he would slay the bastards, but was restrained by the unflappable Henry, the major domo of White's, for longer than Marcus could remember, and by the Duke of Wellington himself. Ah, my lord, you have seen the Duchess. Yes, but just for a moment. She was in the garden with the bevy of young girls. Is she well? Why shouldn't she be? Wait a minute, Spiers. Have you learned something I should know through that damned spy network of yours? No, my lord. It is just that when I last saw her, she wasn't happy. You hadn't been even passingly civil to her. She didn't deserve civility, passing or otherwise. As for you, you traitorous fod, you should have been fired. I appreciate your lordship's restraint. As he spoke, Spiers gently laid 6 freshly ironed cravats flat in a drawer. Are you mocking me, Spiers? Spiers straightened. I, my lord. Mock you? Certainly not, my lord. The very thought deeply offends. Marcus grunted, saying, When I saw her, I didn't at first gain her attention. You see, she was exhorting Ursula to give me full respect, for I was the head of the Wyndham family. Since you are the head of the family, it is most appropriate for her to point that out, my lord. I suppose so, but why did she say it? Spears stilled his task of straightening the brush, comb, and nail file on top of Marcus's dresser top for a moment, then said gently, "Why would she not say it, my lord?" "Oh, shut up, Spears. You're not a bloody vicar. It's none of your damned affair. It was never any of your damned affair until you and Badger were impertinent to stick in your noses. I should have you transported to Botany Bay." "Ah, yes, my lord. A nasty place, I've heard. Now about the garden, my lord, and what the Duchess said. Oh, very well. I said something, then made my presence known, and she turned into stone. Nothing new in that. Now I'm going riding. I hear that bloody effete sod Trevor is out marching one of my horses over my acres. Doubtless he's marking off boundaries to see how rich he will be. But you said he would be rich, my lord. Either he or his progeny. Go to hell, Spears. This is different. This is now, and I won't have the bugger treating Chase Park as if he's the Earl. I will put a stop to his insolence. I wonder if the peacock uses a side saddle. It is an interesting speculation, my lord. Will you be back for luncheon? Yes, if I can find the fellow. I think I'll bloody his nose. No, that would make him shriek and perhaps cry. That would never do. No, I'll offer to lead his horse back to the park for him. Surely he'll be fatigued by the time I find him. I wouldn't want the poor little dandy to overtire himself. Most considerate of you, my lord. The Duchess was hungry, but she didn't want to go into the dining room and face Aunt Wilhelmina. But poor Mr. Wicks didn't stand a chance around that formidable lady, so she knew she couldn't leave him alone. She shuddered, remembering how Mr. Wicks had told her in a trembling voice how Aunt Wilhelmina had come to his bedchamber, and proceeded to get everything out of him that she wanted to know, because he was so startled, so taken aback, so incredulous. In short, Aunt Wilhelmina was a force to be reckoned with. Where was Marcus? He'd kissed her fingers, then smoothly introduced himself to Ursula, hugged Antonia and Fanny, then taken his leave, not looking at her again or tossing her another meager word. She sat in her place at the table. Aunt Gwyneth had insisted she take the Countess's chair, that it was only right. She'd merely been residing in that chair until the true Countess could occupy it. She'd been charming since the Duchess and Mr. Wicks had arrived, treating the new Countess of Chase as if she'd been a bastard again. The Duchess was vastly relieved. The last thing she wanted was Aunt Gwyneth's nose out of joint. The Earl's chair at the other end of the 12-foot table was empty. No Marcus. She noticed that Trevor was missing as well. At least Mr. Critiker was here, speaking kindly to Ursula. She nodded to Samson to begin serving the luncheon. Aunt Wilhelmina said in a carrying voice, "Where is my nephew, the one who's set himself up as the new Earl? He has yet to introduce himself to me." "I met him, Mamma," Ursula said as she forked up a bite of turtle soup. "He is very handsome and ever so big and nice. His hair is as black as the Duchess, and his eyes are a light blue too, just like hers. They are related," Wilhelmina said. "They should not have married. It is not natural or healthy. Any offspring could be gnomes." "Really, Mom," the Duchess said easily, "it's all perfectly legal. The Church doesn't object, after all." "The Church of England," Aunt Wilhelmina said with a goodly dose of contempt. "What do those old fools know? If a man has a title and money to bribe them, they'll bend any rule that's ever been written. That's what happened, isn't it?" "I assure you, ma'am, no bribery was necessary. Actually, his lordship and I were married in France. It is very Catholic there, ma'am. Even the civil requirements are as strict as those of the Church." "The French," Aunt Wilhelmina said and snorted, "just like Bertie, the Duchess's mare. It is all understandable now. Perhaps I had best ask if your marriage is even valid in England." "I assure you, ma'am, that it is. Mr. Wicks will also give you assurances. He would, I dare say, even give you the assurances here at the luncheon table rather than in his bedchamber." Now, everyone doesn't need to hear more of our chatter. I suggest that we eat. You are a stupid shrew and a bitch. You didn't. No, surely no. Excuse me, ma'am? I said all of this has come out of the blue, and everything's gone off without a hitch, for you. What else could I have said? Evidently, as Aunt Wilhelmina's indignation increased, her ability to match her cover-ups to her insults lessened. He should have come to meet me, Wilhelmina said. The new Earl shows no respect. It shows his lack of breeding. That was probably true, the Duchess thought, at least the respect part. You will enjoy his company at dinner, ma'am, she said easily. She raised her glass, and Toby, the footman, poured her more lemonade. Thank you, she said, and smiled at him. He should die. I beg your pardon, ma'am, the Duchess said, ignoring the gasp from Mr. Critiker, who was sitting next to Aunt Wilhelmina, and thus could hear even her muttered words. I said the Earl would cry over this ham. It is too salty, and the pieces are sliced too thick. Mr. Wicks sent the Duchess an anguished look. He took another bite, then excused himself. The Duchess knew poor Ursula couldn't budge from her chair until her mother gave her permission to do so. As for Fanny and Antonia, they looked too astonished to budge. She ate slowly, chewing thoughtfully, as she looked at her young cousin James, who was just her age. He would probably be as large a man as Marcus when he reached his full growth. Now, though, he had still a boy's slenderness. His hair was fair and slightly curly, his eyes a wonderful dark green, and his chin was square as the devil, stubborn if she didn't miss her guess. He was also very quiet, perhaps sullen, his eyes on his plate, eating one bite after the other without pause. He seemed oblivious of all of them. She remembered Ursula saying that he was angry because he wanted to be the man of the family, not Trevor. She noted the very beautiful onyx ring on the index finger of his right hand. It was set in an intricate gold design. She wondered idly where he'd gotten it. The time crawled. She had no more thought, idle or otherwise. She was too bored, too itchy. She wished Marcus would come in. She just wanted to look at him. She also wanted to look at his ribs and his arm to see that he'd healed properly. Finally, when she knew escape was now possible, she smiled and rose. "Forgive me, but I have business to see to, if you will all excuse me. She thinks she's royalty, the stupid bitch. What did you say, Mamma? I said her gown is lovely and looks quite rich." Mr. Critiker choked on the muffin he was eating. She walked sedately from the breakfast room, though, truth be told, she would have preferred running. She went to the small back morning room she had taken over and set herself to reading the London Times. She read the society pages, trying to find some amusing tidbits, but failed. It held only a mite of her attention for about 10 minutes. She kept thinking about Marcus, wondering where he was. She couldn't wait to see what he made of that mincing fop, Trevor. Marcus slowed Stanley to a canter, enjoying the fresh summer air on his face. The sun was high overhead, a bit warm, but no matter. Where was that wretched coxcomb Trevor? The gall of the man, stealing his ill-tempered stallion, Clancy, despite Lampkin's assurances that the brute was mean and vicious and not to be trusted. Lampkin had said the American gentleman had just laughed, mounted Clancy without a single problem, and ridden off to the east. So Clancy had been feeling charitable, more's the pity. But it never lasted. He hoped his cousin wasn't dead yet. Marcus had been riding over 3 hours now, and still no sign of that poaching sod, Trevor. He'd stopped to speak to his tenants when he chanced upon them, feeling oddly warm inside when they greeted him enthusiastically and welcomed him home. The men had asked him all about the damned frogs, finally beaten down into the ground just as they deserved, flattened by our British troops, aye, and about that tyrant Napoleon, the king, no, bloody emperor of the clobbered frogs. His tenants treated him as if he'd been the one to make Napoleon abdicate single-handedly. The wives had smiled at him and given him cider. The children had regarded him with favorable awe. It had felt good, damned good. For the first time, he'd felt like he really belonged here, as the master of Chase Park, as the Earl of Chase. Maybe. Marcus realized he was hungry. Where was Trevor? Had Clancy finally turned into himself again, treacherous bugger, and thrown him? Was he dead at this moment? A nice thought, that. No, he'd probably sprained his ankle and was limping gracefully back to the park, one white, soft hand pressed against his brow. Maybe he was even quoting some of Byron's poetry to romanticize his trifling complaints. Marcus snorted, then chanced to see someone riding toward him from the north. He pulled Stanley to a stop and waited. It couldn't be the fop Trevor. No, as Clancy got closer, he saw that the man riding toward him was big, as large as he was. That is, the top part of him was. Maybe he was a dwarf, but Marcus didn't think so. The man rode as one with that brute Clancy, swaying easily in the saddle, in complete control, his gloved hands holding the reins easily. Damnation! It had to be that bloody Trevor. When Clancy got close enough, Marcus, absolutely furious, feeling like a damned fool, shouted, "Why the hell didn't you change your bloody fop's name?" The man didn't answer until he'd pulled Clancy to a well-mannered halt directly in front of Stanley's nose. He grinned, a white-toothed grin that held mockery, an infuriating understanding, and a good deal of humor. He shrugged, then said, in a soft southern colonial drawl, "I presume you're my cousin, Marcus, the Earl?" Marcus stared at the man, a man with vibrant, nearly harsh features, strong nose and jaw, thick black hair, and eyes as green as the water reeds that grew thick in the pond in the Chase Gardens. He was muscular as hell, his body powerful, obviously an athlete, his posture indolent, yet bespeaking authority. He simply didn't look like a Trevor. Damn his sod's eyes. Yes, why didn't you change your name? Good God, man, Trevor, it's enough to make a real man puke. Trevor laughed, showing dimples that didn't look at all effeminate, but rather powerfully charming. Marcus would wager this man was a terror with women. He wanted to hate his guts, but he found he couldn't. He even found himself smiling back at those damned dimples.
Trevor said in that lazy drawl of his, stretching out endlessly, like thick honey, just taking its time, that should have made him sound like an affected half-wit, but didn't at all. It does tend to lead people to think of me in a different way, Trevor Wyndham said easily. That is, naturally, until they meet me. I believe my late father, another one of your uncles, thought it an elegant name. That aside, in all honesty, it is better than the other names he and my mother landed on my head. What are they? Horatio Bernard. Butts. Good God, Marcus said blankly. Butts? Yes, Butts was my mother's maiden name. Awful, isn't it? Trevor Wyndham stuck out a strong, black-gloved hand. "A pleasure to meet you finally, cousin." Suddenly, Marcus began to laugh. He threw back his head and laughed louder. His cousin was content to watch him. Finally, Marcus wiped his eyes, then took his cousin's proffered hand and shook it vigorously. "The image I've had of you ever since Mr. Wicks told me about the American Wyndhams. Good God! I've referred to you as a mincing fop and damned coxcomb, and much worse. Forgive me, cousin. If you like, you can smash me in the stomach. Just not my ribs. They're still sore from a small contretemps I had in Paris." "A contretemps? I would say you're a dirty fighter, Marcus. Perhaps we can find some ruffians and see which of us is the dirtiest." "No, I don't believe the Duchess would like that. Nor would she like me to strike you.
I dare say, since you've been married such a short while, she still believes you the most handsome, the most noble, the most exquisite of all God's creatures." Marcus grunted, looked vaguely uncomfortable, and Trevor raised a thick black eyebrow. "I would also say that the Duchess is quite the most beautiful woman I've even seen. Have you been to London? To Paris? No, but I am a man and I'm not blind. You don't think your wife is immensely lovely?" Marcus grunted again, saying nothing, his anger at her simmering and bubbling like a witch's cauldron just beneath the surface. He'd just met his bloody cousin, who, it turned out, was a man and not a fop, but he'd be damned if he would spill his guts to him. How dare he carry on about the Duchess as if she were even remotely available to him? Needless to say, my mother was rather perturbed when our Aunt Gwyneth informed her, upon our arrival, that you had married before the magical date of June 16th. She was prostrate with a headache for a good 4 hours. She quite contemplated the topic until I took over her headache from her. I did not know you were here at Chase until 3 days ago. The Duchess had left me a message, and I followed. The Duchess said you were in Paris, seeing to the restoration of the Bourbon. Yes, consider him restored. As for the rest of it, there will be a Congress convened in Vienna this fall. It will probably be as entertaining as the shows at Astley's amphitheater. His cousin cocked his head. "Ah, Astley's is a theater of sorts, where you will find men and women doing tricks on horseback, girls going into the audience selling oranges and themselves, men harassing bears to make them dance, that sort of thing. The children love it, and the young men go there to ogle the scantily clad females. In Baltimore, we have a similar sort of entertainment. It's called the Fat Man's Chins." Marcus left. "It's odd," Trevor said thoughtfully. "You look a lot like me, except for the eyes. Yes, you're as dark as a sinister midnight. Our uncle, the former Earl, called me the devil's own son. Does that apply to you as well, cousin?" "Perhaps, recently at least." Trevor shrugged, then shook his head at him, dismissing unpleasant thoughts, Marcus thought. He continued, "Your lambs are impressive. I borrowed Clancy, though I thought your stable lad, Lambkin, would explode with fear, believing this nice fellow would dash me beneath his hoofs." Trevor leaned over to pat Clancy's chestnut neck. Clancy, the perverted bugger, snorted and nodded his great head. Marcus wished he could punch the damned horse in his nose. He said, eyeing the stallion with disfavor, "He isn't known for his sweet temperament. Let him near a mare and he turns into Attila the Hun, ready for an orgy. However, you seem to have him well in hand. I have a way with horses. Actually, I have a way with most animals. A gift, I suppose. Sometimes an embarrassment, particularly when a lady's little lapdog bites her mistress to free herself and comes leaping up on my leg, barking her head off. Incidentally, Lambkin seems to worship your every footstep. Lamb's a good lad and excellent with the horses. My uncle didn't like him. Why, I don't know. Probably because he's lame, Trevor said. I've seen it before. I hadn't thought of that. Maybe you're right. My brother, James, has my mother's fair coloring and very green eyes. My father's eyes were a much darker blue, like the Duchess's. Ah, forgive me. It makes sense since the Earl was her father. Yes, Marcus said curtly. You appear to know most of the machinations that have landed upon my head. Yes, my mother is excellent at badgering people into telling her everything she wants to know. Your Mr. Wicks was no exception. He scarce presented her a challenge. She told me this morning that after everyone had gone to bed, she went to his bedchamber last night, and he was so flustered he spilled every scrap of information he had. Don't worry yourself, cousin. Call me Marcus. Marcus? Don't worry. I will convince her that there is absolutely nothing here for her and remove her as quickly as possible. I've a mind to see London again, and I think Ursula and James would enjoy themselves, perhaps even at this Astley's of yours." Marcus pulled on his earlobe, a habit that Badger had. "I don't mean to pry, Trevor. Good God, that name still curdles my tongue. But there is no financial problem with your family, is there?" "None whatsoever," Trevor said, his voice becoming quite cool. Odd, considering that the drawl was still in full force. "My mother simply came without considering that it would be highly probable that you and the Duchess would marry. I tried to make her wait, but she refused. I had no choice, really, but to accompany her here. Why did she wish to come to Chase Park? Even if the Duchess and I hadn't married, the park is entailed, and thus it wouldn't have been part of our uncle's legacy. I don't know, but she insisted. Father spoke so longingly of Chase Park. Perhaps he created this myth in her mind, and she had to come. Perhaps she is just nosy. Who knows?" Marcus laughed. "There is also the Wyndham legacy." "The what?" "My father spoke of the Wyndham legacy, his voice always low and whispery, as if he feared someone would overhear, as if it were some sort of dark secret and no one else could know about it. He said that someday he would come back and find it, and we would be richer than the mandarins in China. I have never heard of it. My father never mentioned such a thing, nor did the former Earl, at least not that I know of. This is very curious. Did your father give you any clues as to what kind of treasure?" "I don't think he knew, even though he spoke of jewels and gold pieces, that sort of thing. But he told my mother of the clues he'd pieced together before our grandfather kicked him out. It was old, he'd say, buried long ago, buried back in the reign of Henry VII, just before Prince Arthur died, when the future Henry VIII was just a lad, a golden little boy, he'd whisper, riches beyond belief, and all belonging to the Wyndhams. And you'd lean toward him, half afraid, and utterly held by his voice and his words. Then he'd change it the next week, and claim it was buried during Henry VIII's time, or Queen Elizabeth's. Who knows? Marcus found that he had to shake himself. Trevor continued in his cool, drawling voice, "You know, of course, that Aunt Gwyneth and my father corresponded until his death. Then it continued with my mother. No, I had no idea. However, I haven't been back here the 5 years since Charlie and Mark died."
I came back only after our uncle died, and I became the Earl. The Wyndham legacy, huh? A treasure from the early 16th century? It all sounds like a bloody fairy tale to me. It does to me as well, but my mother believes it. Shall we go back to the park? Trevor nodded, giving Marcus a lazy smile. He said in that drawling voice, "If nothing else, I can sit and just look at the Duchess. It warms a man's cockles to see such character and loveliness in one female person." "You need spectacles," Marcus said, turned Stanley, and dug his heels into his stallion's sides. The two men rode side by side in silence back to the park. 14. Maggie fastened Elizabeth Cochrane's pearls around the Duchess's throat, stood back, and studied her in the mirror. "Locks," she said, complacently patting her own brilliantly red hair as she saw her own image with its vibrant mass of ringlets above the Duchess's head. The Duchess smiled, wondering who the locks was for. She said as she lightly fingered the pearls, "My mother used to tell me that pearls had to be worn often, against the flesh, otherwise they would lose their luster." "Locks," Maggie said again, fingering one of the pearls at the back of the Duchess' throat. "These oyster pellets must have cost his lordship a bloody fortune, I'd say." "You'd probably say right, Maggie. Now, Duchess, I didn't ever think anyone could have hair as gorgeous as mine, but yours is passable looking, it surely is, despite that sinful black color. Maybe even because of it, since your skin is whiter than that Yorkshire cheese I've seen, that looks wonderful but tastes like a rotted bladder. Yes, all that black hair provides distraction, and distraction is important for the stage." "Thank you, Maggie. You're probably right. Yes, you're quite passable-looking, too, beautiful even, if I stretch it just a little, and I know his lordship will think so, too."
You believe his lordship will stretch it, Maggie? Stretch what, Duchess? Marcus stood in the now open adjoining doorway between the master's bedchamber and the countess's bedchamber. She grew very still, unable to look away from him. He was dressed in immaculate black evening wear, his linen stark white, his cravat crisp and beautifully tied, thanks, undoubtedly, to Spears and his magic fingers. His thick black hair was a bit long, curling over the top of his cravat. His blue eyes, however, were cold, colder than the freezing winter of last year that froze the Thames. She tried to smile at him, tried to recognize within herself that he was here and he was sleeping in the bedchamber through that single door, that was all, and now he was here, looking at her, and she managed to say calmly, "Maggie thinks I can go beyond passable looking if you stretch it." "Aye, but you, my lord, as her husband, would stretch it to beautiful." "Would I? I wonder. You've tricked her out well, Maggie. You may leave us now." "Just a moment, my lord," Maggie said with oblivious disregard of the fact that the Earl himself had dismissed her. "Let me put this lovely shawl over her shoulders. It's fair cool at night, and I won't want her to catch a chill. There, Duchess, you look bloody fine now. I approve." "Thank you, Maggie. Please don't wait up for me." Maggie just nodded. Then, to Marcus's utter astonishment, she winked at him, then walked out of the bedchamber, all the while touching and patting that flaming red hair of hers. "Where the devil did you find her?" he asked, staring in bemusement at the now closing door. "Badger did, in Portsmouth. She found him, actually. She saved him from being run down by a mail coach. I needed a maid, and she needed a position. It seems she was between acting jobs. That's what she is, you know, an actress. Actually, she is very competent, and I find her amusing." She winked at me. Well, she's never been a maid before. She was probably quite used to men looking at her and admiring her, perhaps even more. Perhaps she forgot herself for a moment and was seeing you as a possible leading man in a play. More like a possible protector, Marcus thought, but said aloud, shaking his head, "Jesus, the Countess of Chase has an actress for a personal maid." He added with a grin, "I will admit she does have panache." He'd actually referred to her as the Countess. She felt something hopeful sprout in her, but then he turned away from her and began pacing the floor. "You shouldn't allow her to call you Duchess. Surely it's an impertinence." This observation he tossed over his shoulder. "Everyone calls you Duchess. You're not Duchess. You're a Countess. You're a my lady." "I don't really care," she said, watching him closely. "How is your wounded arm?" "What? Oh, my arm. It's fine. Actually, it still gets a bit sore if I use it too much." "And your ribs?" He looked at her now, stood there with his arms crossed over his chest, his legs spread, and just looked down at her. He was so big. She knew he was trying to intimidate her, but how could he when she'd known him since he was 14 years old? As she recalled, to a 9-year-old girl, he'd been overpowering even then. "What is this? Wifely concern? I suppose so. My ribs are well again. That's good. I met Trevor. He was riding Clancy. He looked like a bloody centaur." She smiled, actually smiled, more than one of her meager little liftings of the corners of her mouth, and he knew she'd made a complete and utter ass of himself. He persevered. "Trevor is still a wretched dandy's name." "Perhaps, but he is a man with nothing at all effete about him. Don't you agree?" "Yes, damn it. It's ridiculous to pin such a ridiculous name on a man who is my size. Yes, but right now I really don't care." She paused a moment at the surprised look on his face, then said, "It's good to see you, Marcus. I was hoping you would come here. I hadn't intended to, but, well," he shrugged, and for a moment she would have sworn he looked vastly uncomfortable, even embarrassed. "Regardless, I'm glad you're here. Your Aunt Wilhelmina is a difficult woman, a puzzle, really. Your young cousin Ursula is very nice. I'm sure you realized that when you met her this morning in the garden. James is my age, perhaps a bit older, and I have no idea what he's like. The look on his face is decidedly morose. Something is wrong there. As you saw for yourself, Trevor is quite a lovely man. He's kind. What do you mean he's lovely? He's big and very strong and handsome. I want you to watch what you say around him. Be certain not to be overly friendly. He might try to take advantage of you. You're very innocent, and he is not. I'm a wife now. Surely I'm not all that innocent. His eyes dilated. Yes, he said slowly. Yes, you are. No, don't argue with me in that reserved, well-bred way of yours. She became perfectly still, and he hated it. He shouldn't have reminded her that she was reserved. She'd become a bit more open with him, spoken freely, without restraint, but now her hands were folded quietly in her lap. Slowly, very slowly, she raised her chin and looked at him squarely. It seemed to him a mighty effort. Then she said baldly, "You're my husband. I missed you." "Your husband," he said, sarcasm evident in his repetition. For a moment he'd forgotten her perfidy, but now she'd fanned those perfidious embers back into a roaring orange flame. "Don't you find it odd that we're married, Duchess? I've known you since you were 9 years old, skinny with knobby knees, and so very solemn you could have been a pillar in the Norman Abbey in Darlington. Yes, so quiet you were, so aloof, so very reserved and watchful. I saw the future beauty in that somber, too quiet child, and I called you the Duchess, and everyone then saw the same things I did, and thus it became your name, even to your red-haired maid, who's an actress and looked at me as if she'd like to bed me, and have me buy her a bauble in return. Yes, she said, and when I was only 9 years old, you were 14 and proud and the devil's own son. My father was right about that."
You led Charlie and Mark into some disgraceful mischief. My father always knew it was you who led them. Always. Do you remember when you, Charlie, and Mark made a stout pine casket and filled it with stones and laid it on the floor in front of the altar in the church? When people filed in for the Sunday service, there it was, that coffin, just lying there with a rough bouquet of flowers on top of it, and everyone was afraid to open it. She smiled a very small smile down at her folded hands, then added, "I looked up to you ever so much, but still you frightened me." "Frightened you, Duchess? I'm sorry, but I can't imagine you ever being frightened of anything. If anyone threatened you, you'd just freeze him with one of those still, blank looks of yours, one of those inhuman looks that make a person silent as the grave. Why would you be frightened of me?" She looked away from him then, and he realized she was embarrassed. "Why?" she said in a voice that didn't sound at all like her, a low voice, muffled, reticent. "You belonged here. You were strong and confident, and you belonged. Even now, you belong, although you're fighting it with all your absurd, misplaced pride." "I never did belong." He didn't want to deal with that, not now. There was too much else to think about. He said shortly, "Well, now you're the damned Countess of Chase. Surely you believe that you belong now. More than I do, truth be told, for your father gave you everything that wasn't nailed down with the entailment. Doesn't everyone treat you with respect and deference?" "Yes, everyone has been most kind. When Mr. Wicks and I arrived 3 days ago, I will tell you that I was nervous. After all, I am the former Earl's bastard, no matter how you cut the cake, a former bastard who is now the mistress. But everyone has been generous. I am grateful for that. But not dear Aunt Wilhelmina. Her behavior is frankly strange and leaves one's mouth gaping open. I dare say you will gain her measure very quickly. It is time to go to the Green Cube room, Marcus. It is time for you to meet her and James." "Very well. No, don't move. Good God, you're showing too much cleavage, Duchess. Here, hold still." He strode to her, and she rose to meet him. He rearranged her shawl, tying it first in a knot and setting it directly between her breasts, then pulling the knot to the side so that the long part of the shawl draped low over the front part of her gown. It looked frankly ridiculous, but she said nothing, didn't move, her arms hanging limply at her sides.
Still displeased, he tried to pull the gown up, but it wouldn't move, for it was banded snugly beneath her breasts. For a moment, she felt the warmth of his fingers against her flesh. If he noticed where his fingers were, he gave no indication of it, saying with a frown, "I still don't like it. You will have it altered. I trust your other gowns are not so very revealing. Doubtless that mangy dog Trevor will ogle you. You will give him one of those cursed cold looks with your chin up to the ceiling, like he's so lowly he's beneath your slipper. Do you believe he would prefer being a mangy dog to a bloody fop?" But now Marcus was looking at her breasts. Then he looked at his fingers that had touched her. He didn't say anything. She saw his eyes darken, saw his pupils enlarge, his cheeks flushed. Slowly, he lowered his fingers and lightly skimmed them over her bare shoulder. He looked utterly absorbed. Those calloused fingertips moved slowly, so very slowly, to touch the top of her breasts. She felt a shiver of warmth, felt a shaking response from deep within her, and leaned toward him, pressing her flesh against those tantalizing fingers. He whipped his hand away. She was motionless for a moment, knowing she had to regain herself, knowing that she hadn't behaved as she should have. She'd simply done what her body had wanted her to do, and he'd found her unacceptable. She finally managed to say, "It is time." "Yes," he said in a low voice, still looking at her breasts. "I suppose it is time, Duchess." It was very late. She yawned, then realized that she couldn't manage the buttons at the back of her gown. She stood there before her mirror for a moment, wondering what to do. She wondered until the adjoining door opened, and Marcus walked through, wearing an old burgundy velvet dressing gown. His feet were big and bare. She froze. "What are you doing here?" He walked up to her, stopped just inches away, and smiled down at her. "I'm your husband. I'm also the master here. I can be anywhere I please." "I see," she said, her eyes on the lapels of his dressing gown. She saw the bare threads threatening to pull apart, particularly at his elbows. "I doubt it." "What do you think of Aunt Wilhelmina?" He frowned a bit. "She is unexpected. She was all charm and sweetness to me, but I don't trust her. As for Trevor, I was right. He stared at your breasts, and don't try to deny it. And James, he was staring too, but he is more concerned with his own troubles than with your attributes. It went off all right. Everyone behaved himself. It's fortunate that there are so many tidbits of interest right now, what with the political situation and all the entertainment our foreign visitors are providing us. Have you heard that ditty about the Grand Duchess Catherine, with the rude, crude, and lewd? She and her brother, Tsar Alexander, and their antics will provide dining conversation for another 3 months. I have heard Spears singing it. I think it a clever ditty. He has a beautiful voice. He thinks so at any rate. As I said, Aunt Wilhelmina acted normal, at least as much as a colonialist can act normal, their speech being so slow you want to yell at them to just get on with it. Yes, the evening went off just fine. The evening hadn't been all that painful, she thought, as she nodded slowly. She had, however, been surprised when Aunt Wilhelmina had oozed charm all over Marcus. He was right about that. And she'd watched him. She couldn't seem to help herself. She'd looked at his beautiful mouth, listened to his deep voice, his deeper laughter, the way he chuckled off-key, and couldn't seem to keep her eyes off his hands, large hands with black hair on the backs, and those long fingers of his, fingers that had touched her, caressed her. "Would you please unbutton my gown, Marcus? I cannot seem to manage it." With any other woman, he would have believed it an invitation, but not with her, not with the Duchess, his wife. She turned, lifted the thick, glossy black hair that was in a loose pile down her back. It hung there in deep ripples, for she'd just pulled the braids apart and smoothed them through with her fingers. It was a style that suited her, those fat braids interwoven with ribbons in a coronet atop her head. Her face was too fine, too well sculpted for all those clusters of ringlets over the ears. No, this style suited her to perfection. He unfastened the row of small buttons that marched up her back. The gown was quite pretty, the dark blue the precise color of her eyes. Still, it was cut too low. When the gown gaped open, he took a step back. "There," he said, "you're free of it." She turned to face him. He didn't move. There was no screen in the bedchamber. I have to change now, Marcus. Would you please leave me for a while? No, but I will get in bed. She stared at him, words shoved together into a meaningless mass in her throat. She watched him walk to the bed, sat on its foot-high dais, watched him walk in his bare feet, big feet that were really quite beautiful, watched him pull the covers back, unsash the dressing gown, shrug it off, and naked as a black-haired god, climb into the bed. He pulled the covers to his waist, fluffed the pillows behind his head, and settled himself. Now he watched her. She wasn't stupid. He wanted to have sex with her. But still, there were no words in her mouth or in her mind. The mind was filled with the sight of him, standing there, for just an instant really, shrugging off that dressing gown, showing her his long, muscled back, his man's flanks, his man's buttocks, and long, thick legs. She swallowed. She supposed she'd considered this, but not really, not to this point, not to where he was actually in her bed, and he was awake and sober and appeared to want this, to want her. She felt a surge of hope. She stared at his chest with its mat of thick black hair, at the obvious strength and power of him, and said, "You want me to be your wife now, Marcus?" He merely smiled at her and crossed his arms behind his head. "Get undressed, Duchess." Slowly, she pulled the gown off her shoulders, eased it past her hips, and let it drop to a soft pool of blue silk at her feet. She slid her hands beneath her camise and pulled the dark blue garters down her legs and unrolled her stockings. She kicked off her slippers and pulled the stockings off her feet. Dressed only in her camise, she stepped out of the clothing and walked slowly toward the bed. "You didn't want me before," she said, stopping a foot from the dais. Her black hair fell and framed her face, a face now very pale in the dim light. Maggie, her maid, had been right. The contrast of all that sinful black hair against the white flesh of her arms and legs and the pure white of her camise was starkly beautiful. She was exquisite, this wife of his who had drugged him and married him while he was in a stupor, and who had come to his bed and made him take her virginity so that he couldn't, in a state of enraged stupidity, if he could have ever been that abysmally stupid, annul the marriage. "True," he said, "but I'm a man. Since you are my wife and have no say in the matter, I might as well avail myself of you. It's certainly more convenient than riding into Darlington and finding a comely wench there to see to my pleasure. Not that I'll gain much pleasure from you, but I'll make do. I'm not that bad off, so even a modicum of pleasure will suffice me. Now, come here. I want that camise off you." "But you said you didn't want a child from me. You said you would gain vengeance against my father by not allowing a child of mine to inherit the earldom." "That is what I said. I meant it. I don't understand." "Undoubtedly you don't, but you will soon enough. I do ask that you not cry or moan or whimper when I take you, Duchess. If you must lie there like a piece of silverware, then I will make do, but no sounds, if you please. You won't call me Lizette, will you?" He laughed, not a very pleasant laugh. "Oh, indeed not. But perhaps I will call you Celeste." She paled even further, flinching deeply, but none of it showed in her face, for it was all inside her. She didn't move. "You were only in London for a single night." "Yes, so. This Celeste person, you were with her for just that one night?" "Yes. She was quite talented. Not so much as Lizette, but she's from Bristol, where there were not but rough seamen to practice on. Doubtless it will take her another year or so to perfect her skills. Her breasts were quite impressive. I couldn't hold them, and my hands are quite large. Not that it mattered, really. Now, come here, Duchess." There was pride after all, and he'd just pushed her beyond what she could excuse, beyond what she could bear. No, Marcus, I don't think so. No, she couldn't bear any more of it, not another word. She turned on her heel, her bare heel, grabbed her dressing gown from the end of the bed, and walked quickly to the door, jerking on the dressing gown as she went. Her hand was on the doorknob when she felt him behind her, touching her, his right hand over her head against the door. She tried to jerk it open, but it didn't budge. He leaned down, his left hand lifting her hair, and he kissed the back of her neck. She stood very still, her dressing gown loose about her, for somehow, somewhere, the sash had disappeared. He blew his warm breath against her ear and gently nibbled the lobe. She didn't move, didn't make a sound. She was holding her breath. Very gently, he turned her around, laced his hands beneath her hips and lifted her. He carried her to the bed and laid her on her back. He stood above her, naked, but she didn't look at him. She couldn't. She was too frightened and far too excited. She was aware of his size, his power, the way he filled her vision, if she would but look at him. He didn't say anything. He jerked the dressing gown off her, then turned and smiled. Now the camise. He lifted her hips and jerked it up to her waist, then pulled her upright, bringing her face against his chest, and tugged it over her head. He eased her back down and